Fred Morela, Acting Director, Mines Safety Department.
Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Inonge Stenge, M&D Officer from Ministry of Mines.
Thank you. Okay. So as requested by one of our members, just to indicate that we have also in the gallery our students from the University of Lusaka will be present throughout this deliberation. We will not allow them to do their introductions, but they're just observing. So for the benefit of our students, let's have a quick introductions on our members. So let me start with my far right at the back line there, Honorable Engineer Mabenga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Engineer Rafa Mabenga, Member of Parliament from Mwabezi in Western Province, a member of this committee.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Minister of Mines, and good morning, students. My name is Tuambo Mutinta. I'm a member of Parliament for Itestes constituency in Southern Province. Thank you so much.
Your mic, can you switch off that mic? Okay.
Morning, Minister of Mines, morning students from UNLAS. I'm retired Brigadier General Morgan Istwala, a member of Parliament for Kaoma Central in Western Province. I also chair National Security and Foreign Affairs. Welcome to today's session. Thank you.
PS and your team, good morning, students. Good morning and welcome. Muvika, MP for Shangombo in Western Province and chairperson of the Transport Works and Supply Committee. Member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ndaliki.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, PS and your team. Good morning, students. My name is Honorable Dr. Clement Andireki. I'm a Member of Parliament for Katombola. Substantively, I'm the chairperson of the Legal Committee, Human Rights and Governance. I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much for this opportunity to introduce myself to our students. You're welcome, and also to Ministry of Mines. My name is Dr. Kalila, a Member of Parliament for Lukulu, which is in Western Province. I also chair the Health Committee here at National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Smunji.
Good morning, our students. Good morning, PS and your team. My name is Konrad Simunji, a Member of Parliament for Nalikwanda constituency in Western Province, and a member of the Planning and Budget Committee and the Expanded Committee together. Thank you.
Good morning, witness. Good morning, students. My name is Jamba Majila, MP for Mwembehi. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister of Mines, and good morning, students. My name is Newton Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinlunga constituency in the Northwestern Province. I'm Chairman of Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, PS and team. Good morning, students. My name is Peter Perry, a Member of Parliament from Kaika constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, PS and your delegation. Good morning, delegation leader for the students coming from UNILAS. My name is Mshanga Sydney, Member of Parliament for Wacha Parliamentary Constituency in Cabo Central Province. And I'm also chairperson for the Committee on Sports, Youth and Child Matters, and also a member of Committee on Information Communication Technology. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I represent the people of Chitambo. My name is Chanda, Remember Mutale. I'm a chairman for delegated legislation.
Thank you. Members of staff.
Good morning. My name is Edna Kanguya Ziambo from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, PS and your team. Good morning, UNILAS. My name is Chilimboy Elijah from the Office of the Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. PS, my name is Fred Jatila. Member of Parliament for Momba constituency in Monze, and also the chairperson for this committee. Thanks, colleagues, for those introductions. Cap 12, PS of the laws of Zambia, gives you immunity as and when you are appearing before a committee or parliament, meaning that whatever you say whilst attending or appearing before this committee, nothing that which you say can be used against you in any court of law. So you have full immunity going forward until the end of this session. There's some provision in terms of Cap 12 also works against you in an event that you are to deliberately mislead this committee, which I doubt will happen. So take advantage of that provision, say things as they are. That's why these members want to hear. And also just to indicate that we are live both on Parliament TV and Parliament Radio. So people out there are watching and listening to the proceedings as we start. So we got your submission, 11 pages. So what we would ask you is we'll give you a maximum of 20 minutes. If you need all of it, that is 20 minutes. Just to take us through your presentation. You may not want to go through page by page in terms of reading, but just to take us through those salient points. And then we'll give you maybe another 10 minutes or so for members of the committee to ask questions, where, if at all there will be any, and then we'll be closing. So, PS and your team, you can start with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll go through the submission that we made prior to this meeting. As directed, I'll just go through some highlights of the submission. So I'm starting with page 2. Item 1.0 is basically just a background. Then when you get to 2.0, the introduction, we are saying, during the 2022 budget, the ministry has continued to implement various activities in line with the 8th National Development Plan, mainly focused on the diversification of the mining sector through increased mineral production by promoting the exploration of non-traditional minerals such as gold and manganese, as well as accelerating exploration activities for traditional minerals such as copper in order to open new mines and extend mining operations for existing ones. In addition, under the 2022 budget, Chair, the ministry has prioritized geological mapping and petroleum exploration in order to obtain geological information and geophysical data respectively. To ensure sustainable mining practices and promote occupational health and safety and sound environmental management, the ministry focused on carrying out inspections and compliance monitoring in the artisanal and small-scale subsector, as well as the large-scale mining subsector. The Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development has also been implementing various interventions, such as facilitating the formation of cooperatives, provision of mining extension services, and capacity building, aimed at ensuring that the ASM subsector is formalized and capable of contributing to the country's economic growth. On page 3, in addition, the ministry has been undertaking policy, legislative, and institutional reforms aimed at ensuring that the mining sector contributes significantly to the economic transformation agenda espoused under the 8th National Development Plan. These ongoing reforms include the revision of the 2013 Mineral Resources Development Policy, development of the petroleum and production exploitation policy, review of the Mines and Minerals Development Act number 11 of 2015, the Petroleum Exploration Act of 2008, and the Explosives Act number 10 of 1974. Formulation of the geoscience legal framework, local content regulations, and mine safety and environmental regulations. To ensure that the ministry undertakes sustainable regulation of the mining sector and contribute to the attainment of the targets set under the 8th National Development Plan, various institutional reforms that include recruitment of staff, capacity building, and increasing the presence of the ministry in mining areas are ongoing. our ministerial priorities in the 2023 budget and the medium-term framework. To ensure that the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development contributes significantly to the economic transformation agenda under the 8th National Development Plan and makes positive impact towards stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods anchored under the 2023 budget, the Ministry has prioritized various interventions in the 2023 budget as well as in the medium-term framework. The Ministry has therefore prioritized key strategic issues to be undertaken for the mining sector to once again become a hub of the economic transformation agenda as follows. 3.1, geological mapping and mineral exploration. Despite the country's mining history, a long one for that matter, a significant part of the country still remains unexplored. This lack of geological information resulting from under-exploration discourages credible investors from investing in the sector. This is because geological information informs further exploration. In order to attain the 3 million tons of copper production in the next 9 years, exploration of both old and new mines will be key, the key that unlocks this hidden potential. Therefore, the Ministry is planning to undertake an integrated geological, geophysical, geochemical, and remote sensing exploration and mapping program. This will enhance both local and foreign investment by unlocking resources for further exploration and expansion of mining operations. As a result, this will lead to increased production for the mining sector and contribute to job creation. 3.2, formalization of the gold mining and artisanal small-scale mining. The formalization of the artisanal and small-scale subsector is to ensure that emergent opportunities like exploitation of the non-traditional minerals such as gold, manganese, and other critical minerals are easily driven by the artisanal and small-scale mining subsector. Therefore, the Ministry is in the process of formalizing the gold mining and artisanal and small-scale mining marketing in the country by establishing trading hubs. 3.3, sustainable regulation of the mining sector. Government is in the process of separating regulation from policy development and review by setting up an independent regulator for the mining sector, which is expected to be operational in 2023. It is expected that with this institutional framework in place, there will be sustainable exploitation of mineral resources to contribute to the country's socio-economic development. The institutional framework will guide the promotion of investments in the sector and the establishment of effective procedures responsible for the extraction, management, and the utilization of such resources. 3.4.
Honorable Mutale. PS Mike.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, your committee has read through this submission.
Yeah.
Our expectation was that the witness should have just gone to highlight salient issues in this submission, unlikely to take us through page by page reading. You will get all the time that we're supposed to maybe ask questions and so on. Okay. I submit, Chair.
Okay, I gave the witness about 20 minutes, so I'm just monitoring how we are progressing. Then at an appropriate time, I will indicate. But your point is noted, and that was my guidance. So PS, you can take note of that, but proceed. Just bear in mind that we have about 20 minutes maximum for that. Yeah.
Well guided, Chair. I was on item 3.4. This is talking to efficient and effective mining licensing system, where we intend to decentralize the mining and licensing system and also introduce ICT, whereby people can apply online and the general administration of the mining rights will be done through ICT, enhanced ICT. On item number 3.5, we are talking about environmental protection and remediation. This is where we've got the Environmental Protection Fund, where the companies contribute to the fund, and those monies are used for rehabilitation post-mine closure. Then policy, legal and institutional framework, that's under item 3.6. Here we are talking about revising our policy and legal framework. We've just finished revising our Mineral Resources Development Policy of 2013, which will be launching very shortly. But we also have a petroleum policy to do in 2023 and various other pieces of legislation to be reviewed. Then item 4.0, this is geological mapping. This is now we are talking about implications of the 2023 budget, which is basically the impact. So the geological mapping, that figure there of 15.9 million has been allocated. Our country is on a 54% mapped. There is still 46% remaining to be mapped. So that money will go towards increasing the percentage of the country that will be mapped, or that has been mapped. After doing this mapping, the impact will be that there will be increased the interest in investment, because we will have at least some preliminary knowledge of what we have underground there. And also this will attract foreign investors to come into the country and bring in a FDI. Then under item 4.2, this is formalization of the gold mining sector. I think we are all aware of what is happening right now countrywide, especially in terms of gold mining and manganese. There is so much illegal mining of such minerals. So we have a program with an allocation of 52 million to formalize basically the illegal gold mining and manganese and other minerals going on in the country. Then 4.3, sustainable regulation of the mining sector. This is about the institutional framework. There is a 25 million there allocated. What we want to do is to bring in what we are calling a Minerals Regulatory Commission. Currently, everything is done under the offices of the Ministry of Mines. We've got departments under the ministry. So we want to separate the policy from regulation. So we have a regulatory commission where all the technical departments will sit. Then under item 4.3, efficient and effective mining licensing system. I think I've already talked to this, but the amount allocated is 6 million there. This is where we want to upgrade our mining cadastre system to enhance, but although not to full scale, the e-governance in the issuance of management of mining rights. Then 4.5, environmental protection and remediation. There is 126 million there. This is meant to monitor safety, occupational health and environmental protection in the mines. Then 4.6, policy, legal and institutional framework, 4.7 million allocated towards development and review of policy and some pieces of legislation. Then 4.7, incentives of the mining sector. Under the 2023 budget, I think we are all aware, as pronounced by through the budget speech, there are those incentives that have been awarded to especially the ASM, and also some incentives to large-scale players, and they are listed there under ABC up to the end. And this the impact is to actually to help us attain the 3 million tons annual production of copper that I think we have been hearing about. That's what those incentives are meant for. Then under item 5.0, this is analysis of the 2023 budget allocation according to the program. We've got those 5 programs, 6 programs listed there. So our total budget for the ministry for 2023 is 275 million, of which 46 million is for personal emolument, 31 for goods and services and transfers, and 5.1 mineral resources. These are just now, we're just going through what is listed above there from 1 to 6. So each activity has been allocated some amount, and it goes all the way to the end. And on the last page, that's where we have a conclusion on page 11, under item 6.0. As a conclusion, we are saying the ministry remains key in the development of the mining sector which is critical in contributing to the country's economy and has enormous potential to spearhead wealth creation and contribute significantly to poverty reduction. It is for this reason that if the ministry has to achieve its set goals and strategies, funding towards the ministry's activities remains key. I submit, Chair.
Great. PS, thank you very much for the submission, honorable members. It's time now for questions. So, I will not take all of them. It's entirely impossible. I'll be monitoring the time. So we'll start in this fashion. And just to emphasize, honorable members, those who will be lucky to be given an opportunity to ask, one, be brief. All the honorable members, be brief and ask one question. Let's start. I'll take one from Honorable Jamba, then Honorable Mushanga, and Honorable Piri. Those are the first three. So let's start in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witness. Chairperson, this ministry, I declare my interest sometimes. I worked in this ministry with that, the geological director here. Now, in your statement on page 2, you are saying that the ministry has prioritized geological mapping and petroleum exploration. That's what you are saying. Now, when I look at the budgets as money appropriated according to the budget, I've noticed that on geological mapping, I think you have put about 52 million, is it? Yeah, 52 million. 15 million geological mapping. 15 million geological mapping. And then I've also noted that you have put for petroleum exploration about 800,000. It's 800,000, something like that. 850,000 kwacha. So I want to ask you, PS, when you look at formalization of gold mining, it is saying 52 million. You have got regulation of mining sector, 25,000, and other variables. I can see that they are very high. Yet in your statement, you are saying that you are prioritizing geological mapping. Is your statement consistent with the monies as appropriated? I hope you've gotten what I'm saying, because I'm saying that the geological survey, if you are going to do the mapping for geological survey, 1/4 degree sheet, I don't know how much kwachas now are going into it and how many 1/4 degrees you are going to map out of that, if that is your priority. And are you sure you can use 800, is it 850,000 kwacha for exploration of petroleum? And then you are saying in your statement, this is your priority. Is there some imbalance there? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mushanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you so much, PS, for your presentation. A quick one, Honorable Chairperson. I've gone through PS, your submission, and I've seen that there are more than 18 major activities to be undertaken by your ministry. Looking at the amounts allocated, do you feel the money or the allocations are very, very adequate to attend to the plan for activities? Then quickly, Honorable Chairperson, 4.5.
Is that a second question?
4.5, it is just in line with the same. Environmental protection and the remediation, PS. There is a lot of, or maybe I can say Kawe is the most polluted city in the world as regards to lead. This money that you have allocated in 2023 budget, do we have activities to do with the lead remediation in Central Province or Kawe in Central Province? It is the most polluted city in the world. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Piri.
Chairperson, thank you so much, and PS, thank you so much for your presentation. My question is on value addition. Do you have plans as a ministry to value add on our minerals? Because I've noted that since independence, we have been exporting our copper. Do you have plans, as I say, as a ministry, to value add on our minerals so that we woo investors from to come and put up industries in our country so that we value add on our minerals. Thank you.
Thank you. PS and your team, if you need any help from all your colleagues, you can indicate. Just respond to those and then we'll take the next round. But just to emphasize that you need be just also as you respond to be a bit brief so that we can take as many as possible.
Thank you, Chair. I will attempt to respond to those questions, but where I fall short, as you have directed, my colleagues can come in to help. In terms of petroleum, start with the petroleum exploration, that amount is basically for facilitation. The actual exploration will be done by private entities, including our own the CCMIH, but the amount is just for facilitation. Geological mapping, yes, maybe not too much money allocated to it, but it is what was available when we did the sharing of the cake. It's what was available. Then on the why the amount for formalization is quite high at 52 million is because most of the activities will be undertaken by our officers themselves. So we need to spend this money ourselves, and it's also actually one of the priority programs on the formalization of the gold mining ASM. That was from Honorable Jamba. From Honorable Mushanga. On the issue of Kabwe being the most polluted town, I think it's in the world. Yes, we acknowledge that. That is true, a statement of fact. But we've got a program, we've got a project called ZIMERIP, as abbreviated. It's an environmental project. Actually, it's targeting Kabwe as one of the areas to do environmental remediation. There's quite a lot of money there in millions of dollars, supported by the World Bank. So for us, it's just to facilitate from the ministry, but most of the activities are funded by the World Bank. Yes, Honorable Piri, value addition is also something we are trying to prioritize. Yes, indeed, most of our copper has been exported raw. But I'm sure you are aware of the memorandum we signed with the Congo recently, and actually we are in the process of signing other MOUs with other countries where we want to create some hubs, some industrial hubs where we do value addition to our minerals, especially for the electric vehicle manufacturing. And the biggest component of the minerals there is actually copper itself. But we are also expanding the initiative to gemstone subsector. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, any questions? Okay, I'll take the second round from Honorable Engineer Mabenga, Honorable Stwala, and also Honorable Mutale.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My clarification is on page 3.1. I would like to find out this program of geological mapping and the mineral exploration. If it's possible, you can share the area where this is the remaining area where this exploration is going to take place, because in your report on page 4, it's silent. It doesn't show where this thing is going to take place, and whether my poor constituency Mulabedi is included in this exploration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Swala.
Thank you, Chair. I will take you to page 6, bullet 4.2, PS. My worry is on gold mining in the country. It's not today that we are hearing of the existence of gold in this country, and we seem not to have taken major steps so that citizens of this country benefit from this very rich resource, which has taken other countries to very, very higher levels. Why has it taken so long that it's only today that we should hear about the 52 million being pumped in? And exactly when do we see ourselves benefiting from this resource as a country by your plan as Minister of Mines? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutale.
Thank you, Chair. You have started a very ambitious program where you want us to get to about 3 million metric tons of copper by 9 years from now, so to say. And I know that you are part of the budget. You did submit something to the Ministry of Finance. My problem is that I've noted that the whole budget is very, very much silent on the energy sector in terms of developing green fields for you to have, for the country to have more power generated in order to compensate for those who would be investors in the copper industry. How are you going to manage this? Because you are attracting investors to come in, and you are aware that when they come in, they will need power or electricity for them to manage those mines. And we are not investing anything in the energy sector. Did your ministry submit this to the Ministry of Finance? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. PS?
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the second question from Honorable, I think it's Twara. On the gold mining sector, why it has taken so long to reorganize this sector? I wish to submit that you know, we have a new government in place, and I think this was one of the priorities upon the assumption of power. We've been working on what we are calling a gold model, gold development model, the past few months, and this model was actually, it was approved by Cabinet last Friday during the Cabinet sitting, and there are a lot of activities lined up there to just bring sanity to this gold mining subsector. Indeed, it has a lot of potential actually to uplift the living standards of our people. There are a lot of activities, like I said. One of them includes actually providing a market for them. We are trying to create marketing centers in the known areas, the areas that are known to have a lot of gold, where actually illegal mining activities are currently taking place. So we want to legalize them, reform cooperatives, we license them, we create a market for them, and also we've got plans actually also to set up a refinery, but that's a long-term measure. Indeed, we took long, but it's something now that has reached a very high level. Like I stated, it was approved by Cabinet. So we are starting the implementation like today. We've already developed the implementation plan. In terms of energy versus new green fuels, I wouldn't speak much on the energy part, but I know there's a lot happening under the Ministry of Energy there. A lot of projects that are coming up to support especially our greenfield mines. And there are so many that are lined up. Most of them couldn't take off for a long time because of an unfavorable tax regime and that inconsistency that we witnessed in the past. But I can assure you now, there's a lot of interest. All the greenfield projects which are on ice, they are actually now, they are resurrecting, they are coming on board. As to the first question, I think it was from Honorable Mavenga. I think my Director Geological Survey Department can speak to it on which areas have been mapped, not mapped, and where we intend to map. I think you can take it up, Director.
Thank you, PS, and thank you, Honorable Mavenga. In terms of sharing the areas where we are targeting to conduct geological mapping, it can be shared. We have a geological mapping index which shows areas that have been mapped and those that are earmarked for mapping. To answer your specific question, Mulobezi is part of the western part of Zambia, where we face challenges to do our usual superficial geological mapping, where we send officers on the ground to go and observe the rocks and document the structures. The reason being that the western part of our country is underlain by Kalahari sands, and as such, the method that we use for geological mapping currently is not tenable for that part of the country. And as such, there's push for the ministry and government to look for resources for us to be able to conduct aerogeophysical surveys, which will enable us to see the subsurface of Western Province largely. So in short, geological mapping that we are conducting now may not necessarily target Mlowezi for now, but in future, yes, we are going to target Mlowezi. I submit.
Thank you. PS and your team, thank you very much for coming through. Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia in terms of the unit also ends here. Do enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and the rest of the committee.
Keep watching Parliament Television, a station that brings Parliament closer to you.
Honorable Joseph S. Munsanje, a Member of Parliament for Mbabara constituency in Choma, in the southern province of Zambia. I was working with in the non-governmental, international non-governmental sector, or in the development sector, basically. I worked as country director for Christian Brendan Mission, or CBM, a German international development and disability agency, for 2 years, and before that I worked also with the SOS Children's Villages as a country director or national director for 4 years, and before that I worked with Habitat for Humanity International for another 3 years, and then before that Site Savers International for another 10 years, and Care International 4 years, Christian Child Fund 5 years, and I had a stint also of teaching at UNZA at one stage. I was a lecturer at UNZA for a period of almost a year. So my background has been mostly in international development, working with the governments and the communities to bring about change in the development sector. So I've studied development economics and the social work, and now a PhD at the management in the area of development again. So my whole background is in the development sector. Mbabara constituency is a rural agricultural constituency where everything basically is goes around agriculture. So the productivity of the people is to do with how much farming each and every person or family has done in terms of what they have planted, what they are going to harvest, because what they harvest is where they earn from. So the incomes come from the maize which they produce, comes from the groundnuts which they produce, they come from the soybean that they produce, and other legumes and the like. And also we also have livestock. I think out of my 12 wards, I can say that about 10 wards have got average cattle and goat, sheep and the like, but 2 wards are predominantly cattle wards, so they've got a lot of cattle. Those are the wards that border Namwara, Wengwa, and part of Monze. There we've got a lot of cattle. So we basically are in agriculture in terms of both crop and livestock constituents, and everything revolves around that. My developmental agenda is basically to sort out the issues that, or challenges that face our people, starting mostly in the area of infrastructure. The roads are not in good shape in most parts of the constituency. Some roads last saw a grader when Kaunda was president, that is pre-1991. So for the last 20 or 30 years of the other 2 regimes, we have never seen a grader and the like. So we would like to put back some of those good roads that were there. For example, we have regional roads, Dundwa Regional Road, we had the Macha and Arituba, Mutanga roads, those roads which were passable in the 70s and the like, and now they are completely disappeared. So we'd like to put back most of the roads back so that we can communicate and move properly within the constituency and be able to deliver inputs, buy, create markets and the like. We would like to resolve the various issues of water and sanitation that are affecting our people. Water for animals is a big issue, so we need dams, more and more dams. Some of the dams that are there have either collapsed. For example, Kabanze Dam is collapsed. The other, most of the dams will need repair and the like in almost all the wards and the like. Then we want to deal with the issues of poverty generally, because poverty is what brings us down, So the more we can have everybody productive, and the more government can get a conducive environment by dealing with those basic issues of ensuring that the classrooms are all okay for the children. We don't have challenges of classroom space. We deal with the issues of health centers. We have health centers functional. The medicines are available in the clinics, and then the health workers are available. We have the dams functional, which are holding water for the animals. We've got boreholes for everybody else to have drinking water. Then the people can become productive and do their things properly, so that everybody is productive and they are earning real incomes that improve the quality of life for their families and for everybody else around. So our vision is to change Mbabala into a more productive and better community with the highly improved infrastructure and good connectivity, both in terms of physical infrastructure and network infrastructure, by having a network for cell phones across the entire constituency, so much that we can be able to reach. Information is key nowadays. The faster we get information, the better. We are always looking for ways to be able to communicate to everybody much faster, efficiently, so that we can be able to make decisions quickly. So if we have network everywhere, it also helps us to get development across and to move. Basically, I encourage the members of the constituency to remain patient. First of all, I want to thank them for electing me and entrusting me with this responsibility, together with my party, the United Party for National Development, and His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. So thank you so much for entrusting us with this responsibility. And for now that we are in office and we are dealing with these things, we first of all want to ask for your understanding and patience as we resolve the many challenges. All the issues, when we went to campaign, we heard them and the like. And as we go back every time, every other week when I'm in the constituency, I'm confronted with these issues every day. And every day I wake up and I am going to various offices to try and fix these things. But we are working with the government systems that may not be able to resolve our issues immediately, but in the long term, we know that we've got the next 4 years or so to deal with everything. So we believe that most of the challenges that we have will be dealt with. For example, we have the hot topical issue of CDF. It's not that CDF can resolve everything in 1 year. We have the next 4 years. So we are telling our people that let them be patient, because we will deal with certain things this year, and we are methodical. So like in Mbabara constituency, we want to say first we finish all the things that are low hanging that remained. For example, all the clinics that were under construction, all the schools that were under construction, we want to finish them, set them, hand them over to Minister of Education, hand them over to Minister of Health. They begin to be functional. Then we embark on the bigger projects to develop, first of all, our infrastructure in terms of having our own equipment for dealing with roads and the like. Once we have that, then we can now, the following year, ensure that we are dealing with most road infrastructure. We are dealing with the boreholes because we have acquired our own rig and the like. So it is this systematic process that the communities will need to understand that the benefits will be seen incrementally as we go. Every year there will be some benefits that will be seen, and I think the bigger benefits will have been much more connected and seen from maybe 2023, 2024, 2025 going up, because the development is interconnected. So when we make all the connections together, then we will see more and more developmental activities that are taking place. More clubs would have been supported, more youth groups would have been supported, and as a result, the development now will begin to connect around and bring about that value addition that we are looking for everybody. So we love you, and we want you to continue to enjoy life as citizens of Mbabara community, and to grow your families and enjoy yourselves. So thank you so much.
I'm Honorable Dr. Alex Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi East Constituency. A little bit much about myself is I was born on the 1st of January 1974 in Chirilabombwe, and brought up in Solwezi. After losing my mom, I went to stay with my grandmother in a place called Mushindamo, which is closer to the border with Congo, that is Kipushi border. And I grew up from there, grade 1 to grade 7. Then from there I went to Kasempa Boys Secondary School, where I did my junior secondary, grade 8 and 9. Then I was selected at the provincial level, where I went to Hillcrest National Technical Secondary School that time, and I finished my grade 12 in 1992, 93 precisely. Then 1994 I went to the University of Zambia. I started my training first of all as a science teacher, specialized in biology, chemistry, physics and mathematics. Then after working a little bit for the Ministry of Education, I had a passion for medicine, so I had to go on unpaid leave from 2005 until 2011, when I did my medicine, specializing in medical parasitology. Then from there I went for my master's in medicine, again specialized in medical parasitology. From there I went to further doing my PhD, which I was supposed to have finished last year in 2021, but it is on course. Hopefully that by end of this year or next year I should be able to finish my PhD in medical parasitology. So briefly, that is about my academic work. Of course, I'm married, and I have 4 children, 1 girl and 3 boys. My constituency, Solwezi East, is basically a rural constituency, because initially it was part of Solwezi. It was just general called Solwezi constituency. Now, with the subsequent years and the legislation passed in parliament, the constituency was divided into Solwezi West, which is Kalumbila district, Solwezi Central, and Solwezi East. Solwezi East, which is Mushindamo district. As a district, it was declared by the late President Michael Sata, may his soul rest in peace. The district was declared at the same time with Kalumbila district, but Mushindamo district has remained undeveloped, and as a constituency there isn't much to talk about as a constituency, because right now if you are talking of the central business area, it's never there. We do not have a central hospital, neither police station, so a lot of amenities are actually lacking. We all have constituency office for National Assembly at a place called St. Dorothy, and for any information, Solwezi East is so vast such that it borders with Chirilabombwe, Solwezi Central, Kasempa district, and Lufwanyama. And if you are at the central point, going to the furthest point is about 140 kilometers. Then going further south is about 170 kilometers. Then across is about 120 kilometers. So the district is quite vast. However, it is endowed with a lot of we can say minerals, because part of Mushindamo district in my constituency has the best emeralds at a place called the Grizzly Mines or Pride Gem, and where we normally have the best emeralds in the nation and probably in Africa. So it has a mine and of course mining potential which have not been explored. And to the investors under the New Deal government, we actually opened the district so that we can have many people coming to the district to do a lot of exploration. First Quantum Minerals, they are about to establish a mine at the place called Kipushi or Kalindi, which is near the border. So there's a lot of potential. Agriculture-wise, we've got so much potential because rainfall is throughout the year. We have got good soil, good vegetation, rivers are plenty. So as a constituency, it has that potential. And it has a population from the statistics of 2010. It indicates that as a district, it has actually over 170,000 people. So as a constituency, we have the potential, although it remains rural. But thank God for the New Dawn government. We had the subsequent MPs, members of parliament. They did their part, but one notable one who did much of the work was Honorable Antakangwa. He did quite notable, and people still appreciate his leadership. But under my leadership as a constituency and as a district, we expect great development because I was born there. I know exact problems that the people face there. And one notable one is when UPND came into government, and when we had a by-election for our councillor, the president came there, and I caucused with the president the problems of our district and our constituency, and assurances were given. One is that the president has actually assured the people of Solwezi East constituency that the Solwezi or Mushindamo Kipushi Road, which is a very, very economic and important road, is going to be upgraded to bituminous standard because it has remained as a gravel road for a very, very long time since independence. So that road has the potential to actually contribute to the economic development of this country because most of the activities on the Congo side are done in a place called Lubumbashi. And Lubumbashi is just 30 kilometers to our border, Kipushi border, which is in my district. And once that border is opened up as an exit border made into one-stop border post, the road third will actually decongest Kasumbalesa. Most of the trucks will just be going through the Solwezi Kipushi border, Solwezi Road, getting into Solwezi Central through the Kasempa, Kaoma, Mwinilunga. So that is the main priority. And as an MP in that area, I want to see that during my tenure of office, that road is actually actualized and the one-stop border post is actualized so that the area is open up for economic development. Then in terms of health, as I said, there is just one mini hospital that was built under the previous government, and only 18 beds were installed. It's not yet operational. So we are expecting that within the shortest possible time, within this year, the hospital should be officially opened so that it can begin to service the community. Although it is small, but our hope and trust is that we are going to build a district hospital. We do not have mortuary, meaning in the health sector, with all the facilities that go with the hospital, they will be put in place once the CBD is developed. Otherwise, right now, the area has been demarcated where the central business district is going to be sited. Very, very beautiful place. It is more on the central point. So the district is promised under this new Dawn government. We expect Mushindamo district to be fully developed. So we are expecting, of course, to have a fully operational police station, fully operational hospital, and many other clinics, health posts, and so on. Coming to education, we have one of the state-of-the-art girls' technical school, which is called Mushindamo Girls' Technical School. It is quite far from Solwezi Central, about 120 kilometers. It is a very, very good school. You can take your girls there. It is actually one of the best in the province and in the country. It is a very, very good girls' technical school. We expect, of course, to open up more boarding schools and day schools. So basically in the education, under this new Dawn government, we expect education sector to be well developed in Mushindamo or Solwezi East constituency. Agriculture-wise, under our new Dawn government and under the leadership of Dr. Alex Katako as the area member of parliament, I'm expecting to beef up agriculture. We are into agreement with Saro Agro to provide at least 8 tractors, because I've got 8 wards. So we want to have each ward given a tractor in order to enhance agriculture, and then of course bring up agro shops where we are going to have fertilizers in order to grow the agriculture industry. The market is not a problem because our friends on the Congo side, they are already a ready market for us. So all the inputs, agriculture products and so on, we'll be able to take them to the border. Otherwise, that's briefly about the district and what is expected in terms of development. And of course, under the CDF that has been given, we expect women empowerment, we expect youth empowerment, cooperatives, many cooperatives to be formed. So we are going actually to actualize the vision of the UPND or New Dawn government. Of course, when one is a leader of all the people. So all the people of Solwezi East constituency, even those in the different parties, they need to understand that you have your able leader, your area member of parliament, be it PF, be it independent, be it all kinds of party. We need to work together in order to make sure that Mushindamo district is developed, because it can never be developed by other people apart from those who understand the issues and the problems of Mushindamo or Solwezi East constituency.
I am Honorable Lloyd Luosha, the Member of Parliament for Chifugo constituency. Yes, I was born in 1970 in Usakile Mine Hospital, and later my father was transferred to Ndola. That's where I grew up in Chifugo constituency and did my primary there in Chifugo, and later grade 8, my parents advocated that they needed to send me to a boarding school. That's how I was sent to Kasempa Boys Secondary School, where I did my junior secondary. Then upon completion of the junior secondary school, I was selected to go to Solwezi Technical Secondary School, where I did my senior level up to grade 12. Upon completion of grade 12, I rejoined my parents in Ndola. And I started doing some evenings program in accounts at Northern Technical College, where I did the certificate in accounts and business studies, CABS. Then later went to do a diploma in accountants. From there, I started doing my ACCA, which I went up to level 3, but I did not complete. I abandoned that one and started doing a bachelor's in accounting and finance under Copperstone University, which I successfully completed and attended the graduation. From there, upon completion, I joined Zambia Telecommunication Company, in short Zamtel, where in the mainstream I served there for a few years. Then I was transferred to the college, where I started my lecturing career at Zamtel Staff Training College, which after Zamtel was sold, then it was taken over by Zicta, and it changed its name to Zambia ICT College, where I continued lecturing at Zambia ICT College. Then whilst in employment, I got interested that I needed to do a bit of some politics, considering my constant involvement in unionism at college and at school. This actually really stimulated me to move into politics. So then I joined the Patriotic Front, PF then, as a member, where I served as a constituency chairman. Then from there I declared my intention to stand as a member of parliament in
planning on 29th of March, sorry, it's of September. And your organization always is key in these matters, where we call quite a number of witnesses to have their input or say in the budget. We hear the concerns on the other matters related to the budget, and we are happy that you have come. So we'll start with introductions. You introduce yourselves. and then the members will do the introductions when we are progressing in time for questions, if at all there will be any. So let's start with the introductions first.
Thank you very much. I'm Cynthia Mkwasabwalia. I'm Research and Information Officer at the Zambia Union of Nurses Organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm Frey Michelo, the General Secretary for Zambia Union of Nurses Organization.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia gives you immunity when you are appearing before a committee of parliament, such as this one. So meaning whatever you say while appearing before this committee, you are guaranteed can never be used against you in any court of law. Also the same Cap 12, however, revokes that immunity in an event that you are to deliberately mislead the committee, which I believe will not be the case. So take advantage of that provision as we start with the deliberations. And then also just to indicate that we are live on the Parliament Radio and also Parliament TV. So people out there are listening and watching to the progression of this activity. Okay, remember initially I had indicated that the members will be introducing themselves when we go through, and because we have some students in the public gallery attending to this matter, so there's a request that we allow also the members of parliament of the committee to do the introductions. So honorable members, let's do a very quick introduction. We'll start with Honorable Kalimi. That side. Honorable Kalimi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, witness. Welcome. My name is Robert Kayela Kalimi, Member of Parliament for Malolo Constituency in Northern Province.
Thank you. Shangombo, introductions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, witnesses. Muvika, MP for Shangombo in Western Province. I'm here as Chairperson for Transport Works and Supply. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Kambita.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Brian Kambita. I'm Member of Parliament for Zambezi East Constituency, a member of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, and I'm also Chairperson of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies.
Thank you.
Good morning, witness. Mongandu Davison is my name, a Member of Parliament, Chama South Constituency in Eastern Province.
Thank you. Honorable Simunji.
Good morning, witness. My name is Konas Munji, Member of Parliament for Nalikwanda Constituency and a member of the Planning and Budget Committee.
Good morning, witness. My name is Jamba Majila, MP for Mwembehi.
Good morning. My name is Newton Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinlonga Constituency in the Northwestern Province and a member of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Peter Piri, Member of Parliament from Kaika Constituency. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michel Loka Sauta, Member of Parliament for Wengwa Constituency, Monze District, Southern Province.
Good morning, witness. My name is John Desaka, Member of Parliament for Milenge Constituency in Loplo Province.
Thank you. Honorable Mushanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Witness, you are welcome. Mushanga Sydney is my name, Member of Parliament for Wacha Constituency in Cabo of Central Province, and also Chairperson, Committee on Sport, Youth and Child Matters, and a member of Committee on Information Communication Technology. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Chitambo is my constituency. My name is Chanda, remember Mutari. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stwala, we are doing introductions.
Thank you. I'm General Stwala, retired Member of Parliament, Kaoma Central in Western Province.
Thank you. Honorable Mabenga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Engineer Rafael Mabenga, Member of Parliament from Mwabezi in Western Province. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Fred Jatila, Member of Parliament for Momba constituency in Monze, and also the chairperson for this committee. So what we'll do is we'll give you, say, 15 to 20 minutes to take us through your submission. And then thereafter we'll allow the members also to ask questions if at all there will be any. So you may not want to go word by word in terms of your submission, maybe just some of the salient points, so that we allow more time for the members also to ask questions. So you can start.
Thank you very much, Chair, and we would like to appreciate the invitation that was rendered to us to come and do our submission as Zambia Union of Nurses Organization as a key stakeholder in the Ministry of Health. I would like to state, Chair, that from the national budget that was presented for 2023, we are alive to the fact that 17.4 billion was allocated to the Ministry of Health, which translates to 10.4%. And as ZUNO, we would like to make our submission on the proposed budgetary allocation to the health sector as follows. I'll begin, Chair, with the primary health services. Out of the 16.1 billion total allocation to the Ministry of Health, according to the Yellow Book, 6.4 billion has been allocated to the primary health services program, which is divided, of course, in two sub-programs. And as ZUNO Chair, we have noted an increase in the allocation towards also personal emolument, use of goods and services, transfers and assets, set a good tone towards the achieving objective of the providing primary health clinical care, outreach, community health, referral, as well as surveillance services. Also, it takes into recognition the construction and rehabilitation of primary health facilities. We are hopeful, Chair, that the proposal to recruit an additional 3,000 health personnel in 2023 to the already recruited 11,200 in 2022 moves us towards having all the facilities in the country have at least one qualified or skilled personnel, meaning clinical officers and nurses and midwives, environmental health technologists, or community health assistants will be available at these facilities. The deployment, Chair, for qualified, skilled nurses and midwives is critical to improving our country's epidemiological profile and reducing maternal mortality by improving health worker to patient ratio. I go to health services. Chair, although there is a reduction in the proposed allocation towards health infrastructure compared to the year 2022, ZUNO is still hopeful that the areas that are in need of health infrastructure, such as rural areas, will be made a priority. ZUNO wishes to emphasize that availability of skilled healthcare providers, appropriate healthcare infrastructure, and ensuring timely and consistent provision of essential drugs and medical supplies are key to strengthening primary healthcare intervention that focus on prevention, promotive, and curative. May I come to the central technical services? We are very much aware, Chair, that commemoration of health event is key to raising awareness about important health topics and highlighting the efforts that health workers make towards improving the quality of health care in the country. ZUNO wishes to commend the government for dedicating resources towards the development and review of various guidelines that exist, as well as standards and protocols, and this will ensure quality in the provision of services at all levels of care. Coming to human resource, as ZUNO, we are very optimistic that the allocation of 236.2 million will further improve operations of the targeted health training institution and also the quality of training in terms of human resource development program under the health sector. On the management and support services, this allocation is critical to finalizing some of the policies, as we know that some of the policies are at a stage of not being finalized, and that is key to the provision of health services that are lagging, such as national health policy and reproductive health policy. This will positively impact efficiency and effectiveness in utilization of existing staff, financial accountability, as well as service delivery. As you know from the above alluded points that has been highlighted in the budget allocations, we would like to draw your attention, Chair, to our recommendation as ZUNO. The first one is that we are elated that the proposed allocation to the health as a percentage of the total budget is the highest in 5 years. However, as a signatory to the World Health Organization, the Abuja Declaration is meant to strengthen a country's health system and ensure preparedness for disease outbreaks. Zambia still falls short to achieving the 15% allocation of the annual budget to the health sector. The low allocation to the health sector have negatively impacted the country's attainment of both national and international goals related to health. It is impressive, however, Chair, to note that there has been an upward trajectory in the past 5 years, both in nominal terms as well as in terms of proportion of the budget which is allocated to the sector. This is therefore, there is therefore need to increase the allocation to 15% in accordance with the Abuja Declaration, of which Zambia is a signatory. Recommendation number 2. Government's resolve to improve allocation towards the provision of quality health care services through recruitment of health personnel, infrastructure development, and provision of drugs and medical supplies. There is need to ensure that allocated resources are used as intended. ZUNO therefore recommends that government strengthens procurement systems and reinforce accountability in the health sector to resolve the various challenges in the procurement and disbursement of supplies to curb the wastage of resources. Number 3, ZUNO further recommends that government ensure the local manufacture of drugs and medical as well as surgical supplies is encouraged to reduce the dependence on the imports. Point number 4, ZUNO further notes government's reduction of foreign financing as shown by its intention to increase the percentage of budget that is financed through domestic revenue. This indicates less dependence on foreign financing, which should encourage ownership and control. While increasing domestic funding of the budget is commendable, ZUNO maintains that government seriously considers broadening the revenue base without overburdening the already laden taxpayers. If this is not addressed, government's effort to provide tax relief to the workers will not work as intended, as the workers, being also consumers, continue to bear a heavy tax burden primarily through pay-as-you-earn and value-added tax. Broadening the tax base would free some resources that workers may channel to some investment, thereby providing some revenue for government that may further reduce the external sources of funding in future budgets. Number 5, ZUNO further recommends that government should deliberately increase allocation towards research and development in the health sector. Investment in high-quality research that is guided health needs, evidence, and strategic priorities will positively impact the quality and quantity of healthcare services delivery and enhance the nation's preparedness to emerging epidemics and pandemics such as COVID-19, which we had in the recent past. In conclusion, Chair, the country's long-term vision 2030 aims to improve health status of people in Zambia for increased productivity and socio-economic progress towards the national attaining a prosperous and middle-income status heavily depends on the investment towards improving the country's health sector. While there are currently many challenges hindering access to quality health care that include availability of human resource for health, provision of drugs and medical equipment, and infrastructure development, the proposed budgetary allocation to the health sector in 2023 national budget seems to be in alignment with the objectives set in the National Vision 2030 and the 8th National Development Plan. Zuno generally describes the proposed allocation to the health sector as progressive, as the allocation and implementation of measures is critical in having a resilient healthcare system and attainment of universal health coverage. Chair, we further wish to urge government to maintain consistency and credibility in the release of funds. This is key for successful and effective implementation of plans in the Ministry of Health, as well as provinces and spending agencies. Thank you so much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Honourable members, questions? Okay, I note 3 hands. We'll start with Honourable Swala, Honourable Kambita, and then Honourable Mijelo. In that order, Honourable Swala.
Thank you, Chair. Zuno, thanks for the well-presented document, but I note that almost in every sector you acknowledge the increase on the budgetary allocation, and maybe here we are talking about 2023, but maybe I'll bring you back a bit. You are in the health sector. We've generally noted that there's quite some substantial amount of money flowing to the Ministry of Health, despite not meeting the 15% threshold as per what is supposed to be. Why are we having this serious shortage of medicines in our hospitals? The complaint is everywhere. We are not seeing any improvement, and yet so much money is being poured in health. Any comment from you? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Kambita.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think questions itching from members of Parliament are almost similar and in same lines. But I'll try by all means to focus my question to the budget. Of course, my question is very similar to what Honourable General Stwala has asked. But I would like to state to you, witness, that look, any structure of any organization follows the strategy that is in place. Structure follows strategy. The strategy of how we want to roll out health services in this country will determine the structure that is put in place to implement that strategy. And this is why I want to find out from you, as a very key stakeholder in health provision, because you are a union for these health workers. Do we currently have a running health strategy in the country, understood by all you stakeholders in the health sector? That is one question. 2, if yes, how do you intend to deal with the current bottlenecks as alluded to by the previous speaker, as one of the bottlenecks that we have in the health sector, where funds have been allocated 17.4 billion, 10% of the budget, but we still have challenges in terms of drugs reaching the intended institutions or facilities, so that we provide these health services. So it's one thing to achieve an improved budget allocation. It's another to deliver quality health care as close to the family as possible. So that's why I'm asking these questions. Do you have a running health strategy that everyone is buying into? And then probably you could also comment on this institution which is responsible for procuring drugs. Do you think the structure existing...
As few questions as possible, 2 so far.
Do you think the structure existing can achieve the intended purpose according to the health strategy? That's my question.
Great. Honourable Mijelo.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Michello, for that wonderful presentation. Mine is almost similar to the previous two honorable members of parliament, right on the two. You know, the problem which we have now in the country is that everywhere you go right now, people are complaining that there are no drugs in hospitals. That is the major complaint among the Zambians. And when the Minister of Health happened to visit any facility, usually she finds medicine when she's visiting a certain health facility. Why is it like that? But when a sick person goes there, the only thing which they do, they just write a prescription. But when the minister visits a certain facility, the medicine is there. Is it not that the people who are occupying the offices are sabotaging the government? When the minister goes, medicine is there. When a sick person goes there, it's only prescription. Why is it like that? Don't you think we need a total overhaul of officers working at the head office so that maybe we can see sanity? It's like I feel they have overstayed. Your take on that one. Then can you rate the performance of the Minister of Health? 1 up to 10. How can you rate it in its current form? Thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take another one so that we'll answer to 4. Honorable Kamboni.
Yes, good morning. You concluded here that we further wish to urge the government to maintain consistency, credibility in the release of funds. This is key for successful and effective implementation of plans in the ministry. This has been done, and we are not seeing the success. What's the end result of the success? Is the medicine in the hospitals. Grants came on time, and you have encouraged, you have acknowledged and said should continue. But we are not seeing the results. The results we are getting are complaints. So question 1, what do you think should be done now to improve this situation? You have the immunity, tell us the truth. What is it the government should do now to make sure that the end users get the medicine? Should we fire everybody else online, bring in new people? Or what do you think should be done? You have said this is the key, but the key has failed. So do we need more keys? Thank you.
Okay, you can respond to those. Then we'll take another round. If at all there will be any other questions.
Thank you so much, Chair, and much appreciated for the questions that have been asked. The first question was on, I think I'll combine some questions when answering because I can see some similarities in some. So the first one was money flowing to the Ministry of Health and still having a shortage of medicines. Indeed, Chair, this is a very unfortunate situation, and probably I must hasten to mention here that at times if people stay so much in a lukewarm environment, they feel all the time that's the environment that they are in. And it's true that at times, even when there are medicines in the hospital, you will find that people are given prescriptions. And I shouldn't even go very far away because even me, I have relatives at times who are patients. And they come and ask to say, where can I get this drug? You try and find out from the health facility. Others will tell you, no, that drug is there. And I think the challenge that we've seen also is as a result of the development in terms of how NEMA operates. Because when NEMA came on board, we thought some of these challenges won't be there. Meaning that if a facility has got some resources, there is no need to wait for a government consignment to say the drugs will only be available when maybe ZAMSA releases the drugs to that facility. But you find some facility who even have some grants with them, and there's no Panadol at a facility. And it's not, because it's not rocket science that if there is nothing to use at that time, they haven't received the consignment, they can still order from the available resources. But we've seen that that is not happening. So probably also management in terms of people managing these facilities should be checked. And I would also try to comment on the issue of is it sabotage at play here? Probably. We wouldn't know, because even us as an organization at times we are at pains to explain why in a facility you not have any medical surgical things to use or drugs when funds have been allocated to the institution. So going by that, maybe there is a need to really do an overhaul in the whole system. We know that we know where we are coming from as Ministry of Health. I think it hasn't been so impressive. We've been in the media for an uncommon reasons. So probably if people are used to doing things in a certain way, maybe that is where the problem is. And at times we find that change in some people is usually very difficult. But if need be, I think there is need to individualize some of the institution or some of the facilities or some of the districts and provinces where these problems are occurring, so that something can be done. Maybe there's just one piece in a game of chess that needs to be changed, and everything will be running in the way they should be running. Otherwise, in its current form, 1 to 10, I would rate it 4. Thank you so much.
Okay, another question, honorable members? Okay, so we'll take the last 3. Honorable Kafaya, Honorable Simunji, and then Honorable Mushanga in that order. Thank you. Honorable Kafaya.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Witness. Witness, I am particularly happy that there is budget credibility, meaning that your sector receives grants as they planned. But the lamentations that came from my colleagues demonstrate that there could be a serious problem somewhere. I just tend to wonder whether it is the plans which are not credible. Because if you find a plan that is not credible, you are in trouble. However, to properly manage diseases, diagnosis is very important. As we speak now, or as I speak now, in the entire country of our republic, there is only one magnetic resonance imaging machine working at Mainasok, meaning that anyone who requires an MRI from across the breadth and length of our country must come to Mainasok. Would you, and partly this is the reason I'm saying it could be the plans which are not credible. Would you consider a health system such as ours to be effective with only one diagnostic machine in that category, when we know that is the last resort when it comes to diagnosis? It's the last machine we can have if you really want to read what is in your body. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Simunji.
Thank you, Chair. Witness, I will take you to recommendation number 1, where you are talking about the Abuja Declaration, and you are saying the Ministry of Health needs for it to operate very well, it needs about 15% of the budget. If we roll back in the years, you find that we have been building mini hospitals and health posts from money borrowed from outside the country. Are you aware of the elephant in the house, and how has it affected your department? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mushanga. Okay. Honorable Mushanga,
the Honorable can repeat the last part of
your question.
Okay. What I'm saying is, we have been building the health posts and the mini hospitals, which is money obtained from other countries, which has a part of the built up on the elephant in the house, which is the debt. How has this affected you and the 15%? Thank you.
Thank you. Kidiana, Honorable Mshanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. So I was waiting for him because he was conversing with a colleague.
Okay,
I didn't want him to say the question is not clear.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, presenter. I think I'm drawing my question from your submission, as you were responding to one of the questions, and the chairperson of the committee assured you that when you appear before this committee, you have immunity according to Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia. You indicated that, and I'm quoting you, that there should be just one piece which should be changed in order to make things move. Would you be specific to this committee in as that one piece which should be changed in order for things to move, especially under Ministry of Health, and also availability of drugs and machinery or equipment in the health facilities dotted around our country? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Zono, you can respond to those.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll start with the last one, because I think it's the easiest. Because I mentioned to say there could be. And could be, it might mean one, but it might mean more pieces also. But speculating, there could be one piece. And if you change that, maybe other pieces would move in a very good direction. So there could be one piece, which we all need to find if there is a problem at a certain facility or in a certain province, so that we sort out that piece. MRI only working at Mainasoko. It's very unfortunate, because if we look at University Teaching Hospital, which is the biggest teaching hospital, there should be an MRI there, including a cancer diseases hospital. There should be an MRI there. But the two institutions have got their MRIs down for the reasons not well known, and only Mainasoko. And the challenge with having that one MRI working at Mainasoko is where, if somebody needs to have that investigation done at Mainasoko, they'll find that there is a queue of patients that need the same investigation. And that promotes some form of corruption, to say the least, because with that long queue, somebody would want to have the diagnosis as early as possible, so that they either can be treated or operated on, and they'll end up paying somebody at Mainasoko there for the MRI to be done as quickly as possible. And this has happened, and I've experienced that before. So that really is causing even the plans that are in place to effectively manage the healthcare system in Zambia failing because of such arrangement. So we might not know why the MRIs are not working at UTH or even at CDH. Probably reports have been given, of which we are not aware as an organization, why those machines are down. It might be human-made. Maybe they just want people to be accessing only one MRI which is there, so that they can be paying. Not knowing, that's just probably a speculation. Then building health facilities vis-a-vis the 15% Abuja declaration. Indeed, if we were maybe to surmount, or probably with the donor money, but at times that donor money would come probably in a debt form, which should be paid at one point. So it subtracts still from that 15%. But probably at one point, maybe we reach the 15% Abuja declaration from the donor support. But maybe it has been the priorities in terms of how the donor brings in their resources. Because they might specify to say the resources that we've brought in the health sector should go towards HIV management only. So meaning that those resources won't be channeled elsewhere, maybe to shortage of a Panadol, for example. So that has been a challenge also. That's why we indicated to say from the homegrown resources, it will be easier to know to say, yes, we are achieving the 15% Abuja declaration. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, any other questions, honorable members? Maybe just indicate you are representing the union of the nurses. These are our frontline staff. And quite sad, you have indicated, like, these MRI machines being at UTH and the cancer disease hospital not functioning. And as we sit here, we are representing vast consequences in the rural areas, very remote areas, Wapula, talk of Shangombo, Tugazungula, all these other places, Lundazi. Even when you talk about the MRI machines not working at UTH, and also at the cancer disease hospital, where these are all in Lusaka. Not even in Matero, but just maybe in Lusaka. Now, as the representative of the nurses, because when these machines are not working, I can imagine the pressure goes to your members in those areas. They get the hardest, I don't know what words I can use. Now, do you see, and this was one of Bakambita's questions somewhere, where we find, for efficiency, a strategy in terms of when are we likely to hear maybe from you where you say the government has committed to say, for example, in Livingston, there will be an MRI machine. In Mansa, there will be an MRI machine, Jipata, and the like, so that then you reduce on the distances. When you have discussions, do you come across such kind of discussions with starting with the people you represent and also the Minister of Health, so that we broaden and ease the operations? So maybe you can respond to those. That was my last. I see two hands. Honorable Kalimi and then Honorable Chonde will ask and then we'll close. So let these ask also, then so that we will tackle the three and then we'll close. Honorable Kalimi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Witness, simple question. Where have we gone wrong and what should we do? I'll give you an example. I'm a proud grandfather. About 3 weeks ago, I had my grandchild being born at UTH. And when the boy was supposed to start the under 5 clinic, I was told the whole UTH didn't have under 5 clinics. What has gone wrong and what should we do?
Is it the under 5 clinics or the what? The cards. The cards. Okay.
The card chair.
Thank you.
Under 5 card. Yes. Under 5 clean card. Yes.
I want the witness to be.
Thank you for the correction.
Honorable Chonde.
Okay. I think. Good morning, witness. I think I don't know whether I paid attention or I didn't. The members here have expressed concern about the shortage of drugs, and you are important stakeholders, if anything, in the line of dispensation everywhere. And you are failing out to come out clear. What has gone wrong in the Ministry of Finance? Because we want you to advise government so that we have a balanced view of what is happening in the ministry. You haven't really categorically come out. Maybe I didn't pay attention. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Are you able to, you need to respond to those, then we'll close. Sorry, Honorable Mushanga.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think a quick one, Honorable Chairperson, in line with, I think one of the members posed the question that when the minister is visiting any of the facilities, drugs are there. And then the last question, and sir, the people who are managing these institutions, they are your members. Could it be right that your members Because it is there, I think, even in public domain, that they are pilfering drugs. Because they are your members. I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Sir, you can respond to those and then we'll close.
Thank you so much, Chair. I should just begin by expressing a disappointment from the issue of the grandchild of the Honorable here, where there was no under 5 card. This is an code for. No, the clinic is there. I know that the clinic is there, so probably it was the under 5 card. But I know that maybe they went back and it was given finally. If it's not given, I would even sacrifice that I take it upon myself to make sure that your grandchild has got the under 5 card. But it's very unfortunate, to say the least, because under 5 clinics should not necessarily run out of a card, just a document which can be printed. And then what of the drugs now, when we come to the drugs which are bought at exorbitant prices? Anyway, that's very unfortunate, but we hope that things can improve. Even those just small things can be made available. Rural areas, if it was my view, I would have loved that probably all provincial centers or district hospitals should have the MRI machine, because this is a very important machine, and it doesn't select to say who will need to be diagnosed using this machine, either they are in the rural area or in the urban area. So we'll continue probably advocating that these machines should be placed at every district hospital, if not provincial hospitals. It can be a very good thing to have. But of course we know that from the budget we've seen an increase in terms of equipment, in terms of medical equipment, and I believe an MRI is one of the medical equipment. Or if an MRI cannot be placed in all district hospitals, at least let there be an advanced X-ray machines in all district hospitals, because X-ray machines can at least try to also diagnose, unless if you want to go into details where you have to look at the atomic level, that's when you can use the MRI, and it's too precise. But the X-ray is the basic machine that can diagnose even what an MRI can diagnose. And we've seen in the budget that there is an allocation towards that, and the X-ray machines have been mentioned, and those will greatly help a lot. On pilfering drugs, as an organization, I think we have been concerned with the reports, actually, that we are having some health workers, some our members, pilfering drugs. And I think this is one thing which we've taken up as an organization to try and sensitize and also make sure that our members are not found in such vices. It's not a good vice to pilfer drugs, because you are actually robbing away what is good to the community. So indeed it is true that we might have some people who are pilfering drugs, and the worst is still, you find that nowadays just a stone throw from the hospital you have a pharmacy. And you go in that pharmacy, what can stop one probably individual to just say, no, I saw this drug which is not there in this pharmacy, just across a stone throw from the hospital. And they end up pilfering, which is a very bad vice. And we've made our members to be aware that this is actually criminal. And if found, they'll be prosecuted like it's been done by some that we are aware of. At least procedures have been taken into account. So we are not actually refusing that we might have some. And maybe those also could fall in the could maybe be one of those pieces that needs to be moved out of such institutions so that we allow drugs to be given to the intended people or patients or clients. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. This is where we end with our colleagues from Zuno. Your submission and this information that which you are giving the members is quite key for us as we interrogate the budget further. So Kaptkov, in terms of the provision of the immunity, also ends here. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Parliament is open to members of the general public who may wish to undertake familiarization tours of Parliament buildings, either in groups or...
Thank you very much. We got your request to appear before this expanded planning and budget committee yesterday. We had short notice, but we didn't shy away from accommodating you to come through. And we are glad that you are before us now, where we want to look at the submission from an angle that looks at the national budget for 2023. Sure. So Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia gives you immunity as and when you are appearing before a committee of parliament such as this one, meaning whatever you say was appearing before this committee can never be used against you in any court of law. So take advantage of that provision. Except also the same Cap 12 works against you in case you were to deliberately mislead these honorable members here, then Cap 12 is revoked. So what we'll do is, I know I've already mentioned your name, but you can give us just a brief introduction of yourself, and then members would do or introduce themselves if at all they have any questions to offer to you.
Then also lastly, just to mention that we are live on both the Parliament TV and the radio. So our people out there who gave us these mandates are also in a way participating. So you can start when you are ready, but also looking at the document that which you have before us, 2 pages, will not give you maybe more than 10 minutes to take us through, just so that we can reserve some few minutes also for the members to ask questions. So you can start, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My name is Aubrey Muyeke Chibumba, and I'm a director at the Crushers and Edible Oil Refiners Association. This represents all the edible oil producers in the country, and currently we produce about 95% of all the edible oil that is consumed. As part of our objectives as SEDORA, that's the abbreviation, we have a strategy where we want to push oilseed production to 1 million tons of soybeans, 500,000 tons of sunflower, and 500,000 tons of cotton. The rationale for that is that we currently have installed processing capacity which is approaching 1.2 million tons for crushing soybeans. On sunflower, we're still very low. We're probably at around 30,000 tons. And on cotton, we're also very low. We're also probably only about 30,000 tons. But on the cotton side, our cotton production has gone down from about like 100,000 metric tons of seed cotton in 2014, and it's currently, this year, we got less than 25,000 metric tons. And yet, we have over 560,000 metric tons of installed generic capacity. Now, the lost opportunity cost to the country of that is about 7.5 billion kwacha per year. That is the lost opportunity. Likewise, when we look at sunflower, we currently have a production of sunflower about 50,000 metric tons. This production has been increasing, but the way that sunflower is consumed in the country right now is by small-scale farmers cultivating that sunflower and then taking it to small crushers who then give the small-scale farmers back the cooking oil, and then the crusher retains the cake. Yeah. So there's actually no real commercial activity taking place in terms of sunflower production or processing. And yet sunflower potentially is the best crop for us as Zambians to grow, because it's easy to grow, it's easy to harvest, and you know, it has the highest oil content of all the oilseed crops. And yet, despite all these facts that I'm presenting to you, we have never really had a policy from government that would actively promote the cultivation of either cotton or sunflower. So my submission today is essentially saying we've got this opportunity to harness both in cotton and both in sunflower. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is if we give an incentive to processors to actually process both cottonseed and sunflower. The current varieties of sunflower that we have, they are low oil content, and it's not economic currently to process that sunflower because the VAT that you would have to pay basically kills the commercial aspect. I've attached a spreadsheet which shows the calculation based on the current varieties of sunflower that we have. There's only one company that cultivates sunflower seed, certified seed, that's Zamseed. There's hardly any investment which is taking place in terms of seed propagation, and that is true across the board for most crops apart from maize. Yeah? So that is always going to be a persistent challenge. However, if you exempt VAT on sunflower oil, on locally produced sunflower oil, the processors are going to be motivated to bring in high oil content seeds, because then they'll be able to run and operate at a profit. That's number one. Number two, likewise with cotton, we only have one institution which actually develops seed, and that's the Cotton Development Trust in Magoye, right? However, even there, the Cotton Development Trust isn't fully funded by the government. They've got limited capacity in terms of what they can do, and as a result, we haven't made much progress in terms of developing better cotton seed varieties. Yeah. Additionally, the way that cotton is processed is that Magoye develops what they call the pre-basic, then it's given to the ginneries. The ginneries then give that seed out to the farmers, and that cycle can only run for 3 seasons, at which point that now becomes commercial seed and it has to be taken out. But because of the drop in cotton production, what has been happening is that there's been a lot of side buying taking place. So the whole seed which is available, cotton seed which is available right now, has actually become very mixed up, and as a result, you find that the seed quality is so low that we cannot actually get good productivity from that sector. So again, by allowing processors to have VAT exemption on cotton oil, it will allow them to be like a third party who can then now start promoting, and because they are interested in the oil, they are again going to be able to drive this sector. So that is my submission, sirs.
Okay, thank you. Honourable members, questions? I see 2 hands, Honourable Kalimi and Honourable Mijelo, in that order. Yeah, Mike, Mr. Chumba. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Witness, good afternoon. We saw that in the current budget, duty was given on the importation of wild animals in order to boost tourism, despite the fact that Zambia has plenty of wild animals. Agriculture, furthermore, Chair, we saw that in case you want some crossbreeding of animals, cattle, semens, duty was also slashed. Agriculture being a cornerstone in our economic development, definitely the way to go is to promote sunflower and all these audible things. Did you had an opportunity or request to provide some of information or to contribute to the budget before it was represented, so that your interest is covered? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Mijelo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chumba, what do you think government can do to encourage more production of sunflower in the country? And between the 2 crops, which one, sunflower and soya beans, which one is more profitable if we are to undertake this program? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then I saw a hand from Honourable Kambita. So we'll take those 3, then we'll go to the second round. Honourable Kambita.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Witness, you lamented the challenges that we seem to be facing, and a major one is where you found out that there was no policy to promote sunflower and cotton production in the country, and that we needed incentives for processing sunflower seed and also processing cotton seed. I just want to appreciate your submission by me understanding whether you really deep went into research to review any existing literature on the especially production and marketing of sunflower and cotton as cash crops in Zambia. Have you found any literature of some research which went into this, which could give us, maybe some work has gone into this, which would give us some recommendations that were made so that we start it from there, maybe by IAPRI or some other researchers involved in this agricultural sector?
Okay.
I submit, Chair.
Thank you. You can respond to those?
Thank you very much, Chair. So on your question, we did make a budget submission asking for VAT exemption across the board for all oil seeds, but that was not accommodated. My assumption is that given that some of the statements which are coming from the IMF saying that we actually needed to expand the VAT scope, perhaps that's what was the limiting factor, and that is acceptable, right? And you know, so we understand because there's a potential VAT loss of about $11 million if you exempted the entire field, all the oil seeds, right? But at the same time, it's important to recall that we are still importing roughly about 2/3 of all the edible oil that we consume. That's about like 120,000 tons. So perhaps also the Ministry of Finance didn't get back to us, but perhaps also it may be because you know, it's since the bulk of what we're consuming is imported, you know, it doesn't actually help domestic production, right? Okay, if you exempt VAT on everything, and that's why I think in this submission I've focused on the two which I consider as the low-hanging fruits, right? Okay, which is basically cotton, because we've got the ginning capacity, and sunflower because it is widely grown. And if you look at the biggest challenge that we have right now, it's that sunflower, we're losing more than 50% because of the use of recycled seed. If you ever driving past a sunflower field and you're seeing that it's going black, that's usually a sign that it's being attacked by a fungus, right? Okay, and the fungus arises because we're using recycled seed. Why are we using recycled seed? Because there is no certified seed, or very limited certified seed, which is produced locally, and it also is of not the quality of that seed is not sufficient to warrant commercial processing, because the oil content is too low. You need to get to about an oil content above 40% to make sunflower viable under the current VAT regime if you are charging VAT, right? In terms of scientific research or anything like that, we've got very limited research which has been done on either cotton or sunflower in terms of what the impact would be on yields. But it is very clear, right, okay, that I attended an ICT presentation, and they've been doing some work with small-scale farmers on cotton, and they've shown that when you can use fertilizer and you can check on, they've got these approaches where you can train farmers to check on the viability of the seed. They were managing to get about like 1 ton per hectare, and that is against the natural a national average of about like 300 tons per hectare for cotton, you know. And at 300 tons, it doesn't matter what price you're going to sell the seed cotton for, the farmer just will not be able to make a profit. 300 kgs per hectare. You need to be getting to about 1.5 tons per hectare for the farmer to really be making a substantial profit. The other things in terms of what sort of policies, I think, sir, right, for us, we're looking at it maybe in a slightly simplistic, or I would say self-interested area. So I can't really comment other than that to say that a favorable policy, right, okay, would be one that encouraged local production. That would be the best policy that we could possibly have. I don't know if I've addressed everything, sir. Chair.
Yeah, sure. There was a hand from Honorable Samakai. You have a question, isn't it? Honorable Samakai? It's fine? Okay. Honorable Kambita? Your mic, Mr. Chibumba?
Sorry. I don't know whether it is me who was not attentive, or I didn't hear my question being answered. What I wanted to know is, you see, the question that the submission that he has made here.
Talked about the issue of the policy.
Yes, the submission that he has made here calls for serious questions. Where are we, for instance, as a country, to promote this? Just putting up incentives and the like would not really come. What I wanted to know, whether for him to arrive at these conclusions and actually make this request to government to say, look, I think come up with policies around this, he must have done some research of what the status is. He must have reviewed some literature, maybe by April or so, where they say, this is where we stand in as far as sunflower is concerned, this is where we stand in as far as cotton is concerned. That's the kind of literature I wanted you to actually tell us, so that we have somewhere to start from. This is where the problem is, and maybe in that study, somebody made suggestions to say, if this was done, then we would have proper production of sunflower. Like those issues you are raising concerning the quality of seed and the like, in both cases, have you reviewed some literature which exists?
Mr. Chibu. Okay, Honorable Scholar, reluctantly, we are about to wind down. You can ask, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just more clarity, sir, to our witness. I note you came with a request. You did a presentation. According to what you've said, I think for your requests, they were not considered. You think maybe it's because of IMF. So you're coming here. Are you asking this committee to push your requests further in this budget for 2023, or you are looking at it from maybe in the near future, in the next budget, that we consider this as Parliament, your requests on the sunflower, the cotton, and this your VAT request? Just maybe some clarity there. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chumba, you can respond to those questions.
Okay. I'll start off with, sir, I did mention that there's not much research which has been done, definitely not on sunflower. Everything that I reported about sunflower are through the discussions I've had with the scientific officers at ZARI. They've been the ones who've been telling me about what has been happening in the sunflower sector. I've had discussions with GINAS, and there is a report which IAPRI did on cotton and the cotton value chain in general, which spells out most of the issues that I've outlined today. My request, as I said, I've tempered this because it's in recognition, right, okay, that yes, we're in challenging budgetary times, and that is possibly why the government didn't respond to VAT exempting the entire value chain. But these two particular crops right now have got no cost on VAT. Yeah, at 25,000 metric tons of cotton seed produced, it has zero impact on VAT because it's just that industry basically doesn't exist. Right? The same thing with sunflower. Although we're producing sunflower, it's being done in the informal sector. So it's not actually being captured through the VAT regime. So there's no loss to government, and so therefore there's no need for government not to start in the next financial year. Because what it does is that it will signal to people this season that they can start working on it. And then it's also going to give the government an opportunity next year. They can review it, yeah, and they can change it. You know, but at least it gives us a starting point. So that's why I've come to make this very specific and targeted. Just two crops which have got zero impact on the VAT.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think this is where we come to the end of our discussion with Mr. Chibumba. Mr. Chibumba, thank you very much for this. In fact, when we talk about issues of cotton and the like, always we are reminded of Mulungushi textiles, Kafua textiles, and I think you hear these pronouncements year in and year out about reopening. And one of the key ingredients for this textile industry is the issue of the cotton industry, you know. So it's good that you are again raising these issues. I know like CEC did a plant in Mumbwa. I'm sure you're aware of that plant. a huge plant which would have been producing some of these issues, but because of these bottlenecks which you are highlighting, that plant is almost dead now. So thank you very much for appearing before this committee. Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia in terms of the immunity that which was conferred on you also end here. So we can only wish you the best for the rest of the day. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, the whole committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
So another part of the Jewish history of this town is in fact the Pioneer Tower behind me. That was funded by the Sussman brothers. They were amongst the first Jewish people to come to this country back in the 1890s. And once Livingston Town was built in 1905, they were amongst the first inhabitants. And 50 years later, as part of the celebration of their lives in this country, they funded the building of the clock tower. And of course it has a wonderful view over the falls, which we can see in front of us here, all the way down there. So it's part of the celebration, and 100 years later the Sussman brothers came back, and the Lutunga came from Barot Sudan to come and meet them. That is the prominence that this particular family had in this country, and of course in South Africa, because they left here, Livingston, to go to South Africa, where they set up in South Africa the company called Woolworths. So to this day the Jewish people have a strong influence not only in this country but in the sub-region. This is Nicky Iljon's shop. The Iljon family, of which there were various members of it, were one of the first inhabitants of the new town of Livingston, and this shop became one for selling bicycles and model aeroplanes. Now Nicky Iljon himself was the one who sadly closed down the synagogue when the last child had gone through there back in 1972. They then left here to go abroad after that. Behind me you can see there's a shop with pharmacy written on it. This used to be Sossi's Garage. This was a man called Harry Sossen who married into the Sussman family, and he had the leadership of the Chevrolets back in the Northern Rhodesian days. And also, I'm pointing out over here, this tree is exactly where King George VI of Great Britain stood in 1947 in his visit to this country. Behind me is the Capitol Theatre, which today is the oldest cinema and theatre left in Zambia, and it was owned originally by the Grill family, and a young man married into their family, and his name was Harry Sossen, who we've talked about earlier. And this is where famous people in the world like Alfred Hitchcock and Danny Kaye came through to see films here. It was built in 1931, and beyond it is the yellow building, Stanley House, which is where they sold the finery to the local girls. That was dresses and all the rest of it as well. And then further down the road is a very famous intersection. This was the main intersection in town, and everybody in town knew it as Fix, Flax and Orfox Corner, after the three traders who were there. There was Sam Fix, who ran a wonderful dressmaking company. Old man Flax ran the haberdashery, like a hardware store, and beyond it was the Orfox family, and they traded in everything else. And the humor at the time was that these three business folk made all their money during the day and ran it across the bank, which is on the fourth corner. And if you look down to the end, there's actually a lovely white building over there, which used to be Barclays before it moved across the road. The three shops behind me were owned by a gentleman called Elias Kapelowitz. Elias came from Latvia just before the First World War and traded with the local people further upstream. He used to paddle with his workers 40 miles upstream to exchange goods like beeswax and honey and things like that. And he then left here just after the First World War to go back to get a wife from Latvia, and they came through. Her name was Henny, and they ran the first completely kosher household in town. And they were very influential in here. They had an open house policy, and many Jewish people came through here. But their importance was recognized later on in life when they had both died, is their family received a letter of condolence from Buckingham Palace because of all the wonderful work they'd been doing for the communities, not just the Jewish communities, out here in the then Northern Rhodesia. And I think that's a great rubber stamping of the kinds of people we had coming over here in the early years. When the town of Livingston was built in 1905, provision was actually made for a synagogue to be built, and originally the site was where the St. Andrew's Anglican Church is today. But eventually in 1928 this site was taken over and the first synagogue in this country was built. The stone was unveiled by Eli Sussman, who later on left to go down to South Africa. But this is where they had a hall where they could all get together on the Sabbath and speak Hebrew and pass on all their traditions. The middle building was where the rabbi lived, and of course this here was the synagogue. And here we are at the Jewish cemetery, a place of great sanctity for the Jewish people. The first grave in Livingston town back in 1905 was in fact grave number 1 at the far end, Mr. Gelman, Abraham Gelman. This particular cemetery is now closed as the last Jewish person left the town. It was then closed up. But our traveling rabbi, Moshe Silverhaupt, came through, and with his work and guidance we've been able to get it to this wonderful level where people come through and visit the graves. It's custom in the Jewish tradition to put a stone on the grave as you go past. It's like saying, I've been here and I've left a message. And you can see the wonderful plaque we've had installed here, which just gives you an outline of the Jewish involvement in the area. We're now at what became the heart of the Sussman Empire. That is the Mulabezi railway line. They were trading in cattle and in timber by this stage. And so what we have here is a 2-in-1. This is the first railway museum in the country and the first Jewish museum in one.
The Jewish Museum opened its doors to the general public in September 2013, just to narrate the history of the Jews, those who settled in Zambia. They came a long time ago, in the early 1920s, most of them. They came through Zimbabwe from Victoria Falls. By 1905, coming up with the opening of the railway line, which gave them an opportunity to start trading along the railway line up to Congo. So some of them from Livingstone, they went to settle in Lusaka and Kabwe in the Copper Belt. Lusaka and Kabwe, then in the Copper Belt up to Congo here. So these are the areas where the Jewish communities were able to settle. Why in the Copper Belt? There were already mushrooming industries that were able to give them business, like the opening of the mines there. They were also trying to bring some multi-industries along the line of rail, which gave them business. Now, the coming up of settling this museum here is just to appreciate their contributions in terms of the local, their contributions to the local community, their contributions in terms of economic, social, and political. So the history covers the entire Zambia. Otherwise, it opened its doors in 2013 in September. So as we enter inside the Jewish Museum, we will be able to follow their chronological history. This was the first Jewish wedding which was conducted here in Livingston by the Annie Green family and the Harry Sussmans in 1910. The first Jewish wedding in northern Rhodesia by then. Yes, otherwise all these activities, they are narrating the history of Livingston for the Jews that were settling here. You can see these were one of the early shops, which was for the Grill General Outfitters in Livingston around 1910. You can even see. Unfortunately, these buildings are no longer in existence, but as for this one and that Capital Theatre, this one, when you go right to the center of Livingston town, you are able to see the building. So, in short, it's just narrating the history of Livingston. What did they come to do? For how long? That's the history for the Livingstonians.
Sitambiangula wa mulwa kawa musawa utamba kufama ya mbuta sikutambaloka na singwa kumutondo na silengwa ndati wambele nyachi wambele ngombe munuka sawa mwambeli na vanaka kwanga nyina mumuleya mukati wa kukwala ko katwese kumwambela dineki mwiye twende Kaliamba ina ngumela ndo iyo wayo wawesa nelandwa mbungwanye tena lichilera manyelele aruina lichilera omukunga tangandwa maya wilu yotengetenyo musila kwalanga mungambayi mwana mukamba noyenyi tokunyendera twilu nyendera mukungumba sita mwana lyambayi wakuti mwana bali mwana mukowe wese kumwala kumiona mbo umufere tinyeje inyunyumani veuluyita ko utete tokuwaulwa ko kwaona lyondo vilo nasile mandumba iwa nitundu vile njini ngasino mene timeka munu wilu kisiwa na mbonwa na vanaka kwangaita ena nyina kumuva kutongoka kumuyume na kutongoka wilu munu anungu mwelo mukukandela wiye twende kakwisesi kana mbwela konji ngoma na lumino voyi wakulitili ngoma watifulana tinaende mwenduko mukulo ipuwa kutombwela ineki Tangwe.
We have a hippo burst in the orange boat, fast movement, fast pace. Quickly getting away from the hippos. That's what it would look like. We have the rest of boats coming in. Very good sculling from the orange crew. Then we have the red crew doing the hippo burst and the green crew moving quite fast. Obviously the boats are being controlled by Tim, with the bright line in the blazer and the safety board in the middle. Tim Cook is the founder of Rose and Daisy, and the Cook family is a very strong rowing family with Zambian roots. This emergency stop and turn into those elephants. Requires a lot of skill. Okay, still no change in it. We still have South Africa in the lead. Oxford coming second. Cambridge lagging behind in third. Looks as though South Africa's going to take the Victor Ladurum Cup this year round.
South Africa coming strong, Peter. South Africa coming strongly. South Africa coming strongly.
Here comes South Africa in very, very strongly. Sponsored by David Livingston's Safari, Livingston's Adventure.
line coming up to the final. It's going to be an easy win here. Easy win through. Spain, South Africa came in dominant at least for one thing, because Mr. Brink will never get away with it. Anyway, that's outstanding. Well played, the Zambian team. Outstanding.
Zambia! The first thing to realize is that history repeats itself all the time. And what happened in 1910, the authorities back then brought the World Championships of rowing to this town. And it was a marketing coup, because you can only host World Cup events in peaceful countries. Okay, and the movement of investors into this country back then in 1910 was enormous. So, if we do it again, we should see it all happen, because these guys will leave here praising South Africa. It's been very peaceful whilst they've been here, naturally, because that's what they are. Very wonderful people, they're always happy and accepted with open arms. And we had an amazing traditional event yesterday, and His Majesty here. Now, if people go to London to watch the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace in red tunics, imagine coming to see a wonderful barge over here on the river. Our problem is Zambia is big. It's 4 times bigger than England. It's twice the size of Zimbabwe. So a lot of our events are so far away, it's difficult to get people to them. So we can bring them to the central focus, which is Livingston. It's got the Victoria Falls, the highest bridge in the world from 1905 at the time. All these wonderful other assets to it. And we can bring a little bit of traditional Zambia here too. Then my job is easy.
Come on, guys, give it more power. 1, 2, 3.
So as the ABSA Group, which is the parent company of Barclays Bank Zambia, we are delighted to have been involved with this Livingston Regatta as a mark of what ABSA promises to bring in the Zambian market. And this is the partnership in terms of how we want to support the different sectors of the Zambian economy. And so this is one way that we're supporting the tourism sector, because we believe that the tourism is the future of Zambia. And with ABSA coming into Zambia, you can look forward to more partnerships, because we are building on the rich heritage, the 100-year heritage that Barclays has set for us in Zambia. We understand the Zambian market, and with ABSA and with the sponsorship that you've seen, greater things lie ahead. And so Zambians can look forward to great things with ABSA.
Joseph Stali, the Vice Chairman of the Mukunikirio Market. As artists, we're always ready. And we know when we exhibit our products, of course, it will benefit us in one or another. There is a target, especially to us artists, because people, they come from different parts of the country and also of the world. So depend of which country somebody comes from, and also we know what they need.
My name's Kaputo Kafuala. I'm the secretary for this market, and a lot of people come at the falls, and what they normally do, they just come to the falls, then they go without supporting us as stereo traders. The main challenge is that they are not given enough time for them to have time to shop. I think that's the only challenge that we face as stereo traders.
Busy on it. Level up things, you did it. What a beautiful feeling. Yafta butterfly, my butterfly. You are many wamafuna butterfly. Ubala mchikondi na mundu okota nae. I'm so lucky leo popeza weo. Mungeli wanikonda leo mwameneni. See I'm feeling na mumaganiza. Koleo mami I can't go. Ole mo chippy chippy, laugh steady pipi, laugh for you will never die. Malaika, mungeli wangu leo mama laika. Lighter, she blaze up me life like a dynamite. Kubabana kujabu she a buy and see. Kitchen in a kubedi she a tight and clean. Nice and nitty she a loving the king. Providing everything I need. Yeah, you are me there, down love another. Fully pam the fully in our cover. She come the was over. We keeping this thing so real. No other lover undercover. You are me, you are my phone, a butterfly. Kumbala mujikondi na mundu okota nae. I'm so lucky leo popeza weo. Mungeli wanikonda leo mwameneni. See I'm feeling na mumaganiza. Koleo mami I can't go. Ole mo chippy, laugh steady pipi, laugh for you will never die. Upanga's into easy when you there in the place. Umalenga kazuba kachelo kasanike. You put down in everything, no time to stress. She put the foot and she will look at the gear. Hating you's like hating me. Can't afford to lose your company. Where mo teme ko one day. Pity Lisa now you shine. Yeah, you are better, down love another. Fully pam the fully in our cover. She come the was over. We keeping this thing so real. No other lover undercover. You are me, you are my phone, a butterfly. Ubala mujikondi na mundu okota nae. I'm so lucky leo popeza weo. Mungeli wanikonda leo mwameneni. See I'm feeling na mumaganiza. Koleo mami I can't go. Ole mo chippy, laugh steady pipi, laugh for you will never die. My butterfly, you the one of the kind. Baboli tambo off your back. Beautiful, you are one of the kind. Cock it up, broke off your back. Hello, overload, you give it up, baby. Overdose anything, baby. Beautiful, you are one of the kind. Cock it up, broke off your back. Never my phone, a butterfly. Kumpala mujikondi na mundu okota nae. I'm so lucky leo popeza weo. Mungeli wanikonda leo mwameneni. See I'm feeling na mumaganiza. Koleo mami I can't go. Ole mo chippy, laugh steady pipi, laugh for you will never die. Busy on it.
Another number one. Shake, young chef, let's go.
Amatios na banandi efyo natemwa sana. Ukushana no kunanga baliko na bakashana. Spende sokona ulenda lama. Ikpa esinero banjita mwanza mama. Nango nchitaki kunganya bakashi na bananda soba. I make sure konse kungandani nkonjolola over. Madamu na bana bala sekelela over. Tabasaka mana sana nango na sayanda kaba. Responsible father. When I go get it, I'm a responsible father. Yeah. Father. When
kesa pangalos mvoma na pisapo dilu pakunwa momos kunchalenja mukaladi kaba nensala yadi sulama banki na kubutala a table of phone then wa assorted still table of back home no shortage distorted I'm so paid the shile na wine ni shinga cockage ay chisudalo tunwe the off lelo leisure kampune bad kelo give it up to me ela celebrate life bandume wiko paipim amesh na kabungu competition ya makwebo ya kabundi wiko paipim competition na inoke sabanga
responsible father when I go get it I'm a responsible father kuchalala nombaline alakwa madamu alesanula amana makunganda akabwalika lafya ama school fees ngalipira bana balaya kusukula wetabalokwa ama bills ya mensina malaiti tofena vyena kale na sofa so nangu wansanga muchikulwa ndesana undeke ndokwa bwinwe filimbanga fyalela nshikala fe so don't you touch me if you see me by mics every Sunday. Me I always give thanks to Judge every Sunday. Responsible father. When I go get it done, I'm a responsible father. Father. When I go get it done, I'm a responsible father. One thing, meeting go. The prince. Tambafe wilambo no upuva. Sulafe mwalingilo kukula. Tambafe wilambo no upuva. Sulafe mwalingilo kukula. Alanga tebana. Gatebana gawali ya kale gatebana alanga gatebana gawali ya kale banganda pamwandisha kwa tomutende awe walibulishe funde nadesho kukuwekesha ati bakakufunde awe fyarifirwa ndafirwa kuya kunganda ngabwaila yonse kundakisha kwaliba lobyo kasanga banjiba kuba kashana bamtende hawe winchusha ine ulanchusha nakana winchusha elonga nakweva winsusha gana kutanzia iwe ukaya kwi no wafuma kwano iwe ukaya kwi nimbi kupe na ukapena tambafe wilambo no upuva sulafe mwalingilo kukula alanga tebana gawali ya kale gatebana alanga gatebana gawali ya kale instead tule pula no kuwina
Tiapangala vilipita kale na litirima eti nkufiseta wako atakatina iwe ushenka teteshani nkalanda shani bakutinga kuweshewe mu box kachenje plani holoshani bantu vyonso chitani blinzi mama we awe na firwaine apana la kubika vikuwaya iwe kanjibukisha inenganaya ukaya kwi ukaya pe ukaya kwi wafuma pano iwe ukaya kwi nimbi kupe na ukapena tambafe wilambo no upuwa sulafe mwali kilo kukula langa kebana kawali ya kale gatebana kawali ya kale Triple Sim Dal Tafuta Palusaka Promoter wapa Kidwe Deep Face Soldier Morgan Mwempe Shiame Pashe Preo
It's always Mr. Fighty on the darkest track.
Field C Mwaba
The next level entertainment. We run this.
So I'm going to my diary. Come on, I'm living to my diary. It's funny. Can't you go no gangati sugiri baje masengiri to you. Say aya. Sibeka monga yeze mairo. Kasi papita ma yezi you. Say aya. Baba. Ushakani kukala pepa chabwese kukala kudala. Ushakani mukumbuka mwene tezo kondela na kudala. Do you miss me, baby? Remember how they this? Hold you on your waist, me could I give you the best? Cause I miss you, baby. Remember those days? You give me even on it. Kudala na kuona bo. Kudala na kuona bo. Kukuyeva, matenda yesi ya pona. Oh gosh, I miss you, baby. Memory lane as I break down. Tears keep falling from my eyes as I break down. Can't believe me miss it too much. Oh gosh, this feeling is killing me so bad. Baba kasi bonse niwe baby. Wase kune siwa pwino niwe baby. Nikala kwa pena uchita apologize. Siwa solema kune chita advice. Silitamba kutitibwe sane. But picture this, tika titibwe sane. Story ya tuinga pigi pa. Ukukwe ulili ukani support. Do you miss me, baby? Remember how they this? Hold you on your waist, me could I give you the best? Cause I miss you, baby. And remember those days? You give me even on it. Kudala na kuona bo. Kudala na kuona bo. Iwe. Kukuyewa. Matenda yesi ya pona. Oh gosh, I miss you, baby. Kudala na kuona bo. Kudala na kuona bo. Kukuyewa. Matenda yesi ya pona. Oh gosh,
Yeah.
I miss you, baby.
I nama esya biriwe satala fuluka pwex libiline moved on but nsirinda kufuluka obviously wandisise fikuluka pagokola tali kale nikwiwaba the only girl away for me nefo naba tapali na fimbi ni nostalgia delone a picture my word louder. Don't fuck at me yesterday. Kwatini mailo na lelala next na be. Sikasana kwati webo nga mumona pokuisanga. Temma memory na lifwana. Nikudala na kuona bo. Nikudala na kuona bo. Kukuyewa matenda yesi ya foda. Oh gosh, I miss you baby. Nikudala na kuona bo. Nikudala na kuona bo. Kukuyewa matenda yesi ya foda. Oh gosh, I miss you baby. International. Waleli lo maume wa mano inga kutemwa fefyo waba lesana mkwa kupela pantunga walombala suka papita fyo mweshi umo tuamona fe mwachinja mwataba ume bano baba mobene tabatema no mutima mushanga mashiwine pila yo mwalandire kari kashimifye mwasanga kuwa mitema mwaluba mutwe bakona ifwele lo tumfwe akasuba kawa mafeku mubidirira uri mumpepo alechishinka chali afya pantugu filimu ebule tenzeko tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula awe tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula awe imyaka shafule po apuila masambili logo Njito tashimoneka wajesha ukupushinga takasanika lesa akwimya kali walika nomba niwe bwana fyali chinja niwe baya walila benshi kushida wale chula alando mfwechi konko na ine pantusha ishiwa mutibe fofwa alaka suwa kawa mafeku mubili nila uli mumpepo alechishinga chadi afya pantugu fili mwebule tenzeko tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula awe tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula awe mbembile reke leka mbembile reke mbembile reke leka mbembile reke alaka suwa kawa mafeku mubidirira uri mumpepo alechishinka chari afya pantu mbili mwebule tenzeko tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula awe tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula awe alaka suwa kawa mafeku mubidirira uri mumpepo alechishinka chari afya pantu mbili mwebule tenzeko tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula tafifule fifwayo mutima iwe tafifula
cooking up a storm. King Katumba spices it up as he sets his sights on the villages of Ubuntu. Then, secrets and hidden agendas are a melting pot for chaos in Pali. And we join our favorite hostesses who stir up a blend of exciting conversations. Then Sita's marriage ambition leaves everyone a little steamed. And music legends serve up their most exciting memories in music. And the royal clique turns up the heat and fires up the industry. We've got the recipe for the best local entertainment on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV, Channel 5 on GoTV.
I have decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir. Dragons. A power man should never have trifled with. War is afoot.
Night will come out. Now they see you as you are.
Body of Mr. Namdi Wokiji was found at a beach house this morning.
When was the last time you saw Namdi?
At the party.
Did you notice anything strange about last night?
Are you taking money from my mother for this wedding?
Shouldn't be looking at that.
Ichi killed my mom, and I want the world to know it.
This is Doha, this is Qatar, this is the World Cup 2022.
It is time, once more, for the world to stand still.
Stand still? Nah.
We move.
We come together tonight, 1 billion of us, in every corner of the globe where the beautiful game matters.
Here for the show-stopping magic of a moment.
And the explosion of
hope and glory.
Brothers, sisters.
Oh, both the people, my party them.
We come here for heroes.
And for heartaches.
Heartache? Come now, Peter, we're not here for that. Not this time, mate.
Get and stay connected to DSTV and watch all 64 matches. Here for every fan.
Your room is so messy!
Live on Supersport.
There is no other way of the forces of patriotism succeeding in society without those in leadership living in such a way as to be patriotic themselves. If leaders are not patriotic, nobody else will learn how to do good things towards fellow human beings. If you're not a patriot, if you don't develop the spirit of patriotism in life, then you are destroying the nation as a whole. So patriotism really is a force that brings out success in any situation. Patriotism is very key in terms of human beings living together, human beings working together, human beings developing things together. Without that spirit of patriotism, we can't go very far.
MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Milazi MP Miss Melesiana Piri. Join host Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency.
Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Na kuona pale hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kamini none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your mama, shaking what your doctor gave ya, on your worst behavior, Susanna Vande. Ila wengi walinyimwa tabia na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamme hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje nano mabusiness. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya, on your worst behavior, Susanna Vande. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Vande. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Aisenje nakosa usingizi usiku kucha mina dua. Aisenje akilini moyoni bado we wanizuzua. When are you coming home Senje? Tell me are you on your way? Kife tukipendana Kiromeo na Julia. Aisenje nakosa usingizi usiku kucha mina dua. Aisenje akilini moyoni bado we wanizuzua. When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me, are you on your way? Kife tukipendana, Kiromeo na Julia. I Senje Bane, Senje.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello,
If you
hello.
get to hear this song,
Senje, come on.
somebody loves you.
Oh,
Senje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Another number one. Shake, young chef, let's go.
Amatios na banandi efyo natemwa sana. Kushana no kunanga bali kona bakashana. Ndaspende no spende sokona unenda lama. Ipa esinero manzita mwanza mama. Nango istaki kunganda bakashina bananda soba. I make sure konse kungandani nkontolola over. Madamu nabana balasekelela over. Nabasakamana sana nango nasaya ndakaba. Responsible father. When I go get it, I'm a responsible father. Yeah. Father. When I go get it, I'm a responsible father. Yeah. Alright. You a waiter. I'm a Hennessy. The bucket here, I see.
mabanki na kubutala. A table of phone, then we're assorted. Still table of back home, we're no shortage. Dissorted, I'm so bad. The shilling and wine, the shinga cockage. Ay, chisudalo tunwe. The off lelo laser come to me. Bad girl, give it up to me. Ella celebrate life, bandume. We go piping, a mesh nakabung. Competition, yamakwebo yakabun. We go piping, competition, ay.
Responsible father. When I go get it done, a responsible father. Yeah. Father. When I go get it done, a responsible father. Yeah. Alright. You a waiter. I'm a Hennessy. The bucket is icy. Pick up on a sister. You a waiter. Let up on my Hennessy. The bucket is icy. Pick up on a sister.
Swapandekula inganda kuchalala nombadile alakwa madamu alesalula amana makunganda akabwalikalafya ama school fees ngalipira bana balaya kusukula wetabalokwa ama bills ya medicine malaiti tofena vyana kale na sofa so nangu wansanga muchikulwa ndeshana undeke ndokwa bwinwe filimbanga fyalela nshikalafe
So don't you judge me if you see me for mics every Sunday. Me I always give thanks to Judge every Sunday. Responsible father. When I go get it done, a responsible father. Yeah. Father. When I go get it done, a responsible father. Yeah. Alright. You a waiter. I'm a Hennessy. The bucket is icy. Pick up on a sister. You a waiter. Let up on my Hennessy. The bucket is icy. Pick up on a sister.
So the next song I'm doing is Nikukonde off the New Beginning album. Imagine a situation where you fall in love with somebody and then you're basically saying, teach me you. And then in the process of that person teaching you them, you love them in your way. You're teaching your person about yourself. That love's gonna be smooth. So enjoy this one. Nate nevampele vamafuna kupeza tekonde tevanga kambe ati this is true love. Oh, this is true love. Kuma vena vale pembwai vamankala veka moyo wavo wonse sekote vamafuna yai pena fe mavuta mitima ziseyana muga mumana wamene sunga yumelavi Tiye chikonde changa bali wewe, tiye mutima wanga bali wewe, mutima wanga chikondicha. Chamene ni mafuna lavi, eka nikukonde, nikukonde mojela yameniziwa, natitika ya mochezana. Nifamene ni mafuna lavi, eka nikukonde, nikukonde mojela yameniziwa. Vena vakati peza tekondi Siva maziva vachita nacho Koma kukongeleza veva tita banzabu Koma kukopela vamene vaona kumbali Ate mwa vaona vata vatita vaso Baby na ise tiye seko Vama ivala ate tekondi Tiye nonkala pale bavili Kupeza venzo vochita veka Kupeza kose koenda veka Munga kamumana wamene
ndakamba nikukonde ndekakamba nikukonde munjila yamene niziva sinikamba njila inakoma njila yamene umanipasa yonse tikankala pasi kukamba ukaniuza vamene ufuna kulebete totena tinepasa chimwemwe mungakusiva ni malenga muntu wina kazenkala okondwela chifukwa cha ine sangalindile mailo tinetemufela baby kwamene yakukonda na mutima wake onse na moyo wake yanga pasi paliweo oh baby this is real love mutima wake kondi chamene ni mafuna lavi leka nikukonde nikukonde munjila jameniziva natitika yambochezana ifamene ni mafuna lavi leka nikukonde nikukonde munjila jameniziva mutima wako chikondi chakiwe chamene ni mafuna lavi leka nikukonde nikukonde munjila jameniziva natitika yambochezana ifamene ni mafuna lavi leka nikukonde nikukonde munjila jameniziva
Sweet and melodic
Galaya music.
It's Josina Ndaga unkagulu saga gwaba mama Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Ndaga unkagulu saga gwaba mama Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Jibebe jamwana Jibebe jamwana Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Awe puto palibe Tumisango nili natoba She love me every day na Suba yanga on a rainy day Na papa da baby don't ever take your love away Ninkala daily baby ningo smile Shikondi tako mandi chini piki za badali mama Utandi si mebo Utandi legi mebo Sego shigonya mebo Kukala indike baby Oh Ndaga unkagulu saga gwaba mama Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Ndaga unkagulu saga gwaba mama Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Jibebe jamwana Jibebe jamwana Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana
It's the way that you make me feel every time I'm around you, babe. Every minute in I feel like Kulida wina ninga fele ile Sungila mutima pantu shaka tema umbi You're the only one my heart really wants Sungila mutima pantu shaka tema umbi You're the only one my heart truly wants Nebu I want warinda jana musangwa kwa malondo Nebu I want warinda jana musangwa kwa malondo
Ndaga unkagulu saga gwaba mama Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Ndaga unkagulu saga gwaba mama Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana
Jibebe jamwana Jibebe jamwana Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana Ndaga tana jibebe jamwana
Galaya music.
Epa, epa, mokambo. Nikabulanka chinebo, defuluka tata na mayobo. Kulia
kumukambo mushiwa musukupala nobuchi bifisongole imbalala notunkubyo epa mukambo no mapuna ni mwenda mushikinemo ifuluka tatana mayo kula kumukambo mushiwa musukupala nobuchi mango intungulu na makole fimina vya bakote epa mukambo muna mukalale ukweta mwisha kwa chilamo abantu banse amana ni kundala mafye deipusha konevo ni mwibala ya nani umuningangira nevo no kulya fyombo no kushafi papapashi pakweva tumwine amune eshibe andeke mayo mukambo nefarakaba maya mamaria kumukamba abafyashi bandi balentangatanebo mumba mwana wandi saria kabwali kapya mumba mwana wandi sasamba tumeshitwa kaba mukambo mukalale bulalelale obukabalala nobunkanwe bafundisha mu mitima maya ngatawishi bokwakulalo kasuka bayisanga pamusebo mukambo takupapa kutupapa wesa takupapa kutupa mukambo takupapa kutupapa wesa takupapa kutupa mukambo heavy nemo heavy nemo heavy nemo nemo wana memo na nena pa 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 na 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 pa tit na na epa mukambo
Avanzanza hanga kusiye usalegerere mwana gungala mangana wa masiye walilubile ko bado child is not a mistake kutina kaposa shaka fyeleneka efyolanda wadanishiwikelewe baby you never know that your child is a blessing from up above. You better know that everything is gonna be good, yeah, baby, mama. Yeah. You are so strong, I know that you love to look shaggy, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be alright, baby, mama. Look in the mirror, tell yourself you don't need anybody, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be okay. Move on, I never said I am done. Wake up and do what you think you can. Scooby-Doo, baby, do-do-do-do-do. Nalishiba kuzabayiba n'enkondo umwana niwe umubire enkondo umwana wobe n'enkondo yabugutwala kwishiri takabatinga mwavyala nishimwazapula no. Remember there's tomorrow. Keep on pushing the dreams that you've been pushing. Baby, you gotta vision. About tomorrow we can never mention. Baby, keep on pushing. Everything is gonna be good, yeah, baby, mama. Yeah. You are so strong. I know that you love to look daily, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be alright, baby, mama. Look in the mirror, tell yourself you don't need anybody, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be okay. Move on, I never said I am done. Wake up and do
single mother. Keep on pushing, single mother. Everything is gonna be okay. Single mother, single mother. Keep on pushing, single mother. Everything is gonna be alright. Dear baby mama, you are so strong. I know that you let you look daily, mama. Yeah, everything is gonna be alright, baby mama. Look in the mirror, tell yourself you don't need anybody, mama. Yeah, everything is gonna be okay. Move on and never say die and done. Wake up and do what you think you can. Scooby-Doo, baby, do-do-do-do-do. Move on and never say die and done. Wake up and do what you think you can. Scooby-Doo, baby, do-do-do-do-do.
Head for music.
I'm in love with the big trick.
Is your time better than us?
Yes, at least walikuwa internet.
Can you rhyme better than us?
Kasukete after
Can you raise the bar like we did?
Oh, mlema na kwa
Here's the shovel, now can you dig?
Uwata mutu standareti.
Young rappers acting like they've been there and descended though. 2 minutes of fame and they done reached the pinnacle. I seen days darker than the skin tones in Senegal. Best you can do is take a minute and you land a dose. Cause that's how you got a brighter future. Don't mistake you with the butcher. Legendary like Kalusha. Eritaya, Tusha. International producer. Little man to meet your pusher. I am that dude that move the flag heavier than Respucia.
Don't you think mwema wajiva mdimwadiva fa emotional? You take things personal patunti fetunono. Mwadifido kuwambela chapa momu konkana femu mana. So we picked up, we follow from at fundela zeno. You inspired us, you taught us I'm a beef na my metaphors. You became ambassadors, the reason to arena boards. We are the products, sama nimbo mwane pangale senga. Wa kuromu fulefe wachitofo wasanga.
But you said my nimbo ni my punchline. Then you get to the punchline. That's how I got the mine. But if you want to change your mind, if you want to sign him, I want to aini. What's defining? You boy a message that you want to whiny. To stand the line like a shaft to try.
The program that looks at parliamentary procedures is back on your screens, and we're talking about Voice of the People. It is the program that do also interact with the local people just to appreciate what they understand about parliamentary procedures. Today, we do have a very interesting topic, and we're looking at points of order. Shortly, I'll be able to introduce my guest for today's program. But for now, let's just go back to the streets of Lusaka and interact with the local people and appreciate what they know about points of order. Take a look at this.
According to the way I understand the term point of order, which is well known and being used in Parliament, is something whereby I can give an example of a member of Parliament is debating. Then when the other member of Parliament feels like what is being debated is not on his side, he's going to raise a point of order through the Speaker of the National Assembly, trying to bring out something or to interject, to raise a concern, to try to defend like what is being debated is not okay.
For that question, I can answer just raising the people. It's not tell the truth. When you tell something, it's not working.
Point of order is when somebody on the floor is talking. Then another question will come from another parliamentary. Then the speaker will say, no, there is a point of order. So that person also can say something. Say maybe can oppose what the current speaker was talking.
Yeah, what I understand by point of order, I think it's a situation where a member of parliament wants to make a point or maybe to ask a question about a certain situation so that the vice president can explain or the party to which that question is directed can give an analog or an explanation of what that particular subject is all about. I think that's what I understand about the point of order.
Well, very interesting views from the people, and from what we gathered, it seems like a lot of people do not understand what points of order are. And like I mentioned earlier on, I do have an expert from the Journals and Table Office, and he is the senior Journals clerk, and I'm talking about Mr. Alex Kafuata. Sir, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm sure you've heard and you've seen a strange definition of points of order. But before we delve into today's topic, who is Alex Kafuata, and what's your role here as senior Journals clerk at the National Assembly under the Journals and Table Office?
Thank you very much, Paulson, and very interesting views indeed from the people out there. I hope and trust that to be able to clarify one or two things so that we are at the same level of understanding of what points of order are. To answer your question, from the Journals and Table Office Department, which is a department that is charged with the responsibility of dealing with parliamentary procedure. In short, we deal with any procedures to do with Parliament.
We did get to hear and see a very strange definition of a point of order. Now you being an expert, and it's your daily language here at Parliament, what is a point of order?
I think to put it simply, a point of order is simply an intervention by a member who feels or who thinks that a certain rule has been breached in the House, and therefore he wants to bring this to the attention of the Speaker so that the Speaker can actually make a ruling on whether indeed that rule has been breached or not. So it's an intervention by a member who feels or who thinks that a rule has been abrogated, and he or she wants that situation to be corrected in the House.
When is a member supposed to rise on a point of order?
I think to begin with, a member can rise according to the standing orders. He can rise at any time, okay, during the proceedings of the House. But there are some exceptions to that rule. For example, when during the Vice President's question time, a member cannot rise on a point of order during the Vice President's question time, or where a minister is giving a ministerial statement. At that point, a member cannot rise. But any other time, a member can rise. But of course, that member has to be recognized by the Speaker when he wants to raise a point of order, and that's when he can proceed to state what the point of order is.
So you've talked about when during the Vice President's question time,
yes,
and when the minister is rendering a ministerial statement on the floor of the House. But we've seen an instance where there's a question for oral answer on the floor of the House being considered, and the minister is responding. Can a backbencher rise, or even another cabinet minister rise on a point of order?
Yes, Paulson. At that point, a member can rise on a point of order because the minister is actually not giving a ministerial statement, but is merely responding to a question. So at that point, a member or another minister can rise if there's a breach in the rules of the House. And I must emphasize on this point. A point of order is only a tool used to bring to the attention of the Speaker or the presiding officer of a rule that has been breached in the House, not any other. A rule can be breached outside the House, but matters that are not before the floor of the House, there are other ways in which a member can bring that to the attention of the Speaker without rising on a point of order.
All right, but we've heard members rising on various points of order. Maybe an incident happened a week ago, more especially outside. We've seen members of parliament appearing on different platforms, on different television stations, and we'll see a member rising, maybe on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday. The thing, maybe the incident happened on a Friday the previous week. Are those admissible?
No, actually, if you look at the Speaker's rulings of late, all matters that happen outside the House, they are supposed to be brought in by way of complaint. A member who feels that another member breached a rule outside the House is supposed to write to the Speaker stating what rule has been breached or the conduct of that particular member outside the House. One thing that you bring out in your question where you said something happened, say, on Friday, and the member brings this issue up on Tuesday. There's a rule in the standing orders which talks about, you know, the point of order must be raised contemporaneously, meaning that at the point that the rule is breached in the House is when a member is supposed to rise on a point of order. So matters that happen outside the House or matters that happen previously cannot be admissible as points of order unless they are raised contemporaneously.
What are some of the matters that you think or the viewers should know which are inadmissible as points of order?
I'll give an example of, like you rightly said, a member of parliament appears on some TV or another radio station and is talking about, you know, what transpired in the House and maybe warning another member to desist from, you know, debating in the manner they were debating. Remember, the law under the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act protects members on what they say on the floor of the House. So it cannot be brought into question. And therefore, another member cannot go to a TV station warning a member who was debating on the floor of the House to say he should not debate in that manner. Okay? So you find that such things, they happen outside, but a member will come to say, is it in order for this member to have threatened me on this radio station? In as much as there's a rule that has been breached there, a member cannot bring that as a point of order. But there are other channels. By way of complaint, a member can raise that through a complaint and not a point of order because it did not happen on the floor of the House. So that's one example that I can cite as one of the ways in which, for lack of a better term, points of order are abused or not properly administered or not properly used by members in the House.
This current of Parliament, we've seen quite a number of changes in the way business is conducted, and this is based on the 2021 standing orders.
Yes.
Most of the time we've heard, Madam Speaker, or should I say the presiding officers, emphasizing to members of Parliament to cite the breach or the standing order that has been breached whenever one rises on a point of order. Maybe you can shed more light. How is the procedure like? How should one rise on a point of order?
Very important question, person there. You see, the avenue of the point of order, or this mechanism of a point of order, is meant to state a breach that has happened on the floor of the House. So if there's a breach, then the rules must say someone, a member, cannot do this. So that is why it is important for a member to cite the rule that he feels has been breached, okay, by another member, and then go to that rule and say, this member has breached this rule, all right? Is it in order for this member to have breached this rule? That's why there's that insistence. Otherwise, if that rule is taken away where members can rise on anything, members will rise on anything which is not even part of the rules. So a point of order is meant to bring to the attention of the presiding officer of a certain rule that a member feels has been breached.
Can not citing a rule that has been breached, should I say cite, a standing order which has been breached, guarantee or make a point of order not admissible by the presiding officer?
Yes, indeed. It can actually be made not to be admissible, ruled to be inadmissible by the presiding officer. If you recall, just a week ago, the Speaker made a ruling in which two members, one raised a point of order, the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi raised a point of order, but did not cite the rule that was breached. The other complained, sent a letter of complaint to the Speaker regarding the conduct of one Honorable Member, the Honorable Member for Lumezi. The Speaker in her ruling ruled the point of order inadmissible, the point of order by the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi. She ruled it inadmissible because he did not cite the rule that was breached. But the Speaker went ahead to make a ruling based on the complaint that was raised by Honorable Chatila, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the Member of Parliament. So you can see from that ruling that if a member does not cite the rule, the Speaker can actually rule that point of order inadmissible.
Sometimes we do see presiding officers reserving rulings, more especially when a member rises on a point of order. Three-quarters of those point of orders, if one has been found breaching or not, you hear the presiding officer saying that I've reserved my ruling, more especially on points of order. Maybe can you shed more light on what does it mean when, Honorable, and why do they reserve most of their rulings?
Again, a very important question, Paulson. There are certain breaches. For example, the one I cited, where a member is dressed in a short and another member rises on a point of order. Honestly, that is not something that requires the Speaker to study the matter, okay, in order for him or her to make a measured ruling. The Speaker will simply look at the member and say, yes, I agree with the Honorable Member who has raised the point of order. The member is out of order. Can the member go and dress properly? But where, for example, a member in raising the point of order refers to maybe the Constitution, okay, or refers to, let me give a practical example. Where a minister today issues a statement and says one thing, the following day, the minister issues another statement which is contradicting the statement that the minister said the previous day. A member can raise on a point of order to say, is the Honorable Minister in order to mislead the House that this is the position when yesterday the minister gave this position. Now, when you look at that, you would see that the presiding officer will not be able to give a ruling there and then, because he has to refer to what the minister said the previous day, okay, for him to appreciate that indeed there's a contradiction in what the minister has said yesterday and what the minister has said today. So you find in such an instance, the Speaker will reserve the ruling so that he or she can have recourse to the verbatim record of what transpired the previous day.
Is it always a must that points of orders must be admitted by the presiding officer?
Not at all. Actually, the standing orders do provide that for the Speaker's discretion, it's in the sole discretion of the Speaker to admit a point of order or to allow a point of order or not. Sometimes this, you know, the Speaker is charged with the responsibility of making sure the smooth flow of business in the House. So sometimes the Speaker will not allow points of order because he or she wants the business to flow, because sometimes the House is pressed for time, and some of the points of order are meant simply to derail the House.
Mr. Kafat, as we come to the end of today's presentation of A Voice of the People, I'm sure you did hear some strange definition of points of order from the people that we interacted with within the city of Lusaka. What could be your concluding remarks? And what are you doing to make sure that people get to understand and appreciate the procedure on the floor of the House?
Yes, my concluding remarks, Paulson, would be that members of the public should follow parliamentary proceedings, because during those proceedings, there are various points of order that are raised by members, and the Speaker or the presiding officers make rulings on those points of order. So they'll get to understand how a point of order is supposed to be used and how the Speaker rules on those points of order. And I also want to encourage honorable members to just familiarize themselves with the rules of admissibility of points of order. Then we can avoid some of the points of order that are raised.
Mr. Kafata, thank you so much, and always treasure and appreciate your availability on this platform.
Thank you very much. The pleasure was mine.
My guest on today's Voice of the People was Mr. Alex Kafwata, who is Senior Journals Clerk from the Journals and Table Office here at the National Assembly of Zambia. You did see and hear some of the definitions that people gave us regarding today's topic, which is points of order. I hope my guest today has helped to clarify a lot of myths surrounding this same topic. We'll be back next week at the same time when we bring yet another interesting topic on the Voice of the People. On behalf of the entire production crew, it's bye for now, and my name is Paul Sentendovi. Stay safe.
This month, we're cooking up a storm. King Katumba spices it up as he sets his sights on the villagers of Ubuntu. Then, secrets and hidden agendas are a melting pot for chaos in Pali. And we join our favorite hostesses who stir up a blend of exciting conversations. Then Sita's marriage ambition leaves everyone a little steamed. And music legends serve up their most exciting memories in music. And the royal clique turns up the heat and fires up the industry. We've got the recipe for the best local entertainment on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV, Channel 5 on GoTV.
I have decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir. Dragons, a power man should never have trifled with. War is afoot.
Knives will come out.
Now they see you as you are.
Right, it is a lovely Wednesday afternoon, and welcome to this afternoon's broadcast on Parliament Television. And to be with you on continuity this afternoon, my name is Julius Musmal, of course, alongside our sign language interpreter Jason Manda, who will later on be joined by Chola Kaom.
Good afternoon, I'm Matimba Mukua. Welcome our viewers.
Okay, we'll now look at business that was considered on the floor of the House last week. On Friday, 14th October 2022, a day began with an announcement that was made by Madam Deputy First Deputy Speaker, who informed the House that Zambia would join the rest of the world in commemorating the World Food Day, which would fall on Sunday 16th October 2022, and that the government of the Republic of Zambia had planned activities to take place at national, provincial and district levels, and she encouraged honourable members to take part in the said activities during the commemoration of their respective districts, and that honourable members should engage the provincial or district administrative authorities for further details. And after that, the House considered Her Honour the Vice President's question time without notice.
And after that, Madam First Deputy Speaker, permitted the Honourable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement on an alert by the World Health Organization on contaminated cough mixtures for children, following a directive by Madam Speaker on a matter of urgent public importance by Mr. A. Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi East, on Tuesday, 11th October 2022. The Minister confirmed that the products were not registered on the Zambian market and briefed the House on measures being taken to detect substandard medical products and those highlighted in the WHO medical alert. The House went on to consider questions for oral answer numbers 68 and 69 under Standing Order 76.
And after the question time, the House adopted the report of the delegation to the FPICGLR Joint Election Observer Mission to Kenya, and that the House to adopt the report of the delegation to the Forum of Parliamentarians of the International Conference of the Great Lakes region, which is FPICGLR Joint Election Observer Mission to Kenya from 1st to 12th August 2022 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st September 2022, in a motion that one Member of Parliament, Mr. Fulo, did move.
And after that, there was resumption of debate on a motion of supply that was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022.
And of course, after deliberations, the House did adjourn at 12:56. On the other side, we'll be quickly looking at today's business. Please stay tuned. Right, general outlook of the order paper, 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74, 1 private member's motion to be considered, 1 bill to be considered at second reading stage, and then we'll have resumption of debate in the motion of supply. So let's take a bit of some time to look at some details of the questions that are coming up for considerations. Matilda.
And so the first question will come from the Member of Parliament for Chipili, Mr. Chala, who is expected to ask the Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts a question in 3 parts. A, whether the government has any plans to construct a skills training center in Chipili district, and in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why?
Mr. Kalia Mandandi, Sioma Member of Parliament, has directed a question to the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, who wants to find out why the construction of the Kanja Livestock Service Center, Tier 3 in Sioma district has stalled, when the project will resume, what the cost of the project is and what the cost of the outstanding works is, and in the last part, he wants to find out what the time frame for the completion of the project is.
And after that, we expect Mr. C. Kangombe to move a motion entitled Increase Operating Hours for Public Health Facilities, that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide. So Wednesdays are set aside for private members' motion, and so we expect Mr. C. Kangombe to move that private.
And Mr. Kangombe is Kamkinsa Member of Parliament. After consideration of the private member's motion, we expect the Zambia Qualifications Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2022, to be considered at a second reading stage, and after that we'll have the resumption of debate on the motion of supply. When business was interrupted on Friday, Mr. Kolala was on the floor of the House, and so we expect him to be given time to continue with his debate. So if you just join us now, that is the outlook of today's business. We have 2 questions for oral answer, 1 private member's motion, 1 bill at second reading stage, and resumption of debate. Just about now, Mr. Speaker's procession making way into the chamber. Stay tuned.
Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those two men. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just a faithful manner to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Announcement. Honorable members, I may wish to inform the House that the National Pension Scheme Authority NAPSA has been authorized to conduct a sensitization seminar on its operation. The seminar will be held tomorrow, Thursday, 20th of October 2022, from 8:30 hours to 12:30 hours in the amphitheater at Parliament buildings. Honorable members are encouraged to attend this important meeting on voluntary basis. Thank you. Order. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of public urgent importance. Mr. Speaker, the youths of Petauke Central Constituency in the Eastern Province and the youths of Shankombo, the youths of Katombola, the youths of Nkana and Kamfinsa, the youths of Nakonde, they are crying. And what they know, according to our constitution, is that the age limit, it's 18 to 36. And this year, they have seen the recruitment of teachers and health workers. It was in that range. But now, when I was in the constituency, I was almost attacked by the youths. Jamba, just sit in we. Mr. Speaker, on the weekend when I was touring in my constituency, I was almost attacked by the youths from my constituency because after reading the advert that the recruitment will be in the age limit of between 18 and 26 on the advertisement, which was in the paper Daily Nation. In the paper Daily Nations. So they were asking me to say, the member of parliament, you are not representing us, because go and take this matter, because we will be left out. We completed school. After completing school, we went to college, university. Then from university, we find that we are coming back from university at the age of 28. And right now, we are expecting to be employed. And this matter, Mr. Speaker, is directed to the Minister of Youth and Sport. Wait for it. The youths in Munari constituency, they are watching. So, Mr. Speaker, the youths countrywide, the youths, Mr. Speaker, countrywide. Mr. Speaker, I'm not protected by these members. I'm sure you have seen the way when I want to start the matter, they're just coming like the minister, instead of sitting just in Ndui to wait until I finish. But he's busy interpreting me.
Order, let the member express himself.
So, Mr. Speaker, the youths, they are asking their Minister of Youths, because the Minister of Youths, I'm sure according to our constitution, the age limit for the youths is from 18 to 36. And here in Parliament, the youths qualified to be, the Minister of Youths qualified to be a youth minister, because here I'm sure the age limit is 45 and it's within that. But it's in order, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Youths to keep quiet, or else the youths, they can even end up even committing suicide if they want to be part and parcel of this recruitment.
Honorable member, which recruitment are you talking about?
Prison warders, which was advertised last week, I think on Friday. So it's not directed to the Minister of Home Affairs, no, but to the Minister of Youths, because it's the one representing the youths. It's the one who is supposed to intervene, to take this matter, to appeal to the Minister of Home Affairs, and also to appeal to our mother owner, so that at least the youths They're the ones who caused their honor to be sitting there. It's the youths. The same youths who are 27, 28, 29, 30, until 35. They are waiting. And I'm sure they are watching her honor, how she's going to intervene in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and thank you for according me this very important moment to rise on matters of agents of public importance. My whip, independent whip for independence, has already touched part of it, but I would like, Mr. Speaker, to rise on this very important matters of urgent public importance, and it's on Her Honor, the Vice President, as the leader of business in this House, and also the Vice President of this nation. Mr. Speaker, according to our Constitution, Article 8, if I can be allowed to read, but I can just give that Article 8, and also when we look at the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, does not discriminate any Zambian from getting employed or being employed even by the government. Mr. Speaker, in Chiengi, people in stature, they are short like me. And when you look at the advert that has been advertised by the government for prison warders, it's also talking about the stature. And Mr. Speaker, that height, it's not everyone who is tall. God has created us in different ways. So in other words, people from Luapula, of course we are people of short stature. We are not going to participate in this national cake getting employed. So I want to appeal to the government through you, Mr. Speaker. I need your indulgence to ask the government to redo the advert and also to consider our children or our brothers who are of short stature. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is this government in order to discriminate its citizens from getting equally employed by its own government? Because when they are voting, there's no discrimination, there's no age limit. So, Mr. Speaker, I need your indulgence. The people of Chiengi, they need this job, they need these jobs, and they should be part and parcel. I need your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Zambian people were commemorating the National Day of Prayer, Fasting and Independence and Reconciliation of Prayer. Mr. Speaker, I have with me here a program that was there. We were expecting His Excellency, the President of, not the former Republic, the President of this country, the lovely President, His Excellency, the President of this country, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Mr. Speaker, at 10:15, the program is saying arrival of the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people waited for His Excellency, and he was nowhere to be seen. Even today, Mr. Speaker, there's a program. The President was supposed to be on the Copper Belt, and the program is there. The people again are asking without seeing His Excellency, because when the program is set, it becomes official. The Zambian people, Mr. Speaker, are asking Her Honor the Vice President, where is our president? So that we know where the president is, because if, Mr. Speaker, we can have the program for His Excellency, this is official, and then the president is not seen, we get worried because we love him. Mr. Speaker, I need your serious ruling in this matter. Thank you.
Order. The honorable member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matter that I will raise is directed at the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I represent a rural constituency whose majority are poor, and their main economic activity is agriculture. Mr. Speaker, many farmers that supplied their produce to FRA have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, if these farmers are not paid in good time, they will not be able to pay for fertilizer this farming season. Consequently, this, Mr. Speaker, will affect food production. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that the Minister of Agriculture is sitting comfortably and chatting with other ministers when the good people of Milanzi, when the poor farmers of Milanzi constituency are being neglected by the Food Reserve Agency. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. Thank you.
Honorable member for Zambezi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to raise this matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I have risen on this matter of urgent public importance for the first time since this avenue was actually introduced to Parliament is because the people I represent are in dire need of the government's intervention. There is a place in my constituency called Makondu. Makondu has a stream which is a tributary to the mighty Zambezi River. And being a tributary to the mighty Zambezi River, it's highly infested with crocodiles. And now, in that area called Makondu, the school to which children go to school is on the western side of the river. Most of the children stay on the eastern side. Now, we have a situation where children are crossing on a point of crossing where there is a dilapidated bridge built in the colonial days. And now there were makeshift sticks that were put in there. It's quite a distance. But now that has collapsed, and children are risking to cross that crocodile-infested stream, either on small boats and the like, which is endangering their lives. I took one initiative to visit the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure to find a solution to this. Unfortunately, I was advised to see RDA and come up with a budget. A budget was made. It was as high as 13 million. We thought we could maybe make a contribution from CDF, but 13 million from our CDF for capital projects, which is just 14 million. How can it do that bridge? There's a bridge already made, Acro Bridge. But our government is unable to give us just that to make sure that that bridge is laid there. Children are now risking. Mr. Speaker, I need the government's intervention. This matter is actually brought to our honor, the Vice President, to intervene so that we find avenues to ensure that those children are not caught by crocodiles, by risking to cross Makondo stream to go to school. This is a daily event. The children, now with rains almost coming, they have started raining actually in Zambezi. One of them was almost missed the other day by a crocodile. Mr. Speaker, I need your indulgence to get the attention of our honor, the Vice President, to this life-threatening situation. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my matter of public urgency or importance touches on the stretch between Serenji and Impika. Mr. Speaker, this is a stretch that we are using every other week, and this particular stretch is a death trap. We are recording accidents every other week and every other day. My question and my plea goes to the Minister of Infrastructure and Urban Development, to the extent that what are the plans for, and housing, my very sincere apologies, Honourable Minister, the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing Development, that the stretch between Serenja and Impika is a death trap. And it mustn't take until one of the members of parliament or one of the government officials loses a life for us to wake up to reality. What are the plans to rehabilitate or to work on this particular road? And what are the plans before the onset of the rain season? We have lost so many lives, and we continue to lose every other day. If you're on that stretch, you feel the pain that motorists, public users are facing every other day. So my matter is directed to the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing Development, that to what extent and when do we expect this particular stretch to be redeemed? And I don't want to say it's Honorable Minister in order, because I don't want to cross a certain line. But the question is, when do we get this particular stretch addressed by this particular ministry? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kaflafuta.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving us, the people of Kaflafuta, an opportunity to raise a matter of public importance. I wish to put my weight behind what Honorable from Petauke Central and Honorable from Chiengi, mine basically is a follow-up matter. The last time I stood to ask why we couldn't be given the honor to have a certain number of candidates to be recruited by the police, the Zambia Army, and so on. Your office, Mr. Speaker, replied by saying I did not have anything to point to as to having a written document. Now that this matter is in the public media, are you able to provide us with an answer for the same question, Mr. Speaker? I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central. Order. The front bench, let's minimize talking. The Honorable Member of Petauke, you asked about the recruitment exercise, and you spoke about age limit. I think we all know that prisons is a security entity of government. As such, there are certain modalities government looks at before an advert is published. So there's a target group, a target audience that government wants to attract as the would-be applicants. So that's a security recruitment process that government really looks at it attentively. Similarly, in the same vein, Honorable Member of Chiengi, you spoke about the issues to do with height. I think we are all aware that when you are recruiting security personnel, stature of an individual plays a key role to ensure that you get the needed personnel to be able to execute different tasks. It's not an issue of segregation, but it's a matter of security recruitment process, that certain considerations are put into account. And thirdly, the Honorable Member of Nakonde wanted to know why the head of state didn't manage to congregate as earlier announced at showgrounds. I think we are all aware that the head of state, just like any other human being, is free to congregate wherever he feels. Against who?
On procedural, serious procedural matter, Mr. Speaker. If I may be allowed, Mr. Speaker.
You are not yet allowed, Honorable Member. I was addressing the third member's point of urgent matter. I think he asked about the head of state not be able to congregate at showgrounds where the national event was held. I think the head of state is a free human being, just like any one of us. Is free to congregate at any. Honorable Member, okay, take your seat, Honorable Member. I'm still on the floor. Yes. So that's what I was saying, is that the head of state is a free human being to congregate at any place of his choice that he feels fit. However, I think at the national event, government was well represented because Her Honor, the Vice President, who is the senior most in this land, was present there. So government was well represented. So let's not politicize issues that do not attract any political attention unnecessarily. Thank you. The fourth one, Honorable Member for Milanzi raised an equally very important matter as regards to the payments of the maize that was procured by government. Honorable Member, you are distracting. If you want to conversate, maybe you did in a more subtle way, or if it can't, maybe outside a bit, that would help. The issue of issue of maize, I think the Honorable Minister, this is quite sensitive, will give the Minister of Agriculture on Tuesday to come to the House and issue a ministerial statement as regards to how far people have been paid for their produce that they sold to FRA. So the Honorable Minister of Agriculture has been asked to come to the House to come and give the state of affairs as regards to the procured maize. Also, the fifth was the Honorable Member for Zambezi East. The Honorable Member was asking the Minister of Infrastructure over the crossing. That has become quite a thorny issue. School children can't cross because the area is crocodile infested. So in the same manner, would ask the Minister of Infrastructure on Tuesday as well to come to the House and the clarity that is needed to be addressed over the same crossing point. The Honorable Member of Kanchibia asked about the damaged road section that has become quite a death trap. I think the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure can combine the two, the same ministerial statement for the crossing in Northwestern and also the damaged road section for Kanchibia, the crossing section that was mentioned by the Honorable Member for Kanchibia. As regards to the Honorable Member for Kafulafuta, the issue of sharing slots amongst members of parliament to be recruited, I think the advert was quite precise and specific on how the recruitment process has to be carried out. I think I was previewed that I read the advert. To be done in all provincial centers. I think the mode that was indicated in that advert is that it's a transparent recruitment process. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, you said you rose on a point of procedure. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's just a slight concern, and I would like us to make sure that we are on the same page as we deal with business of the House. Mr. Speaker, when members on your left-hand side raises issues with the executive, it's just important that the executive are given an opportunity to respond to those concerns. We appreciate that the presiding officer may be privileged to have some information on some of these matters, but there are more issues that we may need to raise on a particular subject with our colleagues in the executive. And therefore, presiding officer, sir, we would like you, in as much as we have got the right to assist our colleagues from the right, to ensure. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising these standing orders are very clear on how we should conduct business. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, I think
we would like you as presiding officers to desist from assisting.
Order, Honorable Member. Are you sure you're looking at your standing orders? Do your standing orders tell you that you can raise a point of order against the presiding officer? Order.
Mr. Speaker, if I refer you to Standing Orders 131 on how business should be conducted here, it's talking about all the procedures that we must follow. And you, sir, with due respect, should facilitate your members on the left to engage our colleagues from the executive, because it is their responsibility to respond to us, and we should hold them accountable for their portfolios that they represent in this August House. We appreciate your role, sir, and we don't intend to undermine you, but ours is to just request that you facilitate the engagement of our members from the left-hand side to hold our colleagues on your rights accountable, in as much as we may be privy to some of the information that may be they are supposed to share with us in this August House. So this was not to undermine you, but just to bring it to your attention, sir, that we are feeling concerned that you are aiding our colleagues. They have their role to play in this August House. I thank you, sir.
Order. I think in this House, we should all, at all times, let's acquaint ourselves with the standing orders. Let's ensure that we read and understand them. I know it's a political house. There are certain statements we make for political expediency. But I think let's ensure at all times that we don't mislead ourselves or misguide ourselves. It's my candid advice that we should at all times acquaint ourselves with the standing orders. I hope I've made myself clear. Let's make progress. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me this opportunity on behalf of my people of Chipiri to ask question number 68. Thank you.
The Acting Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member, Mr. Shala, asked the Minister for Youth, Sport and Arts, A, whether the government has any plans to construct a skills training center in Chipili district, B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, the Honorable Member wishes to know why. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member may wish to note that it is the desire of the government through the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts to construct and establish at least one youth skills training center in every district. Chipili district is included. This is in line with the targets that are enshrined in the 8th National Development Plan. And for B, Mr. Speaker, plans to construct a youth skills training center in Chipili district will be implemented as soon as funds are made available. In this regard, the Honorable Member of Parliament may wish to note that the Ministry is also engaging cooperating partners in order to mobilize alternative sources of funding for infrastructure development, which includes youth skills training centers. And for C, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chala might want to know that plans are already there as stated above. Thank you, sir.
Any supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
I thank you most sincerely, Mr. Speaker. I have a follow-up question for the Minister of Sports regarding the Skills Training Center. The Minister, in your response, you've indicated that plans are there and that you are engaging cooperating partners. I'm also aware, Minister, that other ministers that have been queried on plans have indicated that there's a master plan, there's a gap analysis that has been done. Are you able to share with the MP for Chipili if this plan that you have to build a skills training center is sitting in one of the plans for either 2023 or for 2024 so that the MP would be in a position to give a report back to the constituency? I thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that question. I can confirm that the budget which we'll be looking at has an allocation for these facilities, and that I think once we pass the budget, if we do pass the budget adequately as it is, then definitely the Chipili Youth Skills Training Center will be looked at. Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask a follow-up question on the Minister of Youth and Sports. Minister of Youth and Sports, you know, the youths in Chipili district, they depend on sports activities because it's one of the activities which helps them to cage them from doing bad vices. So can you inform the youths of Chipiri how far have you gone with the preparations of the same skills training center and the plan, and also if the site you have already allocated? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Honorable Banda for that, and if Honorable Banda got me clearly, I did indicate that yes, the plans are there and that we have in the budget an allocation for growth of these. The idea, Mr. Speaker, is that each district, that's the idea, each district should have a skills training center. Currently, we have about 23 running, and you know that there are many, many more districts than the 23. So, yes, the plans are there, and they will be worked on as and when funds are made available. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. There's a point of order. Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order pursuant to 206 on the dress code, specifically B, targeted at the Minister of Health. Is the Minister of Health in order to come in this house with a bareback that is causing psychological noise to members of parliament, to male members of parliament?
Though from here I can't see how she's dressed. I can't see from here whether the minister is properly dressed. Honorable Minister, is it true you are wearing a bareback? Honorable members, I think that was on a lighter note, I guess. Okay, the minister is covering her back. I think that the psychological noise and trauma that the honorable member for Chirubi was experiencing is gone now. The honorable member for Chama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, the Minister of Health is growing younger each day that passes.
Let's avoid debating ourselves. And some personal jokes can be
Honorable
dangerous.
Speaker, thank you very much. The situation in Chirubi, in Ichpiri, Honorable Speaker, is actually similar in almost all the districts. I'll give an example of Chama, where a skills development center was actually initiated at slab level, stalled, and as we speak, CDF, which we are very grateful, Your Honor Vice President, your government has increased, is supposed to benefit youths when it comes to skills development, and they need these centers. The minister has indicated that as funds are made available, can he be in a position to assure the people of Zambia, through you, our very, very hardworking Honorable Speaker, when will this foreseeable future, or when will these funds, in terms of years, when will it be available? Is it in next budget, the other budget, or indeed within the 5 years mandate the UPND has, so that our people can start planning? Probably he can also request us MPs to use our CDF to build this skills development center. Does he have that initiative? I submit, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Acting Minister of Youth, Art and Sports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the anxiety that this issue causes, because these youth training centers provide very useful, very, very needed skills. Mr. Speaker, we have a budget before us which we are currently debating the speech. That budget, up until it is approved by this House, it is passed by this House, it is still funds which are being expected. In that budget, there are funds for some of these training skills. As I said, we only have 23 existing training centers out of the many, many districts that we have. If I'm not mistaken, is it 118? So, yes, there will be commencement. It will start with this next year's budget. There are also funds, Mr. Speaker, which we indicated are from cooperating partners. And to be specific, it is the UNDP which has been providing, has been and will still provide funding. So let us pass the budget so that works can commence. I think you have seen that this government is a working government. If you pass the budget, we'll start constructing these structures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my question has been overtaken by events. Honorable Minister, you are happy.
The Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I'm glad to note that you've said the New Dawn government, it is the New Dawn's government desire to construct skills training centers in every district. I would want to know,
if there are any plans to extend these facilities at constituency level. Thank you.
Though the question was specific, but the minister can just come in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very important question. Actually, the initial plans were to look at constituency level, but for now, the plans are to look at district level. So it will go district by district. We only have 23 districts with these things. So we need all the districts, first of all, to be covered before we go to the many, many constituencies that we have. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 69.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member for Sioma is asking a question in 5 parts. He's asking the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock as at why the construction of Kanja Livestock Service Center Tier 3 in Sioma district has stalled. And in B, when the project will resume. C, what is the total cost of the project is. And D, what the cost of the outstanding works is. And E, finally, what is the time frame for the completion of the project. Mr. Speaker, in A, Kanja Livestock Service Center Tier 3 in Sioma district was being financed by Livestock Development and Animal Health Project under the World Bank, which came to an end before the construction works were completed. Government took over and made partial payment to the contractor for the completed works. However, the works stalled after government policy at that time to focus on completing projects that were 80% or above. In B, members may wish to note that the project has expired due to lapse in time, and the ministry will therefore be engaging the Ministry of Justice and the contractor on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, in C, the initial sum for the contract was 12 million point 1, and the cost, indeed, the cost outstanding works is 6,487,324,021 ngwe. In the E, Mr. Speaker, the time frame to complete the remaining works at Kanja Livestock Service Center is dependent on the process of engagement as alluded to in B. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue in Sioma over the livestock center, we all understand here that even if you build the house, you don't occupy it, people end up vandalizing it. I know
the same livestock center. By now, obviously, we have lost some parts where some buildings or it has been damaged. And Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, the service centers across this country, which were started then by whoever started them, was a good idea. And a good number of them, practical example of the one in Nyimba, which has been vandalized and has been turned now into a church because the community thinks that the only way to protect it, let's may put a church there to start, to engage a security guard to protect it. Minister, are you in a position to tell us, because like the Nyimba issue, it's over 80%. The Sioma issue, I don't know where the percentage is. But looking at the situation in Sioma, whatever the percentage it is, it has, instead of going up now, the percentage is going down. Maybe we are now at 20% or 10% because people keep on vandalizing the property. Do you have any plans not to wait for all projects to be destroyed before you come up with the tangible amount of money needed to finish up these projects? Because they are very important projects. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, when a project is deserted, there's a lot of things that can happen to the project. And it is our desire as government to make sure that all the projects which were abandoned, the government has to find resources to make sure that we complete these projects. Now coming to the Livestock Service Center in Sioma, Mr. Speaker, the ministry, what it has done, Sioma being a new district, we have decided to ask some of our staff to move into some of these structures which are there to just protect what we have there. And we have got our staff, as we are talking now, operating at the same center. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we are all aware that Sioma lies in Western Province, and one of the economic avenues for the province is, of course, cattle rearing and animal business. And as such, this animal center is just so important to the people of Sioma. Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not only in Sioma. If not in Rwansha constituency, it has to be in Ron constituency, where we have another project of the same, which are stored. My question to the Honorable Minister is the 12 million that you alluded to, which was the contract sum, and the IPC, if I got you correctly, of 6 million has been issued. I want to find out from you, Honorable Minister, as to whether when the funds are sourced or secured, is the contract still going to stand at the fixed amount of 12 million, or we see the figure going upward in completing this project? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, it's very true that when it comes to completion, it will require to do assessment for the works that are remaining. Hence, in my first response, I stated that we are engaging the ministry first, the Ministry of Justice. There are issues of legality, like I've mentioned that this project, the time frame has expired. So we are looking at engaging the contractor by being advised by the Ministry of Justice. Then that's when we can know the way forward on how we are going to proceed with this project. Because these are some of the challenges that we have discovered, like you have mentioned, that in most of the centers that were supposed to be completed,
it is something that this government is wishing to fix. There are a lot of things that have happened during this period. We just took over the government. I thank you.
The Honorable nominated Member of Parliament, Honorable Ricardo Mufarari.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project, to the Minister, this project was abandoned about 2 to 3 years ago. And you are actually indicating that the monies, to some extent, it was due to time limits, the project was abandoned by World Bank. My question to you is, to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is were monies retained or monies finished for this project? I submit. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. The issue here is, like I responded in the first place, that the project was being financed by World Bank. Now, in the agreement of financing this project, there was a time frame which the donors or the partners gave to the government, and we did not meet that time frame. Hence, all the money was mopped by the partners. So this is where the hiccup comes in, and maybe you heard me, Honorable Member, saying that initially the government decided to take over the project, but they did not do anything to complete the works. But it is our wish that I want to assure the Honorable Member that this government is going to fix the challenge of Sioma Tier 3 project. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I followed keenly when you were providing the answer, and I got concerned with the way you answered part E of the question, because it doesn't seem to give hope to the people of Sioma. I believe the Member of Parliament, when he was asking, he wanted to get an answer that he can give to his people, especially when it comes to the timelines. Now, when you say that the time frame for the completion of the project is dependent on the engagement process, it's too broad and open-ended. It would help the Honorable Member for Sioma and all of us if you can at least indicate to us when the next meeting that you are going to have with the Ministry of Justice is going to be, so that at least when you state if it will be in a week or 2 or 3 months, then the Honorable Member for Sioma, we will know when he can make a follow-up with you, so that he can explain to the people of Sioma regarding this very important project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, for that concern of for the people of Sioma. First of all, I stated that this contract has expired. So when a contract is expired, there are issues to do with legalities with the contractor, and even looking at the conditions that were in that contract. So this process is on. We are, like I've stated, that we are engaging the Ministry of Justice. As you know, that they are the custodian of litigations issues pertaining to government. And we have already engaged the ministry. So it's the process which we are waiting on how we are going to be advised on to proceed with this project. And even the Honorable Member of Sioma is fully engaged in this matter. So I believe that this government will not leave that project like that. We are going to make sure that the reason why people voted for us is to fix problems that were created. And we are going to fix this problem of Sioma Tier 3 project. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you very much for that response. Many times, Minister, my colleagues here laugh at us when it comes to the issue of the quality of animals that we have around that area. Yeah, and our hope has been that with the completion of this project, you know, our people could have been equipped with the best practices when it comes to breeding and disease control and preventions. But now, when we do not get a time frame as to when definitely we are going to see a contractor on site, it sickens us. Would you be caring enough to the good people of Sioma so as to give us a time frame as to when we expect to see a contractor on site? Secondly, Minister, and through you, Mr. Speaker, the Kanja Tier 3 Livestock Center project is one of the projects in Western Province that saw visitation of high-profile figures, meaning that it was highly monitored. What really caused the delay to an extent that World Bank ended up at withdrawing? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, the project has been delayed, and eventually we have reached a stage whereby the project has expired. I really understand that Western Province, in particular, is one of the areas where we believe that livestock is the industry, or it's a mining activity for people in Western Province. But as I have alluded in my responses, this was lack of commitment to the terms and the conditions the partners had put in place. So when time elapsed, the partners moved away. So even those high-profile people who visited the place, I think they knew the problem where it was. So this is why I'm saying that it is the desire of the New Dawn administration to fix some of these challenges, because we know how important the center is to the people of Sioma. So we are going to make sure that this program is attended to. And this will not take long before the end of 2023. We will make sure that the project will be attended to. So what I'm saying is, I can see the honorable member is getting surprised, because when I'm saying 2023, I'm talking of the budget that we have pushed, because we are talking of the resources to find resources that are going to help us to construct, to finish the project. Otherwise, I'll be lying. I will not be saying the truth to tell the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to finish the works this year. That would be not correct. I'm sure 2023 it will be the year of action to make sure that the Tier 3 project in Sioma is completed or is attended to. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Thank you for giving the people of Mbabala an opportunity to ask a follow-up question on the agricultural livestock camp in Sioma. Mr. Speaker, there are so many of these abandoned centers, including in Mbabala constituency. We've got two, Dundu Agricultural Camp in Chirantambo, Chief Mapanza, and the Macha Agriculture Camp. These were admirable places when we were growing up, because they had a lot of animals, and animal diseases were being managed from those centers and the like. My follow-up question is what lessons, Honorable Minister, have been learnt from these abandoned projects and what's the way forward? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. The only lessons we have learned from these projects that are across the country which are abandoned is that when you are holding this public office, people have to commit themselves to service delivery. So we have realized that these projects which are dotted across the country, Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of, lack of commitment to these projects by the people who were in these public offices. And hence now, most of these projects, these contractors decided to abandon these projects, of which now the way forward, the Honorable Member is asking is that the new Dawn administration has committed itself to service delivery, and hence we have assured the people across the country that we are going to fix these challenges that people have faced for some time now. And we understand the value of these service centers across the country. The objective of these centers was to enhance production and productivity in the sector. But unfortunately, things did not work out properly, and we did not achieve the right things. But we as New Dawn administration, we are assuring everybody that we are going to commit ourselves to make sure that these projects are attended to. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your responses, though your responses don't seem to be providing the confidence we are looking for. Mr. Speaker, to have a contract relooked at by Ministry of Justice, in all government ministries, there are lawyers there, at least from what I understand. Now, if you are trying to have a contract renewed because it has expired so that you can re-engage the contractor, I don't think it can take the length of time the minister is talking about. Because the next thing we're going to hear that there is no money. We're looking for money to dismantle the debt. But we just passed a supplementary budget. So his ministry needs to double its efforts. These are economic issues which will turn around the cost of business in the livestock subsector. So, Honorable Minister, how long does it take for you, your ministry, to sit with Ministry of Justice to have these contracts relooked at so that the Minister of Finance can look for money for you, and then you start to drive the agenda of having livestock as a contributor to our economy? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, like I said, we are waiting to be advised by the Ministry of Justice, and the point I'm saying here is we are waiting to be guided. Where the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, is saying that all ministries have got the legal persons. No, my ministry has got no legal person. So that is the more reason why I've said we are waiting to be guided after the ministry is going to look at the expired contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Petaoke Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Petaoke to this opportunity to give the good people of Petaoke to ask a follow-up question on behalf of the good people of Sioma. The question to the Minister of Livestock. Minister of Livestock, the good people of Sioma, they depend on these animals. And then for them to apply for that facility, it was in the benefit of the good people of Sioma. But what other measures have you put to cage some of the needed things which they want, like to cage diseases? What measures have you put as we are waiting for this project to finish? Have you, maybe for example, like deep tanks, what have you provided those things? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, as a ministry, Mr. Speaker, we are providing extension services by using the staff that we have. So the extension services that were supposed to be given through the establishment of this center, we are still providing, as a ministry, extension services to our farmers in that district. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the responses from the Honorable Minister, in which he has indicated, one, the lapse of time, and two, lack of commitment, and also the mopping up of the money. I wanted to find out what was the position of the government in this project. Was the World Bank funding this project directly or through the ministry, such that the ministry had to undertake all the procurement processes, which led to the failure of adhering to the agreement with the World Bank? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister, Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Partner, through World Bank, like I stated in my preamble. And Honorable Member may wish to note that we did not meet the time frame which was set in the terms and condition that was stipulated with our cooperating partners. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. I'm so grateful for the response, and especially when you assure us that something will be done to ensure that that project is completed. However, Minister, as we wait for that assurance, you may wish to know that local people provided a service at that project in form of labor and materials. And because the contractor has a pending IPC, this has resulted also into the poor people that provided a service to the contract not getting what they had worked for. Are we seeing the government coming up with maybe some intervention measures to honor that IPC so that in return also the contractor can pay the people of Sioma who worked at that Tier 3 Livestock Center at Kanja? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, we are very much aware to the fact that there's an IPC which is not yet honored, and as government and the ministry, we are alive to that fact. And that's where I've said I'm assuring the people of Sioma that this matter is being given the attention that it deserves. Hence, I'm just going to wait from the Minister of Minister of Justice to make sure that quickly they engage us. And that I can assure you, Honorable Member, we are going to expedite the process with the ministry so that some of these issues can be addressed as soon as possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's make progress. Notice of motion, the Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that government increases operating hours in all public health facilities in order to enhance health service delivery.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, it is seconded, Mr. Speaker.
The motion seconded by the Honorable Member for Chipiri. Order. The question is that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you most sincerely for giving me yet another opportunity to move a private member's motion, this time urging government to increase operating hours in all public health facilities countrywide. For purposes of this motion and to contextualize my debate, allow me to define the public health facilities in question as institutions or facilities which provide primary medical interventions and primary health care owned and controlled by an organ of state. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization's goal of universal health coverage is that all people should have access to the health services they need when and where they need them without any financial hardships. It includes the full range of essential primary health services from health promotion to health prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Sustainable Development Goal number 3 aspires to ensure health and well-being for all by the year 2030. Mr. Speaker, Zambia's healthcare provision is anchored and inspired by this very global health architecture. To this effect, the government, through the 8th National Development Plan, under Development Outcome number 1, has indicated that Zambia is focused on strengthening public health and integrated health information systems. One of the ways in which this goal can be achieved is when public health facilities providing primary health care are operational for the longest period possible. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there are a few health facilities that operate beyond 17 hours and are providing primary health services, which unfortunately are not very comprehensive. For instance, pharmacy, radiography, and dental services, among other critical aspects, may be partially functional because they open during the day and close before 18 hours. This means that the primary health facilities only attend to patients during the day, and at night the services are not available. This is contrary to the golden triangle of ideal health care, which consists of accessibility, affordability, and quality. Mr. Speaker, being a member of parliament for a peri-urban constituency has also given me an opportunity to interact with people whose reality is that when they have an emergency at night, they are not able to access professional primary health care services because the closest health facilities are either closed or operating with limited personnel. This challenge is even worse in certain parts of the rural area of Zambia, where health facilities are far and hard to reach. Mr. Speaker, if we continue with the narrative of primary health facilities operating for a limited number of hours, we will not be able to meet our objective of providing effective quality healthcare services close to the families. The real benefits of recruiting 11,000 health workers will only be meaningful to the people of Zambia if patients are able to access these health professionals in the health facilities when they need them. Mr. Speaker, I have interrogated the regulatory framework to see if there is an outright policy that dictates that Zambian health facilities should operate on limited timelines. My study did not find any law or any policy that dictates that health facilities should open for a short period. This means that the reasons for shortening operational hours for primary health care facilities may be due to administrative challenges. For instance, the low health staffing levels create a challenge for the lean staff to attend to work schedule demands, such as having staff to cover different shifts. In some cases, there is inadequate or a total absence of senior or expert health practitioners in the evening. The National Health Care Standard for Zambia stipulates that a standard health care center should be headed by a designated staff at the equivalent level of a district medical officer. Unfortunately, this may not be prevailing in most of the respective constituencies. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, some primary health care facilities are only run by 2 nurses. This is a departure from the required standards of delivering quality health care services. This is further compounded by inadequate infrastructure, such as poor lighting facilities, poor medical equipment, inadequate staff houses, and security services at most public health facilities. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in order to deal with these administrative challenges at primary health care level, I suggest that 1, more health workers be provided for the evening shift. Number 2, that a police officer be provided at every health facility operating in the evening to enhance security of the facility and the workers. Number 3, that incentives be provided for health workers that will be providing this very important service in the evening shift. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, may I remind this august House that this is a housekeeping motion which seeks to address some of the challenges in the health sector in as far as providing primary health care after the normal working hours. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But before I go to this important motion, let me just share my grief because I had asked the question, but I was not given the time to answer to make a follow-up question through and through. I'm very disappointed. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm here. Firstly, let me say that to thank you to giving me this opportunity to second this very important motion before this August House. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the motion, we are not asking too much. It's just about increasing the hours in our health facilities, especially in our rural areas. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you happen to be one of those who are brought up in these rural areas, you agree with me what is happening in these health facilities. Our people are not getting these services that they need at any time. You will find that most of these clinics in these rural areas, they only work from 08 hours to 16 hours. That is from Monday to Friday. Saturday, they work from 8 hours to 12 hours. Sundays, most of these clinics and health posts are closed. Now, the question, this is happening mostly in our rural areas. I know some of my honorables here, they are honorables for, they are town honorables. There are also some honorables who are village honorables. And I'm sure those who have been brought up who are honorables in these villages, rural areas, they will be able to support this motion so that our people are catered for. They should find a way out as the government to see how best they can help our people in our rural, those who are living in rural areas. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, approximately 61% of Zambian population lives in these rural areas. Why should we neglect them? If something happens at the 16, 17 hours, where do they run to? And when you look at, Mr. Speaker, when you look at that now the CDF has been increased, people now are moving, the drifting has shifted. They're now moving from urban areas to rural areas. That's where green pasture is now. So it is very important to ensure that the hours, the operation hours, has to be increased. I know the Minister of Health has some issues concerning to this motion on human capital and the connectivity of electricity in some of these rural areas where the clinics are seated. But still, if the pronouncement, the direction is given, as the area members of parliament, we are able to facilitate, to use CDF, to buy generators, to buy solars for those clinics so that they can be working 24 hours. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the person, the honorable who cannot, I'm sure, support this motion are those who don't originate from Zambia. I know them, but I cannot mention them. From Eastern Province. Yes. Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to support and look at it so that our people are helped. I can assure you, there was one time when I was going I crossed the Pedico, I went to Chembe, I felt sick. That was on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. I was directed to one of the clinics. When I went there, I found that they have closed. What should I do? I went to the house of the very officer, and I was told that no, he has gone to Mansa. Why at no Sunday they don't work? So what it means is that people in rural areas can only get sick on Mondays up to Friday, and up to 12 hours. That's all. It's very unfortunate, but I'm sure this motion is urging the government to look at that so that we see how best we can help our people. Mr. Speaker, the health citizen is something that we are looking up to ensure that these people have access to these facilities on daily basis at any time when they want, when they are affected with any disease that they can come across. I know, Honorable Minister of Health, you should not, you should change your mind when responding if you have already prepared your statement in negativity, but I want positivity so that I know it's not today that we can do it, but if this information is on your table, you may consider as long as it has gone through this August House. I thank you and I support the motion.
Those of you that you'll be indicating and then you're omitted, don't get offended. The list has been unveiled to me, so primary preference will be given to the list. Unless we exhaust it, then we'll look at other platforms. The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make some comments on this motion brought by the Honorable Member for Kamfisa, which member has brought a motion which says, in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health institutions. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Kamfisa has started by giving a wrong definition of public health institutions. So, Madam Speaker, public health institutions mean or connote to mean any facility, be it a hospital, any building where any diagnostic intervention or health advice is given. That is, and which is owned by an organ of state. That is a public health institution. However, what is it has defined are primary health care institutions, meaning, in our context, those that perhaps start from the health post going all the way to the community. And yet, his motion speaks to all public health institutions. So already, to me, standing here, I'm completely lost as to where I will base my debate. But however, I will debate it as it appears here. Mr. Speaker, the motion says that we must, as a matter of fact, ensure that operating hours are increased in all public health institutions. It is like saying that this House should enact a policy that urges members of parliament to be factual in their debates. Yet we know that it already exists. Standing Order number 65 exists. There has never been at any one time, Honorable Member for Kamfisa, whether governments in the gone by days or today, where public health facilities have ever been restricted in the provision of health services. As a matter of fact, governments, including the New Dawn government, is desirous of the fact that they have to bring these services as close to the people as possible, 24 hours a day. And this is happening. Okay? I'm going to explain. All our public health institutions, first of all, Honorable Kangombe, even in your constituency there, I know that Mwekera Clinic operates 24 hours. I know that Ndeke Clinic operates 24 hours. I know that Zamtan Clinic operates 24 hours. I know that Kitwe Central Hospital operates 24 hours. I know that all the level 1 hospitals in this country, in all the 116 districts, operate 24 hours. I know the honorable member is confusing the levels of care that subsist in our healthcare delivery system. Okay? If he's talking at the primary healthcare level, in this particular case, I'm only assuming that he's probably talking about the health posts. Health posts, Honorable, were never meant to operate 24 hours. A health post, as the word says, the smallest unit, which is the first point of call for minor ailments such as your headaches, which you're still trying to explore what they are, and at that post, which is supposed to operate in the community, okay, to ensure that those ailments and issues which they are not able to elucidate, then they can refer them to the next point of care, which is your clinics and basically, let me say, your health centers. And almost all of them, except the few, operate 24 hours. Now, the issue is that those that don't operate 24 hours, it is because, which you mentioned yourself, that there are some challenges to do with the staffing. To give you an example, currently in this country, we require 139,000 health workers, but we only have 75,000. Now, it is bad management to build a facility and open it without any health workers in there simply because you want to operate 24 hours a day. The prudent thing to do is that you build, then you recruit your health workers of various categories according to that establishment, and then you open it. Now, if you look at the government which you support, it was not doing this kind of thing. Now, for the new Dawn government, in order to ensure that including some of those services, not in your constituents, because all of them really operate except 2, the mini hospital at Indeke there, which doesn't do that, okay? And maybe in other constituencies. I can understand probably, but even then, several of them, including health posts, like in my constituency, by the way, which is very rural, all of them operate 24 hours. Okay? So the decision to operate 24 hours is based on whether you have adequate levels of staffing, you've got equipment, and if you look at what we are doing now, we've basically recruited 11,000. We are going to recruit another 3,000. We've put $56 million to buy equipment to ensure that we put in this. So including those that are not, eventually they will have to migrate to ensuring that they bring this service as close to the people as possible by operating 24 hours. So this motion is mixing up primary care services, especially at health post level, and the rest of the other facilities which open 24 hours. In any case, from a policy angle, there's never been a shift. And I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Health will probably come and support me. The fact that up until today, including the previous government, the policy still remains that all our public health facilities must operate 24 hours. So if there are those that are not doing that, they will eventually migrate as soon as we continue to solve their challenges. Some of the health posts don't even have houses for health staff. So how do you open them immediately? It's bad management to do that. Health is a very complicated undertaking which must be taken in a systematic manner. Honorable members, I urge you to reject this motion on both sides. First of all, because it does not speak to the current realities. Secondly, the policy. Public health facilities. Chiengi, has it got a district hospital? I'm sure it does operate 24 hours. So if you are talking at the lowest organ, then we can talk about increasing health staff so that we can staff them. But by and large, all the levels of care from the highest up to the first level operate 24 hours. So, Honorable Member, perhaps you would like to withdraw your motion, rephrase it, and come back later. Honorable Members, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nyimba. So the Patriotic Front, they've given me a list, and the ruling party have done the same. So we'll be alternating because independents, they didn't give us. So independents, haven't given me a list. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you.
The independents have also availed me a list. So we'll be following the list as we pick the would-be speakers. The Honorable Member for Nyimba can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, the point of order is on the rules, the House. I would like to know which standing orders that which have been changed so that we know that in order for us to speak as elected members of parliament who've been sent to this House should be registering to, to debate. Because I'm not aware of this standing order. I would like to find out if this House is in order to introduce something that is not in the standing orders. I need your indulgence.
But in the standing orders, it's there. It's there. It's a normal, honorable member for Chiengi, it's a normal practice. It even goes further how to pick a member, that in an event that the leader of opposition indicates he should be given preference among other members. And the same leader of opposition or the government chief whip can avail us a list. It's there. That's why I'm always saying that you should ensure that you read the standing orders. All the time ensure that you get familiar with the standing orders. Honorable member, take your seat. We may just be wasting time. May the honorable member... May the honorable member for Nyimba continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you so much for giving the people of Nyimba to contribute on this motion, increasing operating hours for the public health facilities across the country. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, maybe my honorable minister, MP for Kamfinsa, he was just too busy because I don't know if it's the one who did this. Because the facilities are, Madam Honorable Speaker, is that there are some facilities at district level hospitals who are operating 24/7. And there are district health post clinics which are not operating at 24/7. And giving it a bracket proposal that every health facility should operate 24/7, this will bring problems because we need to look at this way. We suppose the first thing we need to do is to increase the number of workers in those facilities. If you look at the rural facilities, we come from the rural areas. Maybe this motion was for town or urban facilities. Because I'll give you a practical example of facilities in the rural areas where we've got one personnel, one nurse working. This nurse, basically, should I say, works, because if a pregnant woman comes at 02, this nurse has to wake up and start working, even after knocking off at 18 hours. The biggest problem we should be looking at now at this hour is to bring in or employ more health workers in these facilities. Because surely, even us here, are we sure we can work from 7 hours to the following day 7 hours? It's not possible. Our workers in the rural areas, they are overused. And for me, I would love that instead of bringing this motion, we propose that the rural areas, the rural facility workers, we give them hardship allowances, overtime allowances, because these people are suffering. Yes, I agree. We have problems in the district hospitals where only maybe a clinical officer, doctors knock off, nurses, maybe one nurse, one clinical officer. These are the areas maybe we should be looking at the urban, at the district level and the central, at the provincial
hospitals. These are the hospitals we should be looking at. If we see Kitwe Central Hospital not working 24/7, then we should question ourselves, are we worthy to be called a country? Because that's a facility which should work 24/7. But if you go into Rwanga Valley in Nyimba, where there's a flying doctor health post, where there are people distracted every day, a clinic officer has to be guarded by Zawa, and you want that person to be working 24/7 alone, that won't help us. My prayer and my contribution to this is that we need to rephrase this, where maybe we ask for the Ministry of Health to increase the number from 3,000 health workers to another 11,000. That we appreciate, so that we can allocate more health workers in these areas. Our areas, they do not have health facility workers who can man our health facilities for 24/7. This is what we should understand. So we need to separate the urban health facilities and the rural setup. I understand we have people like those coming from Nkana constituency who only have a Kitwe district, Kitwe Central Hospital, and they got very little information what happens outside there. In the rural areas, they do not understand what is happening there. So my prayer is that if we need to second or support this motion, we should separate the motion. We should separate the motion from, because if you say health facilities, you are saying a clinic, a hospital, a general hospital, a district hospital. This is where I've got a problem. Unless I didn't understand. But if this is the way he said, then it is wrong. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for me, we need, my take on this one, we need to look at the people, we need to increase people in these facilities so that they can work 27. But if we pass a motion today, where are we going to get people who are going to work 24/7? We need to start with the basics to employ more people. Then second is to construct more health facilities. Then if we are going to recruit next year 3,000, in the budget, I know when we come to debate, I'm proposing another 11,000. Because there's 3,000 might not cater, because we have seen, even after recruiting 11,000 workers, some hospitals, there's just that person or still being manned by community health workers. So for me, we need to work on, we need to ask the Minister of Finance to look for money so that we employ more people, so that we can have people working in these facilities 24/7. But we can't start with the equals first before a plus or multiplication. That will really not going to help us. Sure, 1 + 1 has to be a formula. Then there must be an answer at the end of the day. So for us to start now, let's see to it that we employ more health workers. Then we can ask for us to work 24/7. Thank you.
The honorable member for Busakiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this progressive motion, ably moved by the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa and seconded by the Honorable Member for Chipiri constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is a progressive motion, a political motion. The move of the motion, Mr. Speaker, did not indicate whether these health facilities are the rural ones or the urban ones. And the people of Sakile are very much aware that, yes, countrywide, we do have health facilities that operate 24 hours, but there are some that does not operate 24 hours. This is a motion that my honorable colleague from Nyimba has misunderstood and hence debating out of context. Mr. Speaker, access to universal health services, this is what all the countries are striving to do. and it is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And for the nation like Zambia, the first thing that we did was to build these health facilities countrywide, dotted countrywide. And for that, I want to thank the Patriotic Front for that undertaking that they took. And we all know that we've been seeing our mobile hospitals, the flying doctors that have tried to bring these health services to those communities that are underserviced, Mr. Speaker. And very recently, Mr. Speaker, we saw the New Dawn government recruit more than 11,000 health workers. That is very progressive. Now, what we expect from that is a trickle-down effect in terms of access to quality health services of these people, of our people. Mr. Speaker, in this line, we need to have a holistic approach of not only building these health facilities, but also to ensure that these health facilities operate 24 hours. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because in the sense that we get injured, we get sick, give birth, and die at any time of the day. It is not known at what point somebody will get sick. Where I'm coming from in Usakire, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of health facilities that does not operate 24-hour service. And to get to Kitwe Central Hospital that operates 24-hour service is very far. We can experience situations that are uncalled for, Mr. Speaker. Our people in these health services, Mr. Speaker, if these operational hours are increased, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have these health workers motivated financially. We know that our labor laws, in our labor laws, these shift workers, they get differential pay. Those who work between 18 hours and 06 hours, they are paid. It is also common knowledge that there is a change of shift pay that those unionized health workers that they've negotiated for. Mr. Speaker, when we actualize this, government is going to mitigate the rural-urban drift that exists among these health workers. Currently, these health workers that we have, they are demotivated. Everyone wants to come and work in the urban areas. Why? People should know the reason why everyone is coming to urban areas. Because of this differential pay that arises from these health workers, and also the change shift pay that is given to those unionized workers. The differential pay, Mr. Speaker, is calculated at 15% of every hour that these workers work. If this is actualized, Mr. Speaker, it will embrace the spirit of equal pay for work of equal value, which is enshrined in the Employment Code, Act number 3 of 2019. This is constitution, Mr. Speaker. I think every government would like to mitigate the rural-urban drift of these health workers so that they can work there. Because we cannot have a situation in this country, all the workers want to come in the urban areas. This is the reason why. So if we are to look at this, Mr. Speaker, for me, this is a political. This is a political. We do appreciate health workers who are employed. Where have they gone? Maybe we need an explanation. Let them go in these health facilities so that we mitigate this situation. Health Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, in Usakile, these health facilities, we are on the sorry side, they don't operate 24 hours. Only a few, I think 2 of the health facilities in my constituency.
C7 Clinic, if I may mention, and the Luangwa Clinic. They are the only two clinics. The rest of them, they don't operate 24-hour service. So we also want to appeal to you that security should be number one, because at one point, I think in 2019, 2020, there was an attempt to send the health workers at the Chambori Clinic where they didn't put security. So people were almost raped at this clinic. So security again is number one as you try to, I know, even if you shoot this motion, this is a very important motion to motivate your own health workers to ensure that our people have access to quality health. Mr. Speaker, me, I'm a born and bred of Sakile constituency. At Usakile police station, there's never been a point where the door was closed that police officers are not working. From the time that police station was constructed, the doors are ever open and we have people in the shift. Health is number one, is the key. Why should we have health facilities, people knock off now, they are not working. 17 hours they've knocked off. Yes, you can politically where you are seated, the people are listening. This is very real. Budget constraint is another issue which we may agree with you, but we will not agree with you to politics on this matter. It is an Zambian and patriotic, the progressive. Mr. Speaker,
Order.
Let me not be tempted.
Order.
Let me not be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm standing, actually. For the opportunity that you have given the people of Mwinilunga to be able to debate on this motion. And I thank Honorable Kangombe for having brought up this motion, but obviously he fell short on some issues that I may highlight as we go on. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy with the debates on the motions that are brought to this House under the New Dawn government. I'm saying this because the debates that are brought here, they are well measured in terms of responses and arguments that are coming from your right. And like before, when we brought motions here, we were called names. We were told you are jealousy because of our positions. Things were said here. We were told that you will never form government when debating motions. Now, the New Dawn government is showing maturity, how people in government must behave when people on your left bring up motions. I'm very happy with the New Dawn members of parliament with the debates that you are putting up in this house. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a rural area myself, in Chief Kanyama of Mwinilunga in northwestern province. I have also stayed in the cities, so I've tasted rural life, I've also tasted city life. In 1972, Dr. Kaunda came to open Kanyama health post. And when this health post was opened, we had a full contingent of staff, medical assistant, environmental technician. We had 4 nurses. And the working hours were from 8 hours to 17 hours.
between Monday and Friday. 08 to 13 hours on Saturdays and Sundays. We had a full contingent of staff. And the working hours were the same as they are today. That was 1972. And that has been the situation up to today. Even today, the operating hours are the same. But I want to say this, that the staffing levels actually dropped during PF government. The staffing levels dropped. And this government is trying to rebuild what was destroyed by PF. And I want to tell you that it's very easy to destroy. You can destroy this building in one day. This building can be destroyed in one day. But to try and rebuild this building, it will take time. It will take years. And this is what this government is trying to do. First of all, to rebuild, to recruit staff. Okay? And you must understand also that the resources of this country have gone down. The economy is gone down. So give the UPND, of course, because of mismanagement. Yeah, by PF. Yeah, by PF. Because this economy, during MMD, the economy was very strong. There are no arguments about that. You have destroyed the economy of this country. And give chance to this government to try and rebuild the economy of this country and therefore begin to recruit staff and improve services in every area, not only in healthcare services, but in every sector of our economy. We are in a rebuilding mode. We are in a rebuilding mode. You were in a destructive mode. And that is why you were removed. You were removed because you were in a destructive mode. The Zambians want to rebuild their country by rebuilding their economy. And they gave responsibility to the people that have the capacity, that have the capabilities to do that. To do that which the people of Zambia desire. And that is rebuilding the economy so that we can get better services to our people. Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Kangombe, the mover of the motion, defeated himself in his debate. And that's what I got. He confused himself. Okay? He entangled himself, tied himself upside down. Because he should have differentiated. He has only been to Quito from the time he was born. He has never been to Mwinirunga. He has never been to Mwinirunga. He has all his time lived in Quito, so he doesn't know what happens in Mwinirunga. Open some water for me.
Honorable member, order. Honorable member, let's avoid debating ourselves. This usually causes an uproar on the other side, so let's avoid debating ourselves. You can continue.
Mr. Speaker, well guided. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion that we must employ policemen in all the facilities, in Mwinirunga, in all the facilities, so that they can guard those that are working at night, is not tenable. First of all, it's not tenable, because the staff that are in Mwinirunga, first of all, they are very few. Where do you get them? Do you understand what the word deploying means? Where do you get them? Don't argue with me. Can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
Order. Don't debate while he's standing.
Or while they're sitting, sorry, don't debate while they're sitting. Well, you know, when you are seated, you intend to make a lot of mistakes. Because that's why we are making mistakes like deployment. Because deployment means someone has already been employed. Yes. May the honorable member continue.
Deployment is recruitment. Perhaps they can go and do human resource and understand some of these things. So that is not tenable. One, it fails. Okay? And you can't do that. You can't do what you are suggesting to all the facilities in the country, urban, city, and rural. I think that has already been explained. In fact, Honorable Dr. Kalila finished this debate. He finished this debate. And the mover must just stand up and withdraw because he's just wasting. Oh, sorry, not wasting our time, but perhaps, yeah. This debate, this motion must,
Order.
for the reasons given, fail.
Order. Honorable member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for offering the people of Chiengi this wonderful moment. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the mover of the motion and also the
Order.
seconder.
Honorable member, as the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Business has been suspended until 17 hours, and on the floor of the House is a private member's motion that has been moved by Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe. The title of the motion is Increase Operating Hours for Public Health Facilities, that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide, and business has been interrupted when Chiengi Member of Parliament has just been given opportunity to make her contribution. Just before we go for a break, when business began, Mr. Speaker made an announcement.
So when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Mr. Second Deputy Speaker informed the House that the National Pension Scheme Authority, NAPSA, has been authorized to conduct a sensitization seminar on its operations, and the seminar will be held tomorrow, Thursday, 20 October 2022, from 08 hours to 12:30 hours in the amphitheater at Parliament buildings. Therefore, honorable members are encouraged to attend this important meeting on voluntary basis.
Right, so we'll look at the business at end of our broadcast today. But just in the meantime, we'll take a break. We'll be back at just before 17 hours.
MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Milazi MP, Miss Melesiana Piri. Join host Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency.
My full name's Tacharoyotam, Member of Parliament for Chama North. Actually, this is my first term in office. I'm married to a beautiful lady, Beauty Kaluva, and we have got 4 children. I started my grade 1 actually in 1974 at Chama Primary School. From there, I went briefly to Chipata, Feni, where I did my grade 6. That was 1981. After that, I went to Sairi Primary School, that was in Chipata. in Paramount Chief Mpezeni's area where I did my grade 7. That was 1982. From 1983, I was selected to go to Chama Boys Secondary School. So I did my secondary education at Chama Secondary School from 1983 to 1989. And I think someone would ask to say, but why did you take 7 years? It happened that in grade 11, 1986, there was a protest at school over poor diet. So I was expelled from school. But I fought very hard, and the minister at that time, Honorable Basil Kaumehiso, rest in peace, was the Minister of General Education and Culture at that time, reinstated me, and I went back to Chama Secondary School and completed the 2 years later. I think after I completed my grade 12 in 1989, I started as an untrained teacher in Chama Kapchirasenga Primary School before I migrated to the Copper Belt for greener pasture. And in 1990, I joined the Zambia Electricity Supply Corporation, ZESCO. And while at ZESCO, I think I got interested in the trade union movement. I started as a shop steward. I rose through the structures from shop steward to the position of General Secretary of the National Energy Sector and the Allied Workers Union. My constituency is in Eastern Province. I think some few years ago it was in Mchinga Province, but in the first place it was in Eastern Province. But when President Sata became president, he decided to realign Chama to Mchinga. And now President Hakainde Hichilema has decided to take Chama back to Eastern Province. So my constituency is one of the vast constituencies in this country, and which has so many challenges. I was elected on the basis that I should be able to address those challenges our people have been facing. I think Chama has been a Cinderella, one of the Cinderella districts in Zambia since independence. I think the people of Chama have not really they have not received a fair share of the national cake. We have so many challenges. Road network is very, very bad in Chama. However, we are addressing these road challenges, and I'm happy that the New Dawn government has been able to listen to us, and I think something is done in that area. I think people have been crying over the Chama Rundas Road, the people have been crying over Chama Matumbo Road, and I think the New Dawn government, they want to continue where the PF left. So I can assure the people of Chama that the issue of the road network, I think, is being addressed in a more proactive manner. I think the other challenges we have is that electrification. Chama has not benefited from the rural electrification since the inception. However, we engaged the government, and so far I'm happy that Chama North was the first constituency to be visited by the Rural Electrification Authority. So I can assure the people of Chama that I'm working very hard to ensure that at least out of 13 wards, we only have one ward which has electricity, that's Kampemba ward. But very soon I think the people of Chama will be able to also benefit, enjoy the electricity. And I'm happy that ZESCO is working day and night to ensure that Chama is connected to the national electricity grid. I think the other challenges we've been facing there is the issue of water. You know, from independence, our people have been confronted with a lot of challenges. And you see, most of our women draw water from crocodile-infested rivers, and every year we record fatalities. And because of that, we have put a radical plan. We are drilling a number of boreholes where we invested a lot of money in the water reticulation. So I'm very confident that before the end of this year, I think the people of Chama, the problem of water, I think, will be resolved very soon. And also the government is also supplementing. They are giving us boreholes. So with the boreholes from the CDF, I'm sure that the issue of water, our people being killed by reptiles, I think may be a thing of the past. Communication network, there are some wards which don't have communication network. Chivale, that is in Kankawad, Chiruvanama, Mazonde, in Lundu, there is no mobile communication network, and we engage the government. And I'm happy to assure the people of Chama that very soon those areas are going to communication towers will be installed, and I think the government has already done the tendering. I'm very sure that if before the end of this year, if communication towers are not installed this year, I'm very sure that in the first half of 2023, the communication towers are going to be installed. Man-animal conflict has been a huge problem for the people of Chama. You know, Chama was classified as a game management area in 1947. So up to this time, the government has not repealed that act. So there is a lot of challenges our people have been facing. People are being killed by man-animal conflict. Crops, farming products are being eaten by animals. So the situation is quite so desperate. And I want to appeal to the government that I don't think that the animals must have dominion over human beings. I think God created man to have dominion over everything, including animals. But the way it is now, it is very sad that the majority, if you go to Runda's prison, you go to Chinsari prison, a lot of people are in prison from Chama on game, on wildlife related crimes. People are being sentenced 5 years, 10 years imprisonment with hard labor. I want to appeal to this government that I think there's need that we must repeal some of these repressive laws. People are found with just a piece of meat in the home. They are taken to the police and then they are being jailed for so many years. So I feel that there is need that the government must put measures to ease man-animal conflict. In the nutshell, I think these are the challenges Chama North is facing, and this is what we are doing. And I think we are using CDF very effectively. We are empowering 101 cooperatives. And in Chama North, we are doing it without segregation. That's why there's no outcry, and I've made sure that this CDF is taxpayers' money. I don't want anyone to be segregated just because I'm a member of parliament from PF, then we only favor PF. That is not there in Chama North. So for me, I'm working well with the UPND and other political parties. We are empowering 101 cooperatives. For the first quarter CDF, we empowered 33 cooperatives. I feel that everyone, each ward, we are distributing grants equitably without segregating at all. And to address the problem of road challenges, we are buying road equipment so that we are able to open up our constituents, because Chama has vast potential in terms of wildlife. We have a lot of minerals there like gypsum, emeralds, which remains unexploited. But if we open the road network, the district is opened, I'm very sure that we are going to attract more investors, especially that Chama is one of the leading districts in terms of rice production in this country. So Chama can feed the whole the whole of this country if at all we are able to address some of these challenges our farmers have been facing. Apart from the CDF, I've said that I've been very proactive in engaging the government. And I'm very proud that in the less than 1 year, in 1 year I've been in office, I explained that one, already the road development agents, they have advertised the Chama Matumbo Road and Chama Rundazi Road to be developed to bituminous standards under the PPP private-public partnership. And the people of Chama have been crying for this road network from independence. They have lived on broken promises. You see, and I want to pay tribute to the late President Michael Sata. Chama was not the way it is now. When Mr. Sata became president, he changed the face of Chama. That's why today, Mr. Sata is highly glorified in Chama. So I'm happy that the new Don government wants to continue where the PF left. So RDA has advertised, and we are hoping that very soon we may have investors so that they can develop that road. And once that road is done, it will open up a lot of economic activity, because the shortest route is the port of Dar es Salaam, the entire eastern province, some district in Malawi, and also in Mozambique. So that road is very critical. The other one, the bridges, and we have managed, at least we have managed, the new Don government has put in the supplementary budget, which we recently approved, on the Kampemba Bridge and the Rwangwa Bridge. and we are pushing that the Minister of Finance can raise those funds so that as quickly as possible these bridges can be constructed. I've also engaged the government on the issue of our men and the women in uniform. If you go to Chama, you'll be shocked that the police station, which is called the police station, is a makeshift police station. I can call it as a police post. And I'm happy that the Honorable Jackie Mwimbu has assured the people of Chama that a modern police station is going to be built in Chama, and also 95 staff houses for our men and women in uniform. To me, that is an achievement. In terms of education, we have managed to secure a day secondary school in Mbazi Ward, the first of its kind, which will be funded by the World Bank. You see, so these are some of the projects, developmental agenda, which so far we have managed to achieve. So in the nutshell, I think I want to dedicate myself in the next 1 year, before the end of 2023. I think the people of Chama are going to see a change. They are going to see the real change they had wanted. And I have no doubt that before my term of office comes to an end, using constituency development fund effectively and also lobbying the government, I am very sure that I think Chama will be put at another level come 2026. At the moment, my appeal to everyone is that this is not a time for politics. Politics will come in 2026. So for me, I will embrace everyone, the ruling party, because we must also realize that the UPND is in government. So if we don't work with them, then we can't get development in Chama. So I have encouraged my councillors and all the party structure that at the moment, let's give support to the current government which is in office, so that the people of Chama can also receive a fair share of the national cake. But where they go wrong, will not hesitate. That's why we are there as opposition, to provide checks and balances. I think that's what I can say on the issue of developmental agenda for Chama North constituency. Yai hapa nkulomba waka asenga mosi na imwe mosi kwa Chama kuti please ile nkumongera nchomene pa voti ya mkanivotera mwaona pa nyengo idoko waka ivi ntasebezerapo so masuzi yomgosuzi kanga pa nkhani ya maji, nkhani ya miseu, nkhani ya ma communication towers, nkhani ya vipatala, mwaona ulo kwa chivale kula kwa hivi chipatala chikulu yai but nikwanisha kuyoshana na wa government kula kuvenge mini hospital kwa chivale na road ile ya kwa chivale nichita manage ndalama baboma bepeleka 8 million kwacha kuti vichi ila ndoa ya kwa chivale bamalize na chivale boarding school ndalama zilifuma kufuma kuboma so tibe bantu bokolejana pa nyengo ino ni nyengo ya ndale yai pata bantu bakokolejana vipani vyose bachechi na bose ma stakeholders ngumanya kuti mu 2026 muzambona mweka iko imwe kwa Chama kuti kasi chitukuko cha tikapenjanga nicho ichi chitukuko cha vichi nicho tili nacho panyengo ino mtikokera wako padoko waka makamaka pankhani ya maji ngumanya before chaka chijemala chino aya masuzu ya maji ya malenge so tiwe bantu okolejana kwa mbula kutinghana yai.
MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Milazi MP Miss Melesiana Piri. Join host Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency.
shortly we'll cross back to the floor of the House as the House is considering a motion that has been moved by Kamfisa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, and seconded by Chipili Member of Parliament, Mr. Paul Chala. And the title of the motion is Increase Operating Hours for Public Health Facilities, that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide. And at the time that business was interrupted, Chieng Member of Parliament, Ms. Given Katuta, was on the floor of the House. Others who have debated include Lukulu East, Dr. Christopher Katila, Nyimba Member of Parliament, Mr. Menyani Zulu, as well as Gwinilunga Member of Parliament, Mr. Newton Samakai. Just about now, we'll take you back to the floor of the House. Business resumes shortly as members of Parliament get back to their seats, and as it stands, there's no quorum on the floor of the House for business to resume. Matimba, just remind us yet again the motion under consideration.
This is the motion that has been moved by Kafinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. C. Kangombe, and it's titled Increase Operating Hours for Public Health Facilities.
Right, and once the quorum is formed, we expect Reverend Given Gatuta to be given her time so that she makes contribution to this motion that is on the floor of the House. And still to come, we'll have the Zambia Qualifications Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2022, which will be considered at second reading stage. So just about now, a quorum seemingly has been formed and business is expected to resume. Stay tuned to Parliament Television.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Kafinsa that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide. And the Honorable Member for Chiengi was debating the motion. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank the mover of the motion and the seconder of this important motion, which affects each and every member of Parliament in here. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about this motion. It would have been very nice if the motion had touched on the importance of bringing closer health care, primary health care services to our people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put it on record that in Chiengi, the health posts for us, we consider those to be hospitals. They are not really hospitals because we have a district hospital, and this district hospital is very far from all angles of our areas. So our people value this health posts, and to them, this is which is so close to them. So we expect, as people of Chiengi, to access this health care or quality health care at any particular point. Normally on weekends, these health posts are closed. And I shouldn't say normally, and this is, maybe it's a norm, maybe it's according to the rules of the Ministry of Health, but I would like to appeal to the Minister that as we debate this, it may not be affecting those who are in peri-urban or those who are in urban areas, but it's very important that the same hours that the rural health centers offer, they should also be extended to these health posts in rural areas like Chiengi and other constituencies. Mr. Speaker, in order for this country to to achieve what all these declarations that this government has agreed to. For example, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about universal health care coverage. It means every Zambian should access the quality health care. So it means the primary health care should be available, and then it moves from there. It goes to whatever they call it in this medical field. So as for me, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House that maybe this motion should have been looked from the angle of even these health posts to be used as health centers. The reason is very, very clear. It's because for us in Chiangi, these health posts, these are hospitals. You cannot expect a mother, an expectant mother, to walk 10 kilometers to go and deliver. And in most cases, these are the nearby. And in most cases, these very health posts that we have, Mr. Speaker, there's no medicine. We have the workers that are there, the health workers are there, but there's no medicine. Now, listening to some of my colleagues debating that health care will start from there, and then they have to be referred to rural health, and then from there they go to the hospital. By the way, we do not even have ambulances. So we expect these health posts to be providing this very essential primary health care. So it would be prudent not just to throw the baby with the bathwater. No, we should look at it that from this is in everything, just like in everything you can pick what is important. The health post, it's about time the health posts are operating just like any other health facility that is in rural areas. I don't mind maybe about the urbans, but where we are coming from, Mr. Speaker, I'm begging the executive to take this very seriously. We've had women dying because they have to be taken to very, very far distances, like Chiengi District Hospital, where we have an ambulance, only one ambulance, which is supposed to carry only the pregnant mothers. So how do we care for these other patients or citizens when our country subscribes to the universal health care, which was adopted in 2016-2017, and how do we also urge the House also to increase that allocation of budget according to the Abuja declaration of the 15% in order for us to give the best health service to our people. So it's very important, we look at it from this other angle. I just want to say, actually, looking at the motion, it should have emphasized on health posts, which in most cases are closed, not because of not having workers. For us in Chiengi, it's because they are not supposed to work according to them over the weekends. So please, do we expect people to get ill when it's a Monday? No. Anything can happen anytime. May I urge the executive to look into that. We need the health workers to work 24/7 at all our health posts in Chiengi. In case others, I've seen others, for others it doesn't matter. There are people who voted for them. They should wait to get sick on working days. But for us, please, I'm begging, can we have the workers to be working 24/7? We've had deaths, it's on record, because somebody goes and they'll be told, no, the clinic is closed, the worker is not there. Moreover, there's only one person who lives there, and it was gone on holiday. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this motion. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving people of Kabwe Central constituents to add a voice on this motion. I just want also to thank the mover of the motion, Honorable Christopher Kangombe, for moving the motion urging the government to increase operating hours for public health facilities. This motion means that the honorable member is urging UTH to operate 24/7. He's urging Kipe Central Hospital to be operating 24/7. Kabwe Central Hospital to be operating 24/7. Mini hospitals to be operating 24/7, up to the rural health centers. As others have already mentioned, I'm sure he needed more guidance to make sure he separates exactly what is, or he guides us exactly what he's talking about. Because as at now, I think many health workers have even phoned and said, what are you talking about in Parliament? Because we are already operating 24/7. So they wanted the guidance, and they were worried. They thought even you were saying that health workers themselves should be working 24/7. So they were worried, very, very worried. So now that you are talking about that is public health institutions, may we say that we are already, there is enough law that speaks that health institution is supposed to operate 24/7. The mover of the motion also would have urged maybe the government to increase the staff establishment. Because the reasons why, maybe those small units like the health post, the rural health centers, might not be working 24/7 is because of the staff establishment. Meaning the Ministry of Health has got prescribed the number of workers that are supposed to operate in these health institutions. Now, that would have been better if you urge the government to increase the establishment. Because that's the reason why you find sometimes the numbers are not speaking to. Maybe you find at a health institution, there's only one enrolled nurse, because that's what the establishment speaks. So the number two reason why you find the staff levels are low is because of, I would say, sorry to say that, maybe the previous government were not committed enough to employ more health workers so that we can have more health workers in these health institutions. So that is also the contributing factor. The other reason, the point which the mover of the motion mentioned was some health departments like the pharmacy that should be operating 24/7. May I report to you that Ministry of Health, I think 3 years ago, there was a circular that urged farmers to operate 24/7. So it is already there. Maybe what is making people not to operate is because there was low staffing, there was no employment in the previous government. So the New Dawn government is really committed to make sure that we increase the staffing levels. You can see it from the employment from the first year of 11,000 plus. This coming year, again, we employ more health workers, meaning they are already committed to make sure that we employ a lot of workers, we improve the staffing levels, and thereafter we can talk about even increasing the staff in these health centers. May I say that I know, as you mentioned, that the MDG is also talking at the Millennium Development Goals is talking about the improved health services, which is even what the New Dawn government is doing. You know, that's why the government is alive to the fact that they want to make sure that they improve the economy of this country. Once the economy is improved, we are going to have a fiscal space of even recruiting and more health workers, so that in these health facilities, which are the small units, the health posts, the rural health centers, will have more staff, so it starts operating 24/7. You can even see from the increase the CDF. Our president have said, make sure build more health posts. And when you build, as the economy improves, we will send more health workers. And this, they will be operating 24/7. There's no problem. Let us improve the economy so that we have more resources even to recruit more health workers. So this is what I can say. So I can urge move of the nation going forward, as you give space to the new government to improve the economy. Let us talk about the staff establishment. So that when we increase the staff establishment, we also give us also power to increase even the recruitment in these health facilities. So with these few words, because more and more have already been said, I say, please, it is very difficult for me to support the motion because it's somehow ambiguous. You did not point to the exact, you did not guide us very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Feira. absent without leave. Honorable member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Mpika this opportunity to add their voice on this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, there must be a time when we all realize why we are here in this House. We are here, Mr. Speaker, to represent the people, in Mukungule who move 50 kilometers to access the next health post. That is what we are here for, Mr. Speaker. And these are the people that this motion wants to save. Mr. Speaker, I'm at pains to understand the reasons being advanced by those who are against this motion. It's a very straightforward motion, Mr. Speaker, done in the best interest of our people, the very people that we claim to represent. Maybe this goes to show why most of our colleagues are on the wanted list by the electorates. Mr. Speaker, 99% of households in urban areas are within the access of 5 kilometers of a health center. In rural areas where I come from, I'll give you an example of the people in Mwamfushi. They move 25 kilometers to go and find the next health facility. There, when they go after 17 hours, they'll find no health worker to attend to them. And this motion, Mr. Speaker, if I can be allowed to remind those on your right, seeks to cure that mischief. That's why I stand here to support this motion moved by the learned member of parliament for Kamfinsa constituents, who come here with the people at heart, the people of Zambia at heart. Mr. Speaker, we have another, I'll give another. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from these echoes on your left, on your right?
Which ones are on the left? These ones are on my
right. The member of parliament for Tuntumwezi, Mr. Speaker, stand himself into another debate whilst seated. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is, I'll give you an example of another area in my constituency, which is Chishara village. Our people there move at least 30 kilometers to access the health services. And there, when they go after 17, they are turned back to say there is no one to attend to them and the facility is closed. Mr. Speaker, we know the cost implication of this, but it cannot be as much as the cost that is going to Kabushi and Kwacha for by-elections. We can actually channel those resources to employing more health care.
Honorable member, avoid fighting with the stem of the mic.
Oh, yeah. I'm not fighting with it. I'm holding it so that it carries my voice.
There's no need to hold it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is those resources that are being wasted for by-elections can be channeled to recruiting more health workers that can be working even after 17 and attend to our people, Mr. Speaker. The recruitment of 3,000, 4,000 health workers should not be celebrated. We need more health workers to attend to our people in rural areas. And the earmarked recruitment of those health workers, Mr. Speaker, should be channeled to rural health facilities so that they can attend to our people beyond 17 hours. If our people went to the health facility in rural areas after 17, they should be attended to because there is a health worker there to attend to them. This is what this motion is seeking to do, Mr. Speaker. I see nothing wrong. I see nothing ambiguous with the motion. The motion is very, very straightforward. We cannot be talking about facilities in Lusaka where most of the people that are employed get transfers and come back to Lusaka. We cannot be talking about facilities within town in Kitwe. I mean, are we trying to mock the people in rural areas? This motion is directly talking about the people and health facilities in rural areas, Mr. Speaker. And the resources are there. We can actually tax the mines properly. We can remove the tax concessions on the mines and raise enough money to fund the health sector.
There's a point of order. You can go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to apologize for disturbing the flow of debate from my colleague, but Standing Order number 65, specifically relating to content of speech, says a member who is debating shall confine his or her debate to the subject matter under discussion. Now, Mr. Speaker, the motion on the floor relates to increasing operating hours to public health institutions in this country, countrywide, which includes urban as well as rural. Secondly, the motion does not relate to access on account of distances. That is an infrastructure issue, which is a separate subject altogether. Is the member therefore in order to disorient this House by veering off on the subject matter which is under discussion in order for him to appear relevant when he is not? I seek your serious ruling.
The Honorable Member is out of order in disorienting himself and trying to mislead the House and the sub-region. Thank you. May Honorable Member continue.
It's always a good thing when the Speaker is involved in the debate. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that
Honorable Member, at times it's good just to stick to the debate. Certain utterances are necessary. I know politicians oftentimes they want to look very relevant, but it's not necessary. You can continue.
I stand as guided, Mr. Speaker. What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that in the 2022 budget, we have given concessions to the mines, and we are going to lose 2.4 billion kwacha. The same money that can be used for deploying more health workers to attend to our people in rural areas 24/7. Yeah. Imagine a situation where our people have moved 30 kilometers to go and access the next health facility, only to be told that there is no health worker to attend to them. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is what this motion intends, and this is what it has been designed for by a very caring member of parliament from the great people of Kamfinsa. Mr. Speaker, like I said in the beginning, I see nothing wrong with this motion. It is supposed to be supported by all of us. All of us are voted for by the people, and most of us are from rural areas. This motion is speaking for the people in far-flung areas who have no access to primary health care because they close at 17. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to appeal to all members of parliament who mean well for our people.
There is a point of order. And I think I cautioned you, Honorable Member, and refrain from touching these mics. Your mic, the stem of the mic, if it's, just to fix it, it's at a cost. And this institution, we are instructed by the government to be very cost effective. So let's ensure that at all times we don't touch these mics. Once you position it, you'll be audible enough. Thank you. Honorable Member, you've risen on the point of order. You can go ahead.
Honorable Member, can you sit down, please? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed with the Honorable Member on the floor of the House in the manner in which he's debating, in spite of guiding him. Standing Order number 65, Mr. Speaker. relevance of speech, there is a certain behavior I've seen in the honorable member, Mr. Speaker. He is perpetually putting his hands in his pocket, and whenever he's putting his hands in his pocket, the pocket is shaking like this, Mr. Speaker, and hence the speech coming out is like not even in order, Mr. Speaker. Is the honorable member in order, Mr. Speaker? The honorable member from Pika put his hands in his pocket and shake the pocket and give us information that is not correct on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order. I think the posture that we portray when we are speaking tells a lot. Let's be orderly and parliamentary. We ensure that when we are in the House, we portray the picture of good leadership. As parliamentarians, at all times, let's ensure that we are orderly. And the issue of shaking, I don't know. I don't know whether it was on a lighter note that there's something shaking, I can't know. Or else you start scaring the presiding officers that maybe a missile is supposed to land. May the honorable member continue.
Mr. Speaker, I almost did like this to avoid the cacophony. Let me proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that the people in rural areas need to be cared for. And this is what this motion intends to do, Mr. Speaker. I see no reason why a member of parliament from a rural constituency like mine should be against this motion, Mr. Speaker. We are here in this House, but brought here by the people. And the motion is there to speak for the people of Zambia, not Kangombe's family, not the Seconda's family, but the people of Zambia in rural areas. We want them, when they go to a health facility, they are attended to even when they go there at 24 hours. This is what this motion seeks, Mr. Speaker. And this government was elected on the premise of it being a pro-poor party. So I see no reason why we should have all these point of orders when points are flowing by debaters. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, let me appeal to able members of parliament, the patriots who carry the people of Zambia at heart, those that know that they are here by the will of the Zambian people, to support this motion and ensure that it goes through so that tomorrow the Zambian people can be going to health facilities even at 24 hours, 24/7, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, and I appeal to all of you members of parliament, more especially from you on the right who have been put on the wanted list by electors, to support this motion so that you exonerate yourself from the wrath of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief and precise. In this country, we have 1,110 health centers. We also have 1,419 health posts. The mover of the motion is seeking to cure some nuisance, and that is the inconvenience that people may be getting each time they are feeling unwell to get express attention from the medical facilities. Mr. Speaker, this motion leaves me very baffled. Baffled in the sense that this government is not the first government in this republic. 58 years down the line, we have been operating even in times when there's an epidemic, such as cholera, there are certain centers that will remain open 24/7 to attend to that particular jurisdiction that has been hit or attacked. I'm failing. I've looked very high and low
what the Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa is trying to cure, which nuisance is trying to cure by bringing such a motion which his very government, PF, failed to bring in 10 years. I think we must learn to be fair with one another and stop adventure by misadventure. Bringing things here like banging an open door. Mr. Speaker, give me one area where you have heard of someone who has died because they have a slight headache. That's where there are referral hospitals. I want the Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa to understand in debating this motion what we, the practical thing that we are doing in order to try and resolve and address the issue that is concerned with. Today, 2022, Mr. Speaker, we still have our girl children, mothers still delivering away from the facility of maternity provisions. Right or wrong? There are people who deliver their children away from facilities. What we are doing under our Constituent Development Fund is that we've given ourselves a target. And I want you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, and all the other members who are thinking like you, who I suppose will stop thinking like you once I'm done with this short discourse, to agree with us that our target of 2024 year end, that there's no social growth point, meaning where there's a local court, where there's a primary school, where there's an agriculture camp, that will not have a maternity wing that has got all the facilities that one needs to give life. If you brought a motion such as that, that by the year end 2024, you'd like every Zambian to give life in sanitary conditions in a proper maternity wing, I'll be the first one to support you. Why would you want a rural health center to remain open and even suggest, some of the people who moved to second your motion, suggest that we must now deploy police officers to guard the nurse? And you know very well that when someone is inconvenienced by maybe a stomachache, in the homes where we live, we have first aid. We do. You don't rush to the hospital simply because maybe you had food poison. You don't do that. And so, even these social growth points, I put it to you, colleague and friend, that every health center will have a staff living within the vicinity. That is the truth. So if an emergency happens and the matter requires to be referred, they will look for an ambulance and they will take them to a referral hospital. The idea of just keeping health posts open, ajar, for the nurse to now become a guard, to wait for patients to come at midnight, I think it's colloquial thinking. We must look at where our bread is buttered in terms of prioritizing what we need to do for our people. Let us not have adventure of misadventure to bring this issue that involves man hours, that 1,110 health centers and I'm just looking at now the rural MP who said, I'm also a rural MP by the way, because the greater part of Mazabuka constituency is a rural area. There's no crisis there. There's no crisis about this motion. That I can bet my bottom kwacha. There's no crisis to warrant this August House to sit and debate on a non-issue. Who's crying? Who is pushing this agenda? It is PF. But PF had their time in 10 years. Why didn't they just click it? They know very well that we have got huge challenges regarding expenditure of employing policemen all over the shore to guard one nurse who will be working in the night shift because of the debt they left us with. I've been told, please try to be easy on PF about the debt they left us with. It is these same things, Honorable Kangombe, that makes me feel desensitized about the malaise you left with us. And I have to talk to remind you that we still have a debt mountain to clear that you left yourselves here. The act of employing 11,000 nurses within 10 months of being in office should tell you we are a serious group of people. They are on payroll. It should, just that alone, I won't even go to the education, just to employ 11,000 nurses, front line health workers, Honorable Kangombe, is reason enough that you must try to divert from thinking like this. Bringing this motion here to ask us to just keep every health post ajar, open. No. And in any case, if I went into Kamtinsa now, I can assure you I'll find that there's someone ready to attend to an ill person. If I went into Kamtinsa at 14 hours on a Saturday, I will find somebody ready to attend. Because unless it's Kamtinsa alone, maybe it requires microscopic attention. We deal with Kamtinsa alone. But don't come with a wide spectrum kind of treatment for an ailment that doesn't exist. There's no nuisance to cure here in this motion that you are bringing to us. I feel saddened because really we should be looking at more challenging things than opening clinics 24 hours. Just for the heck of it. That's what I would call it. To even try to pit, no, we'll see the rural, what rural? We are all from the rural areas. I'm a headman myself as I speak to you. I look after 268 households in Chief Mwanachingwala. And we are living in a plain. We are Vatwas ourselves. The nearest clinic is about 7 kilometers from my own village that I run. This crisis is not there. So if it's not there in Chief Mwanachingwala, why would it be there where you are coming from? Maybe we need to isolate those areas that are suffering this kind of, and we can deal with it in that manner. To open 1,110 health posts just ajar, the whole time, 24/7, 365, it's retrogressive. Sincerely speaking, how many people have you recorded that have suffered a serious ailment as a result of not being attended at midnight in your rural area health posts? You may count them from the one palm of your hand. I think that we must, going forward, Mr. Speaker, try to work together, as the President said, to do those things that are achievable. For now, we are giving you, courtesy of the leadership of Mr. Hichilema, an undertaking that with your cooperation, and we will be sorting each other. And when I say sorting, I don't mean in that manner. To separate the men from the boys who want to really save people. Because we've said by the year end 2024, there shall be no one who will be delivering from a tree. If we hear that in your constituency, somebody has delivered from a tree, you know that you are behind yourself, and that this particular motion where you just want clinics to be ajar is not helping you at all. It's never going to assist you at all. My plea to you, Honorable Kangombe, is as you wind this motion, Mr. Speaker, I want him to attend to me. The mover, my request to you is to withdraw this motion. That is the reasonable thing for you to do, because even in your heart of hearts, Honorable Member, through you, Mr. Speaker, you know this is not workable at this point in time. It's not practical. So my request to you, dear brother and friend, is that you may consider to just withdraw this motion so that we can move and do more productive things. I thank you.
Hold on. The Honorable Member from Chinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add a voice to the motion that is on the floor of this House. In the first place, I just want to say that certain problems have got very simple solutions. Just like everyone has lamented, I also want to mention that it's not by increasing the number of hours that our health personnel should work that will change the status quo. It's probably the need to increase the number of health personnel in such facilities. Most of the facilities have got no electricity if we talk of the rural facilities. Most of these facilities are in very far places, very isolated places. I will not break it.
No, I don't have that energy. So allow me to differ with the move of the motion that we should increase the number of hours that our health personnel should work for very simple reasons. One of the reasons is that we have got very few healthy personnel in most of our rural health facilities. I just want to look on the rural health side. These people work from 6 hours probably up to 17 hours. And to imagine that they can continue working up to the following day, I don't know how we differ in thinking. Probably we want to also bring problems to the few who are already serving our people. You might go at a health facility, like in my constituency, it's a full-time rural constituency. I have tried most of the times going around the constituency as late as 01, 24 hours, just to make a call. The only health worker will wake up and come to attend to whoever is there. This has been happening. But then we cannot subject them to go and stay there from 7 hours up to the following day. Most of the people who are helping are referred to as CHAS. CHAS meaning community health assistance. Okay? During weekends, it be Saturday or Sunday, you go to a health facility, you will still be attended to, meaning we don't have shortage. Now, why should we come here and say that we need to increase working hours for these healthy personnel? Do we want to kill them with stress or exhaustion? They are already overexhausted. We just need to say maybe advise the government to employ more. Though I know that no one can come on the floor of this house to say that we urge this government to employ more health workers. Probably it's the only government that I've seen employing more than 11,000 health workers. And this is the reason why most of my colleagues will not come here to say we urge the New Dawn government to employ more health workers. And instead they will try to come, through the back door to say, no, we have this motion to be supported. So, Mr. Speaker, I know, yes, in Serenge they are listening, and I know that they are listening to what I'm saying. I'm not only speaking for the community like myself, who is not a health worker. I'm also speaking for the health workers themselves. Yes, I'm sure. They know that they have a lot that they do. Okay? It's, when we talk of rural constituencies, we are talking of constituencies that have got a lot of hardships. One, consider that these people work under very difficult circumstances where in some health facilities they don't even have solar system. They don't even have transport. They don't have running water. But then we want to subject them to work 24 hours. Honestly, what are we doing? Let's not just speak for the sake of speaking. Mr. Speaker, the people of Zambia indeed are watching. And I'm sure most of the people here in Zambia feel sorry for the way these health workers work under very difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, not to waste much of the time, I want to mention here that the people of Muchinga disagree with this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Mansa Central.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker. I rise to debate in moderation of the motion on the floor of the House. I'll give a measured input into the debate on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, health services in the country are provided across a continuum of care, and health facilities are graded. Health facilities will either provide public primary health care facilities or public primary health care services or tertiary level
health services. Health services in the country are provided across the continuum of care, beginning with promotive health services, preventive health services, curative health services, and Mr. Speaker, across the continuum of care. Rehabilitative health services are also provided across the continuum of care. Mr. Speaker, when we look at public health facilities that are accredited to provide primary health care services, they will work during a particular period of the day. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to emergency hospital services or emergency health services and tertiary health services, hospital services, all public health facilities in the country operate 24 hours. Now, Mr. Speaker, we must understand one aspect. The distress of our Member of Parliament who has brought the motion to the floor of this House is that in his constituency, there are primary health care facilities that close at 14 hours and at 15 hours. Now, that is a matter that needs to be addressed as an isolated item, and Honorable Minister of Health is summoned to ensure that that is resolved, because primary health care services must be provided between 7 o'clock and 16 hours, and not 14 hours. All hospitals in the country, the government that preceded that government ensured that the policy was that you operate 24 hours. Not only hospitals operating 24 hours, Mr. Speaker, even pharmacies in these hospitals were ordered to operate 24 hours. Why? Because there are people who are either students and cannot attend clinics, specialist clinics in the morning, or they are CEOs or executives in parastatals or in government and they don't have time to attend specialist clinics in the morning, but they're still required to refill their drugs at a particular time of the month or week. So they don't need to come to the facility at 9 o'clock. Pharmacies dispense even at midnight. You can go to UTH today and get your ARVs at midnight. This is the reason why we even established the ART clinic on Saturdays and Sundays to ensure that students, busy executives, are able to access these health services outside their routine professional work. Mr. Speaker, I must emphasize that it was not meant to introduce services for gays. No, it was meant to introduce services for everyone. So, Mr. Speaker, universal health coverage demands that we provide health services for everyone, everywhere. And therefore, we must configure health services to be available at all times. But each facility is accredited to provide a particular level of service. So primary health care services that include antenatal health care services, under 5 clinic, and the basic clinical care services will be available during a period of time. And the number of, or the human capital available at that facility will be such that they'll be able to work during a certain particular period of time. Yeah. But for hospital services, Mr. Speaker, the policy of the government before the current government was that all health facilities at that level would operate 24/7. And we went beyond that core and included even pharmacies. And that's the reason why, when you check the indicators towards epidemic control of HIV/AIDS, you find that we were able to put more than 90% of all HIV positive patients on ART towards epidemic control. And Mr. Speaker, I must emphasize that we must address specifics in Kamfisa and in constituencies where certain matters that the mover has brought on the floor of the House exist. If there are people who are just indisciplined and close facilities before 16 or before 17, it must be dealt with. But let it be made very clear that the PF government had a policy to ensure that public health facilities at the appropriate level of accreditation provided health services 24/7, including pharmacies. Primary health care services were provided during the appropriate time during the day. And we must address, Honorable Minister, the concerns of the Member of Parliament who's brought the motion to the floor of the House, of those facilities in Kamfinsa and in certain constituencies where people may actually be breaching what we've just said here. So I have debated in moderation, Mr. Speaker, and I urge the government to ensure that all public health facilities continue to provide health services 24/7, and that primary health care facilities should be able to provide health services for the period of time that is recognized in the accreditation process. In terms of recruitment of human resource, I must make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that where we're coming from, we had health facilities that were manned by casual daily employees. We have made progress by ensuring that all these health facilities now have at least one qualified health professional. I do know that the government today is boasting of recruiting 11,000 health workers in year one. And I applaud you. But I want to remind you that in year one, 2016-2017, we recruited 10,000 health workers. And at the particular time, we mopped the street of all health professionals. We didn't leave a single one. In year two, we didn't recruit the 3,000 Honorable Msokotwane is talking about. We recruited 7,500. In year three, 5,000. And by the time we were leaving government, we had 24,000 plus health workers recruited. So we set the bar, and I am, indicators don't lie. And the minister can bring records to the floor of this House. And indicators don't lie. In the health sector, you don't even need to claim that you've done better than the other. All you need to do is look at the performance indicators. They're there. And numbers don't lie. So we set 30,000 health workers as the target to recruit in 5 years, and we recruited 25,000 plus. And therefore, we expect the government to match that bar. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luena, followed by the Honorable Member for Nkana. He's not there? Honorable Member for Nkana.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me an opportunity to also add a voice on this motion. And I would like to speak in a particular perspective. And let me start by stating that a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that is vast in terms of population, that is serviced by about 6 health facilities. Now, the discussion over this motion can be handled from 2 fronts, from the technical perspective as well as from the layman's perspective. I wouldn't want to go into arguing with personnel like Dr. Kadila and Dr. Chilufya because they are speaking from a very technical perspective. Because when you look at this particular motion from a technical perspective, health facilities are graded. Number one, we have very primary health facilities, which mostly we refer to as health centers. We have something that is between secondary and primary, which we refer to as like one facility I have in my constituency where the minister was last week, which is Buchi. It's a mini hospital. And then we have what we call secondary health facilities, which is in most cases district hospitals. And of course, we have first level hospitals like the UTH, and in my constituency, there is Kitwe Teaching Hospital. Now, the technical people would also grade illnesses into some illnesses that must go to a very primary health facility, and those that may go to a secondary, and those that may go into a first level. But this motion must be discussed from a layman's perspective. Because for a layman's point of view, when I am sick, I want to be attended to, whether I am sick of a headache, or whether I have malaria, or I am heavily pregnant. That is why, Mr. Speaker, for me, when this matter is being discussed, I ask myself, what is the meaning of investing so much money in building health facilities all over, in employing so many health facilities, or rather health personnel, yet our people die within the peripherals of health facilities on account that these facilities are not functioning in the night? The notion, Mr. Speaker, that a health facility operates during the day is obviously conceived from a particular perspective of thinking that illnesses come during the day. We are all aware that, in fact, most illnesses hit in the night. And so, we must therefore think of the different people who are living in the peripherals, where most of our MPs are coming from, whose facilities are closing at 17 hours. Now, I have heard certain lamentations and submissions over this argument, and I'm trying to think what the thinking is. Look, first level hospitals have been operating from time immemorial 24/7. Secondary health facilities have been operating 24/7 from time immemorial. And some of these mini hospitals have also equally been operating 24/7. The issue at hand are those primary health facilities. This is the basic discussion at hand, because, yes, the motion is stating that we increase operating hours for all public health facilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, when the motion says let us increase operating hours for all public health facilities, are they telling you to increase operating hours for those that are already operating 24/7? No, sir. They're basically telling you, can you consider these that are not operating 24/7? And in most cases, these are the facilities that most of our people accesses. When you go to Luena, you must ask, how many facilities are operating 24/7? In my constituency, that is serviced by 6 health facilities, there's only 3 of those that are operating 24/7. 3 are not operating, or are only stopping operations at 17 hours, if not 16 hours. And if you look at the geographical size of the catchment areas of these facilities, Mr. Speaker, they are vast. But then we put the economic perspective of our people, the incomes. At night, you need to book a taxi to take you to a hospital that may be operating in the night. We know that the economy for our people is biting. How then do we think that our people are going to afford to access these facilities that are in far-flung areas when the ailment knocks on their doors? It is only prudent, Mr. Speaker, that after investing so much money in building infrastructure, which we've continued to build, because the call on government is to ensure that we make health facilities available almost at the doorstep of every community, meaning that we provide access to health facilities to our people. So we have invested so much money. The New Dawn government has gone an extra mile to provide, staffing. That has been the biggest challenge. In my thinking, because these other facilities have already been operating 24/7, the health personnel that have been recruited, the 11,000 in 2022, the 3,000 plus that will be employed in 2023 as pronounced in the budget, should then be spread across the other facilities that are not operating 24/7. Now, what we do here, Mr. Speaker, when we bring a motion to urge government to do a particular undertaking, and the motion goes, it compels government to provide the necessary requisite to make that happen. In this case, I heard the argument from one member of parliament who said, in our villages or in our constituents, because he's a village MP, in our constituents, we have one health personnel at a facility. How then
What
can
do you,
this...
Honorable Member, what do you mean when you say village MP?
He comes from a village, Mr. Speaker.
So some of us that
Mr. Speaker.
Order. Some of us that come from village
Like you,
constituencies
Mr.
or
Speaker,
village
you come from a
MPs.
village constituency.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, when government is urged through a motion, government is then mandated by this august house to make the requisite to make something functional. In this case, if there's a facility that is serviced by one personnel, through this motion, if it goes, government will be compelled to make the provisions for the extra establishments if it is not there, for the personnel to be there if it's not there, for the security to be deployed to that facility if the security is not there. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're basically doing here is basically to do a responsibility of a responsible elected people to ensure that we respond to the World Health Organization's dictate that health must be accessible for all, because health and access to health is a fundamental right. I want to put it, this motion is non-controversial, and it seeks to save your people
Order.
and my people. I thank
Time
you, Mr.
is up.
Speaker.
Honorable Member for Zambezi East, followed by Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you sincerely for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion that was moved by the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa and seconded by the Honorable Member for Chipidi. Mr. Speaker, most of the technicalities have already been said, and I would like to adopt the debate delivered by the Honorable Member for Lukulu, Honorable Dr. Kalila, as mine. In the same vein, I would like to adopt approximately 80% of the debate that was delivered by Dr. Chitelu Chilufya as mine as well. And my father taught me that when the bishops have spoken, you as a deacon, you just summarize and deal on the substance that will help sink the message into those who are listening. And that's exactly what I'm going to do, because the people who technically deal with this topic have spoken enough of the technicalities. Mr. Speaker, in trying to spice up the debate, I'd like to explain a little bit, because I had, I think, a stint in the Ministry of Health, Central Board of Health then. Health services in this country, as rightly put by the technical people, are actually divided into, on a continuum, as he stated it. There is the primary health care, which is synonymous with the people coming from the house and coming to seek medical services. Primary as the word sounds. And most of this is found at the health centers, health posts, mini hospitals, and almost all the first level hospitals, those which you call as district hospitals. Some of course, these high level hospitals also offer some primary health care. By primary health care, we are talking of issues to do with treatment, issues to do with health promotion, issues to do with, prevention. In that line, you have these health workers dealing with prevention. You're talking of environmental health technologists. Dealing with the treatment, you're talking of clinicians, clinical officers, and nurses in those institutions. And also those dealing with health promotion, environmental health technologists, including maybe maternal child health nurses and the like, who offer under 5 and the like. That kind of service must be distinguished, and it's at primary level. Most of the services issued in that category are not of emergency nature, if you have observed. And we must pick it from there. Most primary health services are not of emergency nature, unless otherwise. So now there is this level which deals with hospital services, usually first level hospitals, people who would need to get admitted. And then there is those who offer tertiary services, which include education, like the teaching hospitals, the university teaching hospitals. There, they operate 24/7. Even district hospitals, even if they offer primary health care services, they operate 24/7. And there's a reason why this was distinguished. Now, I want to divert the debate somewhere into a technicality that you need to understand. In delivering these healthcare services, you need staff. And these staff will cost government money. At the moment, we have a shortage of staff, and we need more staff in order for us to operate at the level the mover of the motion is suggesting. We recently employed above 11,000 staff to deal with the gap that exists. And in finance, we've got what we call cost drivers. Therefore, what the member is suggesting here is a cost driver. By increasing the number of hours to operate in all the public health institutions, we would actually be triggering a cost that will culminate into salaries. Therefore, we should be ready to spend more money, and the last time I checked, I found that if we are to operate at that level, we would need approximately close to 4 billion kwacha. With such a physical space as debated by the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, how can we afford such a move? It would be a wishful thinking. It's a good thing. I would like to thank him for moving such a good motion because he's concerned about his people. However, the reality just shows that we cannot afford that at the level of the physical space which we have. Now, it's all clear that we need to then prioritize. That's the reason to why I think those who thought of segmenting the services into primary health care and secondary health care had to put it in that way so that primary health care services are offered at a period of time. Because if there is anything that would require emergency, then it is attended to. In any case, these institutions which offer primary health care do operate on a 24/7 basis. You have heard of health workers on call. And most of the health workers in these rural health centers and the like are actually on call. You will find even at the doorstep, they have put a poster there showing even the phone number of the member of staff who is on call. Therefore, that is already being provided. So we agree with you, Honorable Member. But the way, the modus operandi is, it's already servicing these places the way you want it to be, except in a systematic way under the restriction of the resources available. That which you are suggesting, yes, it's good to have. It's what we call as nice to have. But we must look at, in Ilunda, we have a proverb which says, you first check how much milimi you have before you put water on the fire to cook unshima. Asambila nkutala kuunga, henoka ndawadikili. So we need to check at the physical space before we can come up with wild suggestions to say, let us run all health institutions 24/7. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the mover of the motion did indicate in his copious notes that at a certain clinic there are only 2 nurses. And he wants these nurses to be working 24/7. Everywhere. So, so I want him to understand that health workers are stretched. There is what we call psychological burnout. If you stretch them, you are now making them sick themselves. Stress, they'll burn out, and they will not give a service. So we must be very careful with what we want to put across. So the very nurse that you want to work like that, they will go to an early grave than probably the patient that you want to serve. So they will become patients themselves. Yes. So we all know that we have achieved 54% of our health workers. We still need 46%. Now, this 46%, and I want to remind my colleague from Dr. Chirofi said that if the PF could have been recruiting every year, just even 5,000, every year for 10 years, could have achieved 50,000. It was not good enough, so don't say that we did something which was good enough. This is where we have now a problem. To accommodate his motion, you did a very dismal performance. Very dismal. This is the motion I'm addressing. Now, what we need to be doing, and I think my colleague in the Ministry of Health understands, you could have actually been advocating more on recruiting more teachers so that our population becomes educated. When the population gets educated, research has shown that they adhere to hygiene, to all these primary health problems that we have. The population which is educated can save our health facilities and even save our money. Cholera is a disease of hygiene. Educated people adhere to the regimens of what doctors say. So this is where we must be now checking things. You educate a population, you have fewer diseases. It works that way. So now, the establishment is now about 139,590. We only have 75,000. You can imagine if you had recruited 50,000 plus this 75,000, we could have now gone probably up to, if you like, 50 plus 75, 125 against a backdrop of 139. The population is growing. I'm not saying that we are stuck. The population is growing. We therefore could have remained with a few things to carry over on what we have done. But we basically feel as if we have to start afresh. Almost starting afresh. So I think that our colleague, the mover of the motion, the PF, did a dismal job. I know you were not there, I can excuse you, but you need to be consulting them in the first place to show them, to say that, so where were you? You have now made my motion appear not to be good because of their behavior. So he probably, since he was a mayor, he probably was too far away from decision making. I'm talking about people who are making decisions which have now made him realize that we needed to take personnel into these rural facilities. Never again should Zambians trust the PF. Because Because
There's a point of order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to raise this very important point of order, pursuant to Standing Order 65. Mr. Speaker, the people of Zambia expect members of the executive to give policy directions. The motion on the floor is very clear. And the people have been debating, including the former Minister of Health, who was giving statistics which are variable, was very clear. Is the Honorable Minister of Education in order to start making veiled and wild innuendos and allegations against the Patriotic Front? You are guiding that we shouldn't debate ourselves. We've been listening to them, trying to make sense out of the debate from the Honorable Minister. Is he in order to continue on that trajectory as a member of the executive? There are so many people trying to help you, sir, from their seats, which is dishonorable to this August House. Is he in order to continue on that trajectory, Mr. Speaker, when you have guided ably that we shouldn't debate ourselves and we should focus on the motion on the floor? I seek your serious ruling on the minister so that he can focus on the motion
Order.
before us. I seek your serious ruling.
I think if I heard the minister correctly, he was saying they. He didn't say you. Order. Now I'm making my ruling again. You want me to rule according to your expectation or what you want? Huh? No. I heard the minister speaking in the third person. And ministers are allowed also to speak and inform the nation. Because as they are speaking, they are stating government policy so that the masses that are out there are able to hear what government is able to offer. So the minister was not out of order. May the minister continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the power of social shame must be dawning on us. And if you don't have that, you are bound to repeat things that you are doing wrongly. When we discuss these issues, we are talking about how we could have solved this problem a long time ago. And we are now struggling over this. If you don't want to be reminded, I will remind you. Yes, I will remind you. We cannot forget the lessons of history, Mr. Speaker. All right? People are dying in hospitals. Even then, we don't have full establishments up to this time. And today, you cannot just come and just say that, don't remind me. I will remind you. Yeah. For me, I will remind you. The personnel you never recruited the numbers that you are supposed to recruit. It is true. Here you are, 139 against the backdrop of 75,000, right? So I will tell you, this was dismal. It should never repeat itself. And I'm asking my colleagues that we have started on the right journey to curing an issue of this motion. That is what we are doing. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, just check in the next 5 years and another 10 years, you will see where this country will go in terms of health. A combination of education and health, check 10 years from now. You will believe that Zambians actually will regret having ever put the PF into power. They will regret. I know human beings regret. So now these, they don't regret. If you have seen, that's why I was saying that the power of social shame doesn't dawn on some of us. And we must learn to be ashamed of what we did against the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central, followed by the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, on behalf of the good people of Petauke, we come to this house to debate according to the ideology of the people we represent, not according to the party we represent. So we should put the people's interest first. Mr. Speaker, in Petauke Central constituency, we have got health posts. And first, before I go on that direction, first let me make other members understand this motion. Mr. Speaker, this motion is saying that we should increase the operation hours, not that if one nurse is working or one doctor is on duty today, which means if he's working 6 hours, then we should increase. No. According to what the good people of Petauke they have researched. And this is my research. And everyone is free to do the research on behalf of the constituency that person is representing. Go and ask the good people of Mwembeshi if it's a wrong research, but that's according to the people of Petauke. Mr. Speaker, I was a victim in Petauke at Kalindawalo Clinic. At Kalindawalo Clinic in 1998. I was very sick that day, that night, and then I was taken to the clinic, but the person who was on duty, it was just the clinical officer. So who attended to me, and they gave me just painkiller, and then they said that you see the doctor the following day around 10 hours. Yeah, even you can attack the police, then everything will be done. Don't worry. Mr. Speaker, let me be protected. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure our standing order is very correct. Anyone he should stand and contribute upon your approval. So I'm asking your protection from these members.
No, we are well protected, Honorable.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I was asked to see the doctor the following day, and in the morning, the condition was very critical by that 10 hours. So we should understand that this motion is just trying to say that the people we are representing, like my constituents, which is in the rural part, is that when you are sick, when you go to the clinic, you are not supposed to be told to say, come tomorrow so that you see the doctor. Listen, 2 months ago at Kazala, one of the headmen at Kazala died because of the time. And right now, when you come to Petauke, death rate has gone high because of leaflets whereby you are told to say, right now, you can only be given painkillers to wait for the doctor tomorrow. So this is what we are trying, I'm sure this is what the honorable member from Kamfisa is trying to bring to this house, so that immediately that patient down there in Kalindawalo or down in Chirimanyama or in Ongorwe ward, when they go to the clinic, let them be attended by the doctor. But we we should also see that it's a very good motion, but we should also plan, as the member of parliament for Zambezi said, to say, when you're cooking shima, you need to plan. This is the plan now we need to do. But it's a good motion, which each and everyone here is supposed to support it. Is supposed to support it, but we should plan to say, how are we going? Can we give it time so that maybe we should find to say, okay, where are we going to get other manpower? Other manpower. It's not that it's a bad motion whereby we should all shoot it, because our people we represent from our constituency are seeing whatever is happening here, Mr. Speaker. It's a good motion, but we need to plan. We need, the executive need to sit and plan and then sit to say, where are we going to get other manpower? If, let's say, the manpower is not available at the moment, let us inform each other to say, okay, it's a good motion, but we need to put things together first. This is when maybe we can go ahead with this motion. Not just doing politics where politics, it's not necessary. Because right now, health, it's, life is health. If there's no health, which means all of us here will not be there. Even the Honorable Minister of Health, if let's say today we shut down, or if let's say today here, if she's sick, critically sick, and then she goes to the clinic, and then she's told to say, you are only going to see the doctor tomorrow. What is she going to do? Which means we're going to lose her. I forbid, I can't say that, I'm not saying that we are going to lose, it's an example. So we should also, as we are talking here, we should also remembering our poor people who brought us here. Because these poor people are the ones dying, Mr. Speaker, down in the rural. As if we are sick here, we are even going to the private hospitals, where the doctors are there from 6 to 6. But in the rural areas, you find that for a member in the community in Petoke Central, in Ongorwe, for him just to, or her, to access healthy facility needs to walk 30 kilometers. And then when you walk 30 kilometers, then you are told to say, you can only see the doctor tomorrow. And then from that health post to access maybe a hospital, which is Kalindawaro General Hospital, it's about 40 kilometers. And then you don't have even any mode of transport. What can you do? And then here we are just saying, no, it's not good. What about those people? Because they're the ones who elected us, who brought us here. Without them, we are nothing. But also we should remembering every time as we are debating here about our people. Because for us, each and everyone here, no one can tell me that when they get sick, or their children, when they get sick, when they go to the hospital, they are referred to say, no, you will only see the doctor tomorrow. No, no, no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honorable Minister of Health to conclude debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to wind up this debate and hopefully be able to make sense arising from my articulation. Firstly, I need to thank all the speakers who have spoken, both on your right and on your left, Mr. Speaker. I say thank you for your comments and your proposals. But let me get down to the motion, and I think it's very important. This motion indeed is not controversial, it's not partisan, there's nothing political about it. But what is a motion? The motion is asking this administration, Mr. Speaker, that all the health facilities in Zambia should work for 24 hours. My simple answer to that would be that, firstly, this motion is misplaced. Misplaced in that it is not correctly couched. The move of the motion may have had a good idea or wanted to assist, but the motion that he drafted was not correctly drafted. And for that reason, there is no way that government can support the motion when it is defective in the way it has been written. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the motion is talking about all health facilities 24 hours. The answer to that is health facilities, in fact, I can safely say, as expected to operate 24 hours. The fact that they are not operating 24 hours for some of the health facilities in the country is simply because there may be no enough staff to run for 24 hours. So the motion that he should have brought should have been to urge government to increase the number of people being employed so that we can quickly get to a place where one day almost all of our health centers should be operating 24 hours. That would have supported. So this one is defective and we can't support it. We are an orderly government, methodical, we do things correctly. So we cannot just say yes for the sake of pleasing those who are hearing us. We must assist our colleague to understand and to appreciate. And I know that over the years, the Ministry of Health has been kind of distorted in the manner it was developed in terms of systems, to the extent that most of our communities today don't even understand what these structures are all. And you recall, Mr. Speaker, I was asked to come on the floor of this House to try and help members to understand exactly how we have graded these facilities. Because, as you know now, we have what we call mini hospitals. We've also got zonal catchments, and all sorts of definitions. And you find that our people are not able to comprehend. But I'll try to just make few remarks and then help our people to understand. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, you may wish to note that government currently provides health services at 3 levels of care. That is the primary health care, secondary health care, and tertiary health care. The levels of care are graded based on population, infrastructure, and type of health services that are offered. At primary health care level, the services offered addresses the broader determinants of health to ensure the highest possible level of health and well-being along the continuum of health promotion, prevention, as well as treatment. Our primary care facilities include first-level hospitals now, we have mini hospitals, zonal health center, urban health centers, rural health centers, and health posts. Now, if you look at a health post, like my colleague, the chairperson of the health committee, Dr. Kalila, articulated well, you cannot expect the health post, the smallest health post, which is more like a first aid box, a first aid box, that should operate for 24 hours. It will be so costly and it is not practical. And you heard what the Minister of Education tried to guide, to say, look, as Zambians, let's look more now at prevention. And what one way can you prevent diseases? It is education, to be investing more in education so that all of us can understand the basic issues of health, how we can protect ourselves, how we can keep clean, how we can avoid unnecessary diseases. How many of us here, because we are privileged, you will find that we don't normally get sick as much as our colleagues that are disadvantaged, either through education or through poverty. So let us spend money on doing things that will help us. Even as I am Minister of Health, I wouldn't like government to be pouring money in the health sector more than sectors that can help prevent diseases. So I'm interested in local government. We must have water, we must have good roads, we must have good sanitation, and our children must go to good school. And I say thank you to the President for bringing free education, because free education is a game changer. So this motion, therefore, is neither here nor there for now, because that policy is already there. Everybody has been desirous to have hospitals working 24/7, except that like he himself articulated, and he articulated well. He said that we don't have enough, members of staff or health workers. And you know that this administration, from day one, when the president made a pledge during the elections and he said, I'll give you better health services, he was clear about that. And I think he has taken all the necessary steps. One, the problem was money. The money in the budget was doubled. Two, there was issue of lack of enough workers. We've started over 12,000 now that we've so far employed. And that is a good starting point. And the following year, again, they've added. In fact, we're supposed to have more than what has been allocated. But again, because of this issue of considering other determinants of health, social determinants of health, we said, you know, let's not just keep on with health. Let's also ensure the other sectors get employment. He's talking about security, so we need more policemen, we need more teachers. So we have to spread the little resources that we have. And as the budget gets better, we'll continue to employ so that we get at a place where we'll have all our hospitals. And when we talk about hospitals here, I'm referring to our health centers, whether rural or urban. That is what we want. People are talking about distance. That is taken. But that's why, again, we're talking about ambulances, the need for ambulances. And you have seen that in 2022 budget, we're talking of 100 ambulances. In 2023, again, we're talking for more ambulances. Again, it's an answer. So we are talking about more health facilities to bring health services closer to the people. What are we doing? What people have left unattended to, whether in 2020, 21, or 2018, 2019, we have budgeted and said we will try to finish all those facilities within the budget allocation. So we are generally on the right track as a government. There are a lot of challenges in the health sector, but these are historical. And when we talk about historical, people must agree there's been a big mess in the Ministry of Health. And to clean up that mess, it requires a lot of concerted efforts. There's been a lot of mismanagement in that ministry. When it comes to health workers, when it comes to projects, when it comes to almost everything. And 1 year down the lane, a lot of things are happening. Things are happening to try. And I'm happy at the manner the former minister debates. I think he understands the truth about the ministry. And his debate is always very fair and balanced. He knows the truth about what the health is. And we are doing our best as the New Dawn government to ensure that we make good, of the messes of the past. So, those that were good deeds, we are carrying on. Those that were not good deeds, we are trying to clean up. And you're Mr. Speaker, to clean up things, you rattle a lot of people. People are used to eating. Now we want to stop them because you want us to ensure that we employ more people for 24/7. It's not easy, but we are on the right track. And by God's grace, we'll get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kafinsa wind-up debate.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful, first of all, to everyone that has debated, both from a very technical point of view and those that have debated from the simplistic point of view. Mr. Speaker, the motive behind this motion was to deal with a challenge that is real. For me to sit, draft the motion, engage the research department, was as a result of the realization that the people that we represent out there, Mr. Speaker, may not be in a position to differentiate which one is a tertiary health facility, which one is a primary health facility. For them, the issue is access to health care. I sat listening to every angle that has been debated here, and I can confidently confirm that from today onwards, the narrative will change. Even as we sit and go back to where we are coming from, each one of us will start looking at healthcare from a different perspective. The role of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is to provide oversight. The oversight that we have provided today, regardless of the outcome of this motion, is that everyone will sit and reflect. How do we ensure that every member in our community has access to health care? We can be technical here because we can choose to be technical. Actually, when you are debating, there's a tendency of each one of us to pick an angle. So we can all pick different angles. But the fact will remain, Mr. Speaker, that the people out there would want better health care. This was not a motion for the people of Kamfinsa. This was not a motion for any specific ward in Zambia. This was a motion, Mr. Speaker, to attempt to speak to each one of us that can we start viewing at healthcare from a different angle. What is that different angle? The different angle is that every Zambian deserves to have access to healthcare. And I believe today I've done justice as a mover of the motion. I think that the seconder has done justice. I think that each one of us has done justice because the narrative is changing. And I'm very confident that with the passage of time, Mr. Speaker, we will look back today and say we did the right thing to have this motion on the floor of the House. So I want to thank everyone that has debated, and I want to remind each one of us that yes, we can afford good health care because we are privileged, but there are many Zambians who do not understand these technical issues that we've debated. The Zambians want health care. They want it in all our communities without referring to any particular constituency. All the Zambians want to have an opportunity. 22 hours, you feel sick, you must be able to have access to a health facility. Should you be told where you've come is not a secondary health facility, those are technical issues. The people that have spoken, the medical professionals that have debated, I know the former minister is a doctor, I know the chairperson for health is a doctor. Those are technical views you've expressed, and we appreciate that you are viewing them from your perspective. But I would appreciate that people view them from the perspective of the Member of Parliament for Petauke. I think he simplified it from how the ordinary member in our community is viewing it. The issue that brought us to Parliament today was to debate a healthcare issue. What should we do to ensure that every person has access to health care? I have great respect for all the views that have been advanced. I don't agree with all of them, but one thing is certain. Today the narrative has changed. And I'm very confident that as people view this debate, they've equally picked different perspectives to the issue. And these different perspectives, Mr. Speaker, are that we need to simplify health care. We can complicate it, but in the process we'll deny people access to health care. Let's simplify health care. Let's make it possible for each one of us to access health care. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kamfinsa and on behalf of the many members of Parliament who agree with this motion, I seek the support of all the members. I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the noes have it. The question is in negative. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
The Zambia Qualifications Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I beg to move that second reading of the bill be deferred to a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order. Which one?
20 what? Okay. With the leave of the House, I beg to move that the second reading of the... Huh? What? Oh, 29. Yeah. I see no objection. Leave granted. Next order.
Supply motion of 30th September 2022, resumption of debate.
Before we resume debate, I've got an announcement to make. Honorable members, in accordance with the Standing Orders 157-6 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders of 2021, I wish to inform the House that the debate on the motion of supply, which was moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning on the 30th of September 2022, will be concluded on Friday, 28th October 2022. As per practice, for the last 3 sitting days of the debate on the motion, the priority will be given to the front bench to respond to various issues raised by the back bench during debate. In this regard, therefore, starting from Wednesday 26th to Friday 28th October 2022, priority in debating the motion of supply will be given to the front bench. In this vein, I employ all members of the backbench intending to debate the motion to do so between now and Tuesday, 25th October 2022. I thank you. When business was interrupted on Friday, 14th October 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the first year, January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022. And the Honorable Member for Lufumbo was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was interrupted, I was saying, this is the time, because of this budget, Lufubu constituents is going to have 8 schools built, which were declared as government schools, and there is no infrastructure. Lufubu constituents, in the same vein, is going to have pupils in schools having
Honorable
desks.
members, it's sad that the leader of opposition is there, and that's the place where the most noise comes from. We expected that bench to be very exemplary. You can continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying, for the first time, our pupils in Lufubu constituents are going to sit on desks. They've never known desks, because in some schools somewhere, at least the desks were there, but they got damaged in the process. But there, they've never even had a desk. This budget is going to provide those desks for our people. And the Lufubu constituents, it has been a struggle, serious struggle, for people to move from Lufubu to Kabwe, because there has not been a road. This time in this budget, we are seeing the road reaching Lufubu constituents. This is what I meant when I said Lufubu constituents has been neglected by successive government, including PF that just left power a year ago. And this, even the people of Lufubu, they know and they understand.
And it is very, it is very also confusing when you hear people even bringing, figures here saying, no, because of tax exemptions, no, we are losing 2 billion, we are losing what? Was these taxes there? And if they were there, where was the money going? Because when you look at it, you find that if they were there and the money was there, but the government was borrowing, and borrowing excessive. And if these were beneficial, that this time we don't need to do away with them, I think that we would have seen the government not borrowing the way the previous government, the way it was borrowing. Would have seen this money working somewhere. Maybe I would have had a school there out of the 8 schools that have got no infrastructure. Maybe one would have been built. But now we are seeing this budget that is bringing us as Rufufu constituents also on board. We've been living under budgets that have got...
Order. I think we've run out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Kantanshi an opportunity to comment and maybe make some suggestions to government on the 2023 budget. I must say that it was well presented, but of course there are some observations that the Minister of Finance might need to put into consideration. I join the many young men out there and women. Close to 7 million Zambians are looking for jobs, and I know that the target of our growth rate of 4%, Mr. Speaker, would not be adequate enough to create those jobs. However, there are a few things that the budget has also talked about that can create growth, especially in the private sector. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to remind some of the people that are probably listening that, every budget has got giveaways, and not everybody is a winner in any budget that is prepared. There has been a lot of talk around the mining sector that so much has been given away. But if you look at unlocking a sector which was totally closed out for the last 10 years, indeed you do need to provide certain incentives. But also those incentives have not just been under the mining sector. If you look in the last 2 years, and I don't want to quote the actual figures, you'll find that also other sectors have also been given various incentives. Tourism, for example, even under the people that are working through the Payers UN. Just this year, government will lose close to 1 billion kwacha to try and support the hardworking families. But at the same time, yes, when you add the last 2 years, last year, close to 2.8 billion was given away under the sector, mining sector. Again, another maybe 2 billion. But we immediately saw First Quantum Mine pledging an investment of $1.3 billion under a different mineral. So I think that the government needs to continue paying close attention to the mining sector. For now, it still remains the backbone of our economy and one of the major creators of employment. I think that is very important. Mr. Speaker, I also just wanted to highlight some of the concerns that I have further on the mining sector. My constituency is poorly mining sector. I know that I've reported to government on the job losses that have taken place in Mupani, the concerns that are coming from other stakeholders like the council who depend on Mupani, and I'm hoping that I will get some positive feedback before our town, Mufulira slowly starts to move to how Luansha became a dead town. That's around 2008. It was these small indicators that led to the town probably being in the situation it is in now. But I'm very confident that the government is paying a close eye, and in any case, I'll continue knocking on all the doors of ministers because my responsibility here in Parliament is to represent the people, whether I'm called names, whether I'm accused of defections. The key is, if Mukambo Road is is constructed. It's good for our people. It's good for business. I'm a border constituency. If I have water and sanitation, I've not had water for 3 weeks in my constituency. And the people are saying, are we now living like villagers? On one hand, the mining sector is disappointing us. But if I don't knock on the door of the Minister for Water, how is he going to know? Or how is he going to exercise his authority? So for my office as Member of Parliament, we'll continue to speak to government. The other issue that I wanted to bring to your attention, Honorable Minister, we heard just from the debate that my colleague, Honorable Member of Kanfinsa, talked about, we also learned that we need more and more members of staff. Fine, yes, government has proposed to create 4,000 jobs extra for teachers, another 3,000 jobs for the police and the nurses and so on. Government already created an imprint last year when it created close to 42,000 jobs. We want you, Honorable Minister, to change the narrative in your budget. Create apprenticeships. These apprenticeships in various sectors, health, education, will capture more and more of the young people who are on the streets. It was done by the PF government, I think, in 2020 to 2021. It worked well for hospitals. It worked well for clinics. It worked well for schools. And fortunately, most of them, not all of them, who worked through apprenticeships got these permanent jobs. So I think you have an opportunity to even add thousands and thousands of numbers through apprenticeships and giving them a decent living wage. And as the economy continues to expand on this current trajectory, you will now create permanent jobs that are now going to be pensionable, and people can be able to have pensionable jobs and so on. The other part, Honorable Minister of Finance, that you need to look into is the social cash transfer, the social net that you have been trying to provide. You have increased the number now to 1.3. I don't know any member of parliament here who knows with accuracy how many beneficiaries he has in his constituency, simply because the borders are not clear. These so-called zones are not clear. You will do well for maybe Ministry of Community Development to go through an audit, and also further to ensure that they're able to provide only in designated wards and constituencies. There is no point in somebody who's living in Mufra Central is getting money from Kantash constituency. How do you manage that? It will become difficult, and we will not see that benefit going towards the people, and the Member of Parliament will not have accurate information to share on the floor of this House. I'll end with agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Government is committed to work on the FISI program. Yes, indeed. You have on one hand taxpayers' money, almost close to $500 million. Then you have the maize. You increase the number of beneficiaries, meaning that the production goes up. Government only gets a certain amount and leaves everything on the street. The following year in the budget, the same has to happen. Who are we trying to save? And also, even under Ministry of Agriculture, there is need for them to domesticate at family level people making sure that they're producing their own food. It will not help for them waiting for handouts through social cash transfer and so on. So I think the whole FISI program, as it's being evaluated and as we're trying to make FRA more relevant, because right now it's supported fully by the taxpayer, that is also unsustainable. So I thought that these are some of the few examples and some of the few considerations that the government can make as it continues to run a prudent budget. I thank you and I support the budget. Thank you.
The honorable member for Chikankata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Chikankata an opportunity to add a voice on this very important motion presented to this House by our able Minister of Finance, Dr. Chitumbe Komsokotwane. Mr. Speaker, 58 years after independence in this country, we still have people living under $1 per day, belonging to absolute poverty. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. However, this budget responds to the need of Zambians. Coming from Chikankata, an agriculture area, Mr. Speaker, I'll focus my debate on agriculture and narrow it down to FISIPO. Mr. Speaker, we've had this program for a long time, but it has not helped our people.
looking at this budget under the new Dawn government, coming up with a comprehensive agriculture support program, which has in it access to finance, extension services. What does it mean? It means that our farmers will have more resources, because a farmer, when they are given the pack, they were not followed by the former regimes on how they are using the fertilizer. We had farmers who used to sell. But when we are going to give finances to the farmers, it means that as a government, you come up with a tool to monitor how your resources are being used. Mr. Speaker, providing extension services to our people, it will help our people to have the information, the knowledge on what type of crop to plant, because extension officers will do the testing of the soil. Hence, they will advise our farmers what type of crop to plant, where and when, meaning the production will go high, and this will help create employment in our country. There will be food security, because we have more food at household level. This will create mass production in our areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, coming from that background, as a member of parliament for Chikankata, I really proud to support this budget. This budget, if you read it correctly, it tells Zambians that they want to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. For a long time in this country, we've had a big number of people who are poor. Like I said earlier on, the majority of our people, they belong to absolute poverty. But with this budget, we are going to graduate where we have at least 3/4 of our people, they will belong to the relative poverty, where they are able to even fly out some parties around. Mr. Speaker, I'll now concentrate on decentralization, which is deconcentration, delegation, and devolution of power to the local authorities. In the past, we had the people at the center having all the powers. This is the reason why we used to see party after party, because there was too much power and money at the center. But with this pronouncement, what we are going to see is that the people at the center, they will concentrate on monitoring on where the powers has gone and the resources of the country has been taken. Yeah. So we will reduce the issue of party after party, but people will be working and working and working. Mr. Speaker, with this decentralization, we have a package of CDF taking money to the councils, giving powers to our people, the WDC, to make decisions for their districts. Because when you talk of decentralization, you are giving power to the people to make their decisions. Unlike what we saw in the past, where the central were the ones to identify a project in a district. But when you talk of decentralization, the owners of the district, they will identify their needs, because they are the ones who are suffering. They will advise the local council on what projects should be implemented in their districts. This is how you develop a country. Mr. Speaker, as a woman activist, I'm a proud member of Parliament of Chikankata due to the fact of under the CDF, there is women empowerment. For a long time, we've been fighting for inequality as women. But we just looked at the angle of the social aspect of life without looking at the economical angle. How do we empower someone who has nothing? Mr. Speaker, when someone is economically empowered, they have the voice. They have the muscle to make decisions on behalf of others. No one should cheat anyone in this house that without the economic power I can stand here. For me to have access to this office, I was economically empowered by some people who meant well for the Zambian women to be empowered. Hence, the new Dawn government, it means well and it has a vision to empower the women by giving them resources through women empowerment, by giving them grants. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the area members of parliament who have given out the grants. I could even see change on the faces of women because they are happy. Where there's poverty, there's sadness. So as the new Dawn government, we are doing the right things for the Zambians. When you empower a woman, you empower the whole nation. When you empower a young person, you empower the whole family. And this is the vision of the new Dawn government, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of education, we are going to help our children who are coming from poor families, who cannot afford to pay secondary school boarding. But under this CDF, those children will be paid for. Mr. Speaker, for any country to develop, the first step we're supposed to do is to invest into education. Because when you educate an individual, they have the ideas, the knowledge to see opportunities. And when we invest in education, you are investing in the intergeneration of a country. Whatever you do today, it will come back tomorrow. People will say, we had leaders who knew that there will be a next generation. But I know that in the past, we had people who are just celebrating without thinking of tomorrow. But under the new Dawn government, whenever we are planning, we know that there's tomorrow. So that even if I'm gone, if I empower my children to go to school, they will remain with a happy life. I'm a very good example. I have no parents, but because they invested in me, I'm here representing the good people of Chikankata. That's the importance of education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the CGF, we are also giving out skills. We have our children who failed maybe in grade 9, but they've been given an opportunity to go back to school to do craft certificates. In this country, people don't know that a craft certificate is a very important certificate, because you would find that we don't even have a plumber, but there are works for a plumber, and those are well-paid jobs. Because we've had this thinking in this country that the only rich person should be someone working for a white-collar job. Mr. Speaker, the richest people in this world are entrepreneurs.
Order.
Thank you.
The honorable member from Kaika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my debate on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think reading the budget that was presented on the floor of this House, I saw that there's no coordination whatsoever, more especially on the plans, the 7th National Development Plan and the 8th National Development Plan. These are not talking to each other. You see, coming from 58 independence, 58 years after independence, Mr. Speaker, I feel as a country we needed to have a direction where we need to go to. We were lucky, or I should say we are lucky, that in this country we had two Minister of Finance, late Mr. Chikwanda, may his soul rest in peace, and also Dr. Msokotwane, who has been serving as a Minister of Finance for a longer time. And because of this, I feel as a country we were supposed to have a direction, more especially that Dr. Kaunda, may his soul rest in peace, gave us a direction that we cannot rely only in minerals. We cannot rely in copper only. We are supposed to diversify. That is why Dr. Kenneth Kaunda introduced, let's go back to our villages, or let's go back to our farm, so that we can diversify this economy. But why I said that these plans are not speaking to each other is that, let me give you an example that the Patriotic Front government introduced or allocated money to Western Province where the cashew nut growing was introduced. That project was introduced. And I felt that this time around, monies were supposed to be allocated to the same project so that we see the benefit of that project. I think if we are not coordinating these plans, then we are not going anywhere.
Order. As the time is 19:10 hours, I interrupt proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day of resumption.
Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Debate to resume tomorrow. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Right, business has closed until tomorrow, Thursday the 20th of April 2022 at 14:30 hours. And closing business is interruption on the motion of supply when Mkaika Member of Parliament, Mr. Peter Piri, was on the floor of the House contributing to the motion of supply. Matimba, before we go, let's have a quick summary of some highlights of business of the House, beginning with the first announcement that Mr. Speaker made.
And so when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Mr. Second Deputy Speaker informed the House that the National Pension Scheme Authority, NAPSA, has been authorized to conduct a sensitization seminar on its operations. The seminar will be held tomorrow, Thursday, 20 October 2022, from 0:30 hours to 12:30 hours in the amphitheatre at Parliament buildings. And therefore, honorable members are encouraged to attend this important meeting on voluntary basis.
Right, after this announcement, business proceeded, and of course we had two questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. And in the first question, Mr. Paul Chala, Chipili Member of Parliament, did pose a question to the Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts, in which he wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a skills training center in Chipili district, to which the minister did respond and gave a response that government desires through the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts to construct at least one skills training center in each district, and that Chipili is included. With regards to the when the plans will be implemented, the minister did inform the House that the plans will be implemented as soon as funds are made available. He, however, did inform the House that the government is further engaging cooperating partners for the program, and of course, Part C did fail off because government indeed has plans. The second question, Mr. Mandandi Kalie, Sioma Member of Parliament, posed a question to the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, and they wanted to find out why the construction of the Kanja Livestock Service Center, Tier 3, in Sioma District has stalled, when the project will resume, what the cost of the project is, what the total cost of the outstanding works is, and what the time frame for the completion of the project is. Some summary highlights of the question, second question, Martin.
And so the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock did give answers to those questions, and he responded to A as the work stalled after government policy focused on completing projects that were at 80% or above. And in B, he answered to say the project has expired due to a lapse of time, and the ministry will therefore engage the Ministry of Justice and the contractor on the way forward. And in C, he did respond to say that the total cost of the project is 2 million point one. And in D, the minister responded to say that the cost of the outstanding works is 6.4 million kwacha. And the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock did give answer to question E, and he said the time frame for the completion of the project is dependent on the process of engagement as alluded to in B.
All right, and after the question time segment, the House moved on to consider private members' motion, whose titles increase operating hours for public health facilities that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for all public health facilities countrywide, a motion that was moved by Kamfinsa Member of our Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, and seconded by Mr. Paul Chala Chipili, Member of our Parliament. And of course, we saw quite a good number of members of our Parliament that debated, including cabinet ministers who responded, and so we saw both debate coming from both sides of the House, and upon putting a question, the motion has since been negatived. After this, Matimba, we saw the Minister of Education standing in his position seeking deferment of a second reading stage of the Zambia Qualifications Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2022, which was supposed to come at second reading stage. However, the minister sought leave of the House to defer this particular motion. And after that, the House then moved on to consider the motion of supply. But before the motion, the debate would resume on the motion of supply, the Honorable Speaker made an announcement in accordance with Standing Order 157.6 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, in which he informed the House that debate on the motion of supply, which was moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning on 30th September 2022, will be concluded on Friday 28th October 2022, and that as per practice for the last 3 sitting days of the debate on the motion, priority will be given to the front bench to respond to various issues raised by members of the back bench. And in that regard, starting Wednesday, 26th of October to Friday, 28th of October, priority on the motion will be on the front bench. And we've seen quite a number of members of Parliament, Matimba, debating this particular motion before coming to a close.
Oh yes, so Lufu Member of Parliament, Mr. Wesley Kolala, debated to this motion. Kantanshi Member of Parliament, also Mr. Mumba, debated to this motion, and we also saw Chikankata Member of Parliament, Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, debating to this motion. Mr. Peter Piri also debated to this motion.
All right, and of course, like we said, business has been interrupted when Mukaika Member of Parliament was making his contribution, and that has since closed the debate. And apparently, this is where we'll come to the end of our broadcast until tomorrow. So from our team right here on our sign language interpretation, we had Jason Manda and Chona Kaoma, and on continuity we had Matimba Mkua and myself, Julius Musmali. And so we say bye-bye to you on behalf of the entire team. Do join us tomorrow. Have a lovely night.
Kichi was found at a beach house this morning.
When was the last time you saw Namdi?
At a party.
Did you notice anything strange about last night?
Are you taking money from my mother for this wedding?
You shouldn't be looking at that.
Kichi killed my son, and I want the world to know it.
This month, we're cooking up a storm. King Katumba spices it up as he sets his sights on the villagers of Ubuntu. Then, secrets and hidden agendas are a melting pot for chaos in Pali. And we join our favorite hostesses who stir up a blend of exciting conversations. Then Sita's marriage ambition leaves everyone a little steamed. And music legends serve up their most exciting memories in music. And the royal clique turns up the heat and fires up the industry. We've got the recipe for the best local entertainment on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV, Channel 5 on GoTV.
This is Doha, this is Qatar, this is the World Cup 2022.
It is time, once more, for the world to stand still.
Stand still? Nah.
We move.
We come together tonight, a billion of us, in every corner of the globe where the beautiful game matters.
Here for the show-stopping magic of a moment.
And the explosion of
hope and glory.
Brothers, sisters.
Supported people, my padi them.
We come here for heroes.
And for heartaches.
Heartache? Come now, Peter, we're not here for that. Not this time, mate.
Get and stay connected to DSTV and watch all 64 matches. Here for every fan.
You're really so
Live on Supersport.
I have decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir. Dragons. A power man should never have trifled with. War is afoot.
Knives will come out. Now they see you as you are.
Watch Parliament TV, the station that is devoted and dedicated to broadcast live the parliamentary proceedings. Find out how your representatives are representing you in the House. Learn about various issues pertaining to the functions, operations and activities of the Zambian Parliament. Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
My full name is Andrew Taengwa. I was born in Lusaka, right in Kabata constituency. I went to school at Momoni Primary School, where I did my grade 1 to grade 7. Thereafter, I went to Ndeke High School, where I completed my grade 12. I did my certificate in accounting at National Institute of Public Administration. Thereafter, I continued with accounting technician's diploma. I'm a family man. I've got children, and I live within Kawata constituency. Well, Kawata constituency is a constituency that is made up of 5 wards, namely Kamlanga, Kamwala, Kabwata, Libala, and Chilenje. So all these wards that you see, we have the words that we have within our constituency, all of them have got their unique challenges. Specifically, you talk about Kamlanga. Kamlanga has got its own challenges because it's one of the words that it doesn't even have many social amenities within the constituency. It's actually the least developed ward in the constituency. You get to Kamwala. Kamwala also has got its own challenges. Sadly to say that within my constituency, there are some ones, I think Libala and the Kamlanga, which do not even have either a ward, a hospital or a clinic. My developmental agenda for Kabata constituency is number one, trying to see how best we can improve on the education sector, whereby we're going to lobby government so that they could expand the existing infrastructure, which we have already, so that we can accommodate more children already. The free education that has come on board, it has actually attracted a lot of students from the pupils from the private sector who have come in to join the government. So we're trying by all means to see if we can extend the existing infrastructure within different schools. Already we've started with some schools which we are using not only CDF, but we're using the Andrew Taengwa Community Initiative project, where we're expanding the existing infrastructures. We're doing the lab at Chilenje Combined School. My final word to the constituency is that, first of all, they must understand that Honorable Taengwa is a member of parliament for Kawata constituency, meaning that I am a member of parliament for everyone who resides within Kawata constituency, and I do not select when it comes to the projects that we are doing for the constituency. Even when it comes for people to visit my office, I do not select. I see each and every person, whether they are from the other side of the political party, whether it's be it PF or FDD or UPND or MMD. I receive everyone because these are my people that live within my constituency. So the word that I have for my constituency is that wait, better is not enough. The best is yet to come. We are still working hard to ensure that we bring development to the constituency. If you check what we have already started doing within the constituency, we have already started putting up a health facility where we're expanding it through, of course, like I said, the Andrew Taengwa Initiative project, where we are expanding the lab, putting up a lab and AR treatment right in Chalala, Chilenje area. Then also through the CDF, there are some certain projects that we have selected that we'll be able to see very soon in the constituency, especially when it comes to expanding either police posts or healthy facilities, including schools.
Tune in to Parliament Television for live parliamentary proceedings, parliamentary committees, and learn more about the operations, functions, and activities of the Zambian Parliament. Catch us live on DSTV Channel 272, GoTV Channel 100, Topstar Channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.